Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is now 10:50 a.m. on Thursday, February 27th, 2025. We are conducting this public hearing in person in room 123 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. And we are also streaming on the DC Council website and YouTube and X at CM Brooke Pinto. Today, the committee is meeting to conduct performance oversight hearings for 4 agencies under its purview: the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, the Mayor's Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives, the Corrections Information Council, and the Department of Corrections. We'll first hear from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, an independent agency that serves as a forum for identifying challenges and generating solutions to enhance public safety and the fair administration of justice for district residents, visitors, victims, and justice-involved individuals. The CJCC facilitates information sharing and collaboration between and among agencies, conducts research and analysis, and provides training and technical assistance on behalf of its district and federal member agencies. The CJCC's work is critical as we work to coordinate a multi-agency approach to address gun violence and public safety matters, and especially our necessary coordination between the local and federal government and the many agencies that work in either of those governmental spaces is a very important body to address that work. I'm particularly looking forward to discussing all of the new reporting initiatives that the council has entrusted to CJCC and how those reports can help inform the district's public safety efforts. We'll then hear from the Mayor's Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives, which aims to support and advocate for women in the district through research and community involvement. We call this agency MOWPI. MOPI is also responsible for providing programs and workshops for women in the district to advance their health and economic status. MOPI is well positioned to help us find ways to address gender disparities in our city, especially for women of color. The district has a wide variety of services to assist women and girls, regardless of the challenges that they're facing, from domestic to sexual violence to economic instability to lack of access to educational and professional opportunities compared to their male counterparts. I have had some trouble in the past couple of years getting a clear picture of the agency's vision for addressing some of these disparities. While I'm excited to hear the successes of the events that MOPI has hosted to raise awareness for issues impacting women and girls in the district, I would like to see MOPI take a more direct approach to support through programming to help us better communicate information regarding available resources and services to the public. I also look forward to discussing how MOPI has provided support with the Commission for Women this past year as they work to develop policy recommendations to improve the lives of women and girls in the district. Next, we will turn to the Corrections Information Council. The Corrections Information Council is an independent body responsible for inspecting, monitoring, and reporting on the conditions of confinement at any facility where district residents are incarcerated, including DOC facilities, Federal Bureau of Prison facilities, and private prison facilities. CIC's inspections include direct assessments of facility conditions, interviews with incarcerated residents and facility staff, as well as community outreach. The CIC translates its findings into regular reports on conditions at inspected facilities, including an annual report on broader issues affecting conditions of confinement. The committee funded necessary changes to the CIC's mandate last council period to expand its gamut. Unfortunately, that funding was removed once we got to the full council level. And so I look forward to speaking with CIC today about the steps that they have taken, even with a lack of funding, so that we can move forward to ensure that this year we can save more lives and ensure that conditions of confinement are safer. Finally, we'll hear from the Department of Corrections. The Department for Corrections is responsible for providing a safe and secure environment for individuals in custody in the district's correctional facilities, which include pretrial detainees and sentenced inmates. In this role, the DOC manages the DC jail facilities, including the Central Detention Facility and the Correctional Treatment Facility, as well as overseeing the range of programs and services offered to residents at these facilities, including educational, workforce development, and other programs focused on residents' successful reentry following the completion of their sentence. I intend to speak with the director today about how these programs are operating in practice. I also intend to discuss some of the concerns I have about ongoing vacancies at the agency, as well as hearing updates on the ongoing work to design and build a new annex. I hope to get an update on critical infrastructure upgrades at the severely outdated DC jail facilities while the new annex is being built. And importantly, I want to understand from the director what we are doing to address the concerning number of deaths of residents at DOC, including injuries and fights that have broken out. We've had 9 deaths um, in FY 2024 to FY 25 to date. We know that 1 death is too many, but 9 is extremely concerning. I look forward to discussing with the director their plans to eliminate contraband, inter-resident fights, medical neglect, and other issues that could be contributing to these deaths. I know that we can do better when it comes to protecting our residents who are in custody. So with that, we will begin with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, otherwise known as CJCC. We're going to follow our normal practice for the committee today, and we're going to take each agency in turn. So we'll hear from our public witnesses for an agency, then the government witnesses, then public witnesses for the next agency, then the government witnesses. So I will invite our first and only panel for CJCC of public witnesses, Katie McConville and Commissioner Ashley Ruff. Commissioner will be joining us virtually, but we can start with Katie McConville, Policy Counsel for the Council of Court Excellence. Welcome. Thank you for being here. And as a reminder to all witnesses to turn your microphone on.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee, for the opportunity to present my testimony. My name is Katie McConville, and I'm a policy counsel at the Council for Court Excellence. Through our publications, CCE provides a comprehensive view of trends in crime, incarceration, reentry, and the broader impacts of DC's legal systems to the public. A critical component of this work is ensuring that reliable, accessible data is available to inform policy decisions. We commend the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council for its role in advancing transparency in DC's youth and adult legal systems by providing resources like the Justice Statistical Analysis Tool, JSAT, which provides reports and dashboards of criminal legal system data online. However, currently data available on JSAT's public safety and justice dashboards are presented through Microsoft BI and are not downloadable, forcing those who seek to analyze data to rely on the data visualizations offered by CJCC. To improve transparency and allow the public to better compare criminal legal system trends and points of interest, CCE recommends that CJCC make all data visualized on JSAT's public safety and justice dashboards downloadable. Additionally, members of the public would also benefit from broader dissemination of CJCC's research and analysis. For example, CCE was unaware of the excellent 2024 report that showed that young adults convicted of homicide were more likely to have at-risk indicators like childhood maltreatment. CJCC also indicated in its pre-hearing responses that it produces a monthly Juvenile Justice Data Committee report, which includes trends at each stage of the juvenile justice system. By disseminating its reports and information to the public, CJCC can help DC residents better understand the current status of the justice system and hold agencies accountable. CCE is also excited that CJCC meetings were recently determined by the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability to be subject to the Open Meetings Act. As the only body with both federal and local legal system agencies that touch the lives of system-involved district residents as members, opening CJCC meetings to the public provides an invaluable opportunity for the DC community to understand the perspectives of key officials on emerging issues. Additionally, CJCC also plays an important role in facilitating cross-agency collaboration. CJCC has been a critical partner in addressing the needs of crossover youth, that is, young people that are involved with both the child welfare and juvenile justice system. CCE was excited to learn that this month that CJCC will engage a consultant to help the district improve data sharing between agencies and improve its delivery of services to these dually involved youth. In addition, we were initially excited to see that pursuant to the Secure DC Act, CJCC was tasked with convening a pre-arrest diversion task force. Unfortunately, it appears that this pre-arrest diversion task force has not yet gotten off the ground due to staffing vacancies. We hope that CJCC will be able to launch this work in the upcoming months so the district can more effectively divert people from the jail and criminal justice system into treatment. In conclusion, CJCC CCE thanks CJCC for making the criminal legal system data accessible to the public and stands ready to support CJCC in any efforts to improve data sharing and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McConville. Commissioner Ashley Ruff, are you online? Okay. Ms. McConville, I want to ask you about the pre-arrest diversion task force. I too share your enthusiasm that this could be a really important step for the district and was something that we included in Secure DC to try to better reach people earlier who may be better candidates for treatment or support. Have you seen other jurisdictions do this well, or as we ultimately do get sufficient staffing at CJCC to build out this work, what types of perspectives and framing should we be included in that effort?
I believe in one of CCE's 2019 reports, we included a pre-arrest diversion task force as a recommendation, and we referenced other jurisdictions that have similar entities, maybe not a task force, but committees. And so I'd be happy to look into their best practices and provide those to you.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you so much. And thank you for your points too about the downloadable information. That's helpful feedback.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Okay, that brings us to our government witness. We are going to turn to Christy Love, the Executive Director of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. So wherever you're comfortable. And Director Love, if you have someone on your team who may be answering questions, if I can ask you to introduce your name and your position for the record. I can start with you. You can turn your microphone on first.
Mark Hernandez, CIO for CJCC.
Niloufer Tabor, Director of Research and Policy for CJCC.
Well, welcome. And as you know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you all to keep your microphones on. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Director Love, I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Thank you. So good morning, Chairwoman Pinto, and also those present today. I'm Christy Love, Executive Director of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, joined by Mark Hernandez, our CIO, and Dr. Niloufer Tabor, our Director of Research and Policy. And I'm pleased to be here today to provide testimony on the agency's performance. CJCC is an independent agency that serves as a forum for identifying challenges and generating solutions to enhance public safety and the fair administration of justice in the District of Columbia. As the Executive Director, my staff and I work on behalf of our 19 members who represent both district and federal agencies. Our members have identified 4 priority areas on which to focus the CJCC's efforts. They include violent crime, juvenile justice, substance abuse and mental health, and incarceration and community corrections. CJCC staff support our members in accomplishing their goals through our 4 core functions: automated information sharing, research and analysis, interagency collaboration, and training and technical assistance. CJCC facilitates automated information sharing through Justice, which is the central hub for real-time information sharing among 34 local and federal criminal justice agencies. During FY24, Justice contained more than 5 million records, had more than 3,600 registered users, averaged about 760 logins and 4,200 searches per day. CJCC's IT team, led by Mr. Hernandez, has continued to successfully maintain and operate Justice by implementing more than 180 security controls to help ensure Justice remains compliant with FISMA, upgrading the Justice infrastructure to extend the life of the system, and implementing a new ticketing system to enhance the Justice Help Desk experience. The IT team also modified Justice to accommodate changes partner agencies made to their case management systems. We redesigned Justice to display test results for new types of drugs for which juveniles are being tested. We also connected PSA's new cloud-based system to the justice infrastructure. We facilitated numerous meetings between DC Superior Court and partner agencies to help plan for implementation of the court's new case management system. In addition to these efforts, and perhaps the most critical task before us, is the Justice Modernization Project. The Justice System Exchange is operating on 15-plus-year-old software, and it's going to reach end of life January 2027. For the System Exchange to continue to work, we must rebuild it on new software no later than the fall of 2026. In addition, we are also seeking to migrate justice to the cloud. We expect to enter into a contract for the base year in March. And while we do have funding for the base year, we are going to need additional funding for option years 1 and 2. If we do not rebuild the justice platform prior to January 2027, the Justice System Exchange will cease to operate. This means partner agencies will no longer have automated and secure access to information such as papering decisions, case status updates, supervision violation reports, and warrant information. Modernizing justice is critical to the functioning of the district's criminal and juvenile justice systems. The research and analysis. CJCC is home to the district's Statistical Analysis Center, or the SAC, which is responsible for collecting, analyzing, and reporting information about public safety and justice system operations. In FY24, the SAC generated 65 research and analytical products. The SAC's primary focus has been to develop and maintain the 25 monthly and quarterly dashboards required per Secure DC, and to upgrade the Justice Statistical Analysis Tool, or JSAT, which is where the dashboards live. JSAT upgrades have been needed to enhance functionality given the increased volume of data, the complex interactivity of the dashboards, and increased usage of the website. While we have been diligent about maintaining the dashboards and conducting analyses to inform the work of our committees, I do acknowledge that there are several legislative reporting requirements for which the CJCC has missed or is likely to miss the deadline. They include the Biennial Youth Rehabilitation Act report, which was due in October, and the Felony Crime Statistics report, which is due in March. Over the past year, the SAC has been understaffed due to vacancies or authorized family leave. Currently, only 2 of the 5 SAC positions are filled. We are working with DCHR to fill these vacancies as soon as possible, at which point we will work to meet the outstanding reporting requirements. Interagency collaboration. From its inception, CJCC has identified facilitating interagency collaboration as one of our core functions. During FY24, we convened 151 meetings and helped to manage 16 multi-agency efforts identified by the CJCC principals. For violent crime, in January 2024, CJCC, in collaboration with the National Institute of Criminal Justice Reform, issued the updated gun violence problem analysis. And this identifies the key drivers of gun violence in a district, as well as the demographics and criminal histories of suspects and victims. As part of this effort, we also identified individuals considered to be at high risk of engaging in gun violence. On a monthly basis, CJCC convenes the GunStat Work Group, which monitors the continued justice system involvement of these high-risk individuals. One challenge has been that the problem analysis is conducted once every 2 years, in which case the list of high-risk individuals quickly becomes stale. The CJCC principals have charged the GunStat Work Group with identifying a mechanism to keep the list up to date until the next problem analysis is conducted. Juvenile justice. We also convened the Juvenile Justice Committee. The principals identified 4 areas on which the JJC should focus its efforts. They include establishing a continuum of care for at-risk youth, enhancing efforts to identify and support crossover youth, identifying and addressing reasons for long lengths of stay for youth awaiting placement at the Youth Services Center, and conducting focus groups with youth, families, and community to determine the key drivers for youth violence. It is well documented in the district and nationwide that a large percentage of justice-involved persons have a substance abuse or mental health diagnosis. CJCC convenes the Substance Abuse Treatment and Mental Health Services Integration Task Force, or SAMHSA, and that seeks to improve service options for justice-involved individuals experiencing these challenges. The focus areas for SAMHSA include monitoring participation in and outcomes of drug court and mental health community court, addressing gaps in the adult sequential intercept model, and supporting implementation of the criminal justice-related strategies in the district's Live Long DC opioid reduction strategic plan. Secure DC also requires CJCC to convene a pre-arrest diversion task force, which would submit recommendations regarding best practices and changes needed to support pre-arrest diversion. The task force would then be responsible for implementing the district's pre-arrest diversion efforts. CJCC will convene the task force after we are able to fill our vacant policy analyst positions. With respect to incarceration and community corrections, we're focused on the following: identifying local placement options for individuals in BOP facilities seeking early release under the Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act, and addressing long lengths of stay for pretrial Title 16 youth at the Youth Services Center. The members also identified several efforts with respect to automated information sharing, and they include supporting implementation of the sealing and expungement requirements in the Second Chance Amendment Act, implementing a change management process for justice, and ensuring consistency in the use of charge codes by MPD and DC Superior Court. Beyond the priority areas, our members, as well as HCMA, have also asked CJCC to facilitate continuity of operations planning for the district's criminal justice system. Another one of CJCC's core functions is to provide training and technical assistance. In FY24, we hosted 2 public meetings, one that focused on juvenile supervision and another on adult supervision. We also hosted a webinar focused on the professional development of violence intervention staff. As we work to fill our vacant policy analyst positions, we hope to be able to meet our performance metric of hosting at least 4 webinars during FY25. As I close, I would like to publicly acknowledge the CJCC staff who continue to be unwavering in their dedication to providing information and support to the district's justice system agencies. And I also want to acknowledge the members of the CJCC who have sought to find common ground and identify multi-agency efforts to enhance justice system functioning. I look forward to their continued collaboration in the year to come. So this concludes my prepared statement, and I look forward to responding to any questions.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Director Love. And let me add my thanks to you and your entire team. It is not an easy task to not only collect the different viewpoints and personalities of 19 different principals across multiple governments and different functions, but also to take on so many requests that people have of CJCC with research and reporting. And as we talked a little bit about last year, some of it I think is a testament to how high quality the work that CJCC produces. But we also all need to be mindful that these reports don't come out of nowhere. And anytime we ask CJCC to take on an additional burden, that has to come with financial support, because there's a lot of serious work that you all do and not a lot of staff to get it done. So thank you to you and your team.
Thank you.
Speaking of reports, I want to start with some of the requirements that were included in Secure DC, really with the intention to ensure that all across our criminal justice system, but also the public, was aware of some of the trends that we were seeing with papering rates, with outcomes. And I know that a lot of our agencies, whether it be the courts or Attorney General or U.S. Attorney, what grew accustomed to maintaining information in an inconsistent manner because everybody was dealing with their own agency. And so what has that process looked like in terms of making consistent all of the information flow from the partner agencies or member agencies? And how often can we expect that periodic update on the website to take place?
So we did a lot of work, our SAC and also the research and analytical points of contact at each of the partner agencies. And through it started, we have an interagency working group specifically on research and analysis. So we brought that working group together and did significant work to now reach a point of standardization, at least with respect to what's being reported in the dashboards. So now we are using, to the extent possible, common gender categories, although I understand that that may be changing now on the federal side with new executive orders that have been released. We have common age ranges, and probably most importantly, we have common offense categorizations. So we got input from our partners, and the SAC went off, and we are now very explicit. So when we say violent crime, we are using the statutory definition of crimes of violence. We list the relevant offenses and charges that are part of that. When we say dangerous crimes, we're explicit about that. So those things are now consistent across the board. In terms of the frequency of updating, I know the statute does require monthly updates for reported crimes and arrests. And we've been able to keep pace with that. And I will say sort of the ideal for us is to be able to receive data feeds, automated data feeds, and we use that information for analysis. We actually receive a data feed from MPD. I think it's updated on a weekly basis. That is why we are able to keep pace with the monthly reporting requirements, because we're getting that information in an automated fashion. The quarterly requirements, which are coming from 10 different agencies, we actually have to make requests for data each time, each quarter, for our federal partners. Because of the Privacy Act, which we've talked about before, they aren't able to just give us an extraction of data and send us an Excel spreadsheet, because they are not able to share record level identifiable data with us. Sometimes the Privacy Act does allow sharing record level data, but depending on the numbers, federal partners are a little concerned, because if it's a relatively small number, they are concerned those people could be identifiable. So they have chosen to do the analysis on their own and give us essentially aggregate numbers. And we visualize the aggregate numbers. But on the federal side, our partner agencies are really carrying probably most of that burden. And so that's why we aimed for the quarterly updates, but we're not always able to meet it because we're relying heavily on our partners to give us the data.
Let's speak a little bit about the Privacy Act. This is, of course, a federal law that is, I mean, really from a practical perspective, undermining our ability to look at this information so that we can drive forward better outcomes. But what do you think is the best solution? Do you think it's, repealing the Privacy Act, or do you have ideas about how to narrowly tailor any amendments to it to ensure that for our governmental purposes of using this information to look at outcomes and then drive forward improvements, but we're still protecting people's privacy from getting out into the public? Where do you think that line should exist?
I think there are two approaches we can consider. One is amending the Privacy Act to give maybe a carve out or an exception for District of Columbia criminal justice and public safety agencies and entities. I think that would be helpful. And there are some carve outs. For example, the Government Accountability Office has an exception in the Privacy Act, and they can get record level data. Another option is what's called a routine use. And this is actually the way that we get information from CSOSA for justice. A routine use, and that's goes through the regulatory process where agencies identify a particular use for their data in their case management system. I think it has to go in the Federal Register for a comment period, and then if approved and not opposed, it can be implemented. So that's a non-legislative solution to the Privacy Act.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I'll just put on the record that it is a goal of mine that we get an amendment passed this year. And it is a very specific way in which the federal government can be helpful when it comes to improving public safety in the District of Columbia to ensure that we get this passed. So that's a focus.
Thank you.
In your quarterly reporting on adult diversion, you noted that you'd like to report on drug court and mental health community court in the future. Can you elaborate on what some of those challenges are of why we can't report on that now?
So currently in the court data, many of the individuals who participate in drug court or mental health community court are under some sort of deferred agreement or deferred prosecution agreement or deferred sentencing agreement. We can see deferred agreements, but it's not always consistently noted in the data if someone under those agreements is in drug court or mental health community court. It seems like perhaps it's an optional field to be populated. And so when something's optional, sometimes it's populated and oftentimes it's not. So we are still in the process of working with the court as well as PSA, which supervises most of those individuals, U.S. Attorney's Office, OAG, to try to figure out across all of their data, is there any way for us to identify who the participants in these treatment courts are?
And in those conversations to determine if there's any way, is there progress being made?
I think we have a meeting scheduled in the next March 7th, so next Friday,
Okay.
where we're going to talk to all of them to try to figure this out.
Okay, great. Can you please keep us posted on that
Yes.
progress? In your pre-hearing responses, you talked about juvenile disposition data remaining incomplete. Can you talk a little more specifically about what some of those hurdles are, whether it be with the courts, OAG, and how we can best identify, especially the gun-related juvenile cases in the case management system, so we can all have consistent information?
Right. So we've been trying to lean on court data to get this information, but this is another situation with a field that's not consistently populated. And so the court can clearly identify violent crime cases for juveniles, but the field that identifies whether a weapon was used in the commission of that offense, that field is not always populated, or it's not always clear what the weapon is, if it's a bat, if it's a knife, or if it's a gun. So we've been trying to work with OAG to see, well, can we maybe match up, the cases that have been disposed from the court data with OAG data, but there's still some hurdles there. I think the root cause of this problem is with justice. On the adult side of justice, we have what's called the 12.1 feed, and that's the court has an automated data feed that runs through justice and is going to about 8 different agencies. It goes to the prosecutors and the supervision agencies and the marshals. We don't have a comparable feed on the juvenile side. So in the way that USAO is getting a regular feed of disposition for its cases through justice, OAG is not getting that juvenile disposition information. The court does provide that data to CJCC, and so we're in discussions with the court to see, establishing a feed is a bit of a time-intensive effort, but at least if we can give them access to a database and they can ingest that, so they have disposition information. But if we're able to make that happen, that is going to resolve this issue of being able to determine whether violent crimes are associated with a gun or not.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And are there any juvenile privacy concerns that OAG has raised, or is this more of a technical piece of ensuring that the feed is automated?
Yeah, this is technical for us to be able to receive the data. So we
Okay.
have relevant court orders, administrative orders from the court that permit us to receive the data. This really is just a technical issue.
Okay, great. Thank you. What are we seeing in trends in the information that you do have access to in both juvenile and adult violent crimes?
Right. So our dashboards show what we've been talking about publicly, that thankfully violent crime from 2023 to 24 did decrease by 35%. Something we have noted though is while we see the decreases in violent crime, the proportion of those crimes that are committed using a firearm has increased. So in 2018, we saw 39% of violent crimes being committed with a gun. In 2024, we saw 60% of violent crimes being committed with a gun. And I know there's been some discussion of that perhaps that's contributing to more lethality when we see some of these violent crimes committed. I would say when we look at arrests, for overall arrests, about 6% of those arrests include juveniles. When you're looking at gun possession arrests, that's about 7% are juveniles. I think something that's caught our attention when you look at violent crime arrests, about 25% of the violent crime arrests include juveniles. Now, mind you, not all violent crimes are resolved through an arrest, and we've talked about clearance rates before. But for those who are being apprehended, we're seeing seems to be a disproportionate number of youth being apprehended compared to overall arrest numbers. This was also consistent in what we saw in the most recent gun violence problem analysis. When we look at the suspects for non-fatal shootings, the first time we did that analysis, we saw about 10% of the non-fatal shooting suspects were juveniles. The next time we did the analysis 2 years later, that number jumped to about 26% of the suspects for non-fatal shootings were juveniles. So we do have some concerns there.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe also on the, this is a point that we discussed last year. I was just thinking about juvenile diversion and ACE. And so, you know, of course, when a juvenile is presented to OAG can decide to divert the young person or proceed with prosecution. And so for those youth that are diverted to ACE, we still have the situation that many of them are never starting ACE. So in the data we have for the first 3 quarters of 2024, 43% of the youth referred to ACE did not start. And we don't have information on what happened to them after the fact, after, you know, and ACE does give 30 days where they're doing, outreach to the young person, the family, any associates they can find. But it's still the case, even after that 30-day period, they were not able to get the youth to start the program.
Thank you for raising that. And that is a huge problem, and something that we're going to need some support from other agencies to address as well. But with the criminal justice perspective, do you have access to any information that demonstrates a follow-up for those 43% of kids who are not showing up?
We don't have that information now. We're in the process of working on a data sharing agreement with OAG to be able to start getting record level data. And I think once we're able to get the record level data and of course consult with OAG on this, we would be able to do that analysis.
Okay, thank you. I think that's going to be an important next step, so that we can try to fill as many gaps as we can. And if people aren't showing up, we need to know why, and we need to have a follow-up plan, because it can't just be that half of the people we're diverting we never see again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so something else you talked about back to reporting were some challenge in their pre-hearing responses were some challenges with DOC and BOP in reporting on detention and incarceration data. and mentioned that you all are developing data and data sharing agreements with DOC and BOP. What's the progress on those agreements?
So thankfully, we were able to execute the MOU with BOP last week. And so Dr. Tabor is going to work with their team to start getting the data and information. And so we're looking forward to that. I think with DOC, we're going to have to do some additional work there. We received a message. I think we're all feeling the constraints of staffing shortages. And I think they have some concerns if they have the capacity to be able to provide the data. And again, this is quarterly as frequently as we would need it. So we're going to be meeting with them in the next week or so to try to come up with some solution.
Okay. Got a lot of meetings coming up in the next week.
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. So pretrial detention. As you know, the council changed the law as it relates to pretrial detention in July of 2023 in our public safety emergency, and then we extended it on a additional temporary basis in secure DC. And we worked with CJCC a couple of weeks ago to provide a little more extra time for CJCC to provide a report on the efficacy of pretrial detention and what we were seeing before those changes of 2023 and after. That report is due on May 7th to the council, after which time we'll then consider what that looks like or what that should look like on a permanent basis, with the report being one input into that. And so can you talk a little bit about what types of things you're looking at in the report, and how do you go about creating a report that tries to address a very challenging question, which is, but for an intervention, would violent crime have occurred?
So we are going to be able to provide descriptive information, about, what did pretrial detention look like before prioritizing public safety, between prioritizing public safety and secure DC, and then post, secure DC. We want to be careful though, because we're not going to be able to make any sort of causal inferences or linkages to reduction in violent crime. So we'll be able to talk about, individuals who were detained or released, and of those released, how many were rearrested and rearrested for what, sort of pre and post and in the interim, but we won't make causal linkages. I don't know if there's any more you want to share about our process for collecting that information. I know
we are able to collaborate with pretrial services to be able to provide information related to adults detained pretrial, and both with the courts and OAG for juveniles. So we have strong support from those partners in obtaining this data.
Okay. One of the requirements that we included to the changes in pretrial detention was that judges have to write a written finding in both scenarios. If someone is released, or if someone overcomes the presumption and is released, or if someone is detained. Is that something that you are looking at as it relates to the trends of how those reports are coming in, and if there are any issues with people who have overcome the presumption, and then if they're successful in community?
our current plan had not been to look at the explanations provided by the judges. I do know, because I think there was a similar ask for the YRA report, and that is a manual process, and that would be the team pulling essentially PDF files, given permission through justice, and searching and through the dockets for the judge's comments.
Okay.
If that is of interest, we can explore that. I'm pretty certain we would have to take a sample. I don't think it's feasible for us to look at the judge's explanations for all.
Got it. Understood. Okay. In terms of the report requested for witness protection, we had a lot of back and forth about this last year when we were passing Secure DC. What is CJCC's current position on the feasibility of conducting a report on witness protection in the district?
So since that part of the legislation has been funded. Has not been funded. We haven't done any work on it. It still does appear to be the case, though, that, MPD does have victim services, and so they're working with the individual very early on, sort of in the arrest process. But once the case is papered, that support for the victim seems to move to the U.S. Attorney's Office. And so, in reading what the statute would require us to do, it seems to be putting us in a position of evaluating how well the U.S. Attorney's Office is doing with respect to victim and witness services. And that seems, as a district agency, to evaluate how well a federal agency is doing, seems beyond our scope and jurisdiction.
Thank you. Do you have a sense of how much that would cost if it were to be funded?
That we would have to go back
Okay.
and look at that.
Let's talk a little bit about the pre-arrest diversion task force that we created in Secure DC. It's my understanding that there have been no meetings convened yet with this task force. In your pre-hearing responses, you said that CJCC is in the process of hiring a policy analyst under the Director of Research and Policy who would then facilitate this task force. What's the status there, and what's your thinking on how we can get this up and running off the ground as quickly as possible?
So we are in the process of reviewing applications, and we're going to start interviews for the policy analyst. So that, I think the announcement just closed a couple of weeks ago, and DCHR, maybe it was earlier this week, gave us the applications.
Okay. And then as soon as that person is hired, is your expectation that they will then convene the task force?
Yes.
Okay. And who will be a part of that task force?
So all of the individuals listed in the statute would be invited. I think the first order of business would be having the members select a chair and then doing the work to identify the community members who would participate on the task force as well. I will say, even though we haven't done the pre-arrest diversion task force, we did have a small subgroup under SAMHSA, which we called Familiar Faces. And the U.S. Attorney's Office had been spearing this up. And so we've done some legwork on, who the familiar faces might be. We did some work, not a lot, on what other jurisdictions are doing, what some of their eligibility criteria might be. So we, for example, looked at individuals who had the top 1% of misdemeanor-only arrests. And I think the list in a year was maybe about 67 individuals. But this was sort of foreshadowing some of the challenges that I think we could experience in the pre-arrest diversion task force. So just on those 67, we wanted to learn, okay, well, what were their justice system histories? What were their treatment histories with the district government? And so we sent the list to PSA and CSOSA, and we're coming up against a Privacy Act issue again. Because the list was so small, they wouldn't even provide us aggregate information on the extent to which these individuals had been under their supervision or received treatment. And then because of the Duncan ordinance, NPD wasn't able to let us share the list of 67 with DBH to be able to get their histories with mental health and substance abuse support. So just in that sort of small example, we couldn't even share information and get the information we needed to determine who these familiar faces are and their histories.
Can you lay out a little bit more about the Duncan ordinance for the record?
Right, so the Duncan ordinance, and I don't know the details, but in summary, it prohibits MPD from sharing even arrest information with non-law enforcement or non-criminal justice entities. So CJCC, our authorizing statute states that we are a criminal justice agency, so MPD can share with us, but DBH, not a criminal justice agency, so MPD is not able to share identifiable arrest data with them.
Okay, thank you so much. I think That's such an important example of a well-intended privacy measure that of course we don't want, other entities or employers or someone else to be able to have access to information that could be misused or could limit opportunity. That is different than us as a government needing access to this information so that we can drive forward improvements. And so I just want to make sure that this year we are, as a collective government, locally and federally with our agencies here, staying really focused on what the actual outcome we're trying to solve is and not paint things with the widest possible brush that leads to more problems. So thank you for that. Okay, looking forward to the task force. If you can keep us in the loop when that first meeting is going to happen, that would be great. Can you talk a little bit more detail about the staffing breakdown of CJCC? You talked in your testimony about the 4 kind of groups, but can you provide a little more detail?
Yes, so our biggest group is our IT team, because we're running a 24/7 system that's connected to 34 federal and local agencies. So we have 8 members on the IT team, and that includes Mr. Hernandez. On our statistical analysis center, we have 5 positions. Right now, just 2 of those are filled. Our policy team, we have 3 positions. And then what we refer to as our executive administrative office, I think it's 7 positions. That's myself, Dr. Tabor. We have a chief administrative officer position, which is new, contract administrator, attorney advisor, and public affairs specialist and staff assistant.
Do you have currently sufficient staff to carry out all of the required functions of CJCC?
Think when we're fully staffed, I do think we would be able to carry out all of our functions. It's just been, this past year in particular has been very challenging. And we've just had significant vacancies. But I do believe if we have all 23 of our positions filled, that we can carry out our responsibilities.
So going back to the data that we do have on juvenile offenders, I want to turn to some of the papering rates for violent offenses and the deferred prosecution agreements and deferred disposition agreements, because I still think that this is a possible gap for us to explore. Of all deferred agreements, so these are both the deferred prosecution agreements and the deferred disposition agreements and consent decrees that were active in 2023, how many were deferred disposition agreements?
83% were deferred disposition agreements. So that means that the agreement required the youth to plead guilty.
But that youth was not committed.
If they, so they plead guilty and then they enter into this agreement with OAG. So it's just the youth and OAG that are parties to the agreement. The court, and I think that's the difference between a consent decree. I think the court is a party to the agreement, but for DPAs and DDAs, it's just OAG and the youth. So OAG sets certain conditions that the youth must meet in a designated period of time. It could be, I think, anywhere from 6 months to about 1 year. They are under court social services supervision. At the time, I think it's a unique situation because it's not a court-involved agreement, but you have a court entity supervising. And so if they meet those conditions, the case will be dismissed. If they do not meet the conditions, then OAG could proceed with prosecution.
And who determines if the conditions are met?
I think court social services provides information to OAG, but OAG is the party of the agreement. So I think ultimately it's their decision on whether the conditions are met.
Okay. So if one of the conditions is a 10 p.m. curfew every night, how often is CSOSA following up generally to ensure that that curfew is being met?
Yeah, I don't know the extent to which court social services is supervising or like the frequency of touches they're having
Okay.
with the youth. I feel fairly certain it's not daily, but I don't know how frequently.
Okay. So zooming back on the numbers a little bit, we had our oversight hearing with OAG on Tuesday. They said that of all violent crimes arrested, that juveniles are arrested for, 85% of them are papered. Is that your understanding?
So we actually do not have 2024 data from OAG. We had a couple of issues in getting their data, but we're expecting it, I think, the first week in March. And so, but for 2023, I think the numbers were a little different. I think it was maybe 85% for the gun possession cases and was in the high 60% in 2023 for violent crime with gun cases for their papering rate.
Said 85 for gun possession,
Gun possession, they papered 85% of those matters.
but 60% for all violent crime.
68%.
68.
So 86% for gun possession and 68% for violent crime with gun matters. And this was 2023.
Okay. So according to their testimony on Tuesday, the 2024 numbers, I believe we were talking about 2024 numbers, were 85%. They said for all violent crime, but that should all be on the dashboard, right? Once all the information is
Yes.
loaded. Okay.
Yes.
So if that is, if I'm correct in my recollection that the 2024 numbers were of all violent crimes that juveniles were arrested for, 85% were papered. We then go to the next level of the deferred agreements. And so you said about 83% of all the deferred agreements were for DDAs specifically?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, this is going back to 2023. 'Cause
Okay.
we don't have any 2024.
I got you.
Yep.
Okay.
Or actually, maybe I should correct. No, that is the case. I think the most recent for deferred agreements is 2023.
Okay.
Yes.
I know it feels a little strange to dive into the 2023
Mhm.
numbers because it was such a different year and there's been so many changes in the last 2 years. But I guess if those are the numbers that we have at the time in 2023, how many of those DDAs were revoked?
We have that 20, so all active DDAs during that calendar year, 22% were revoked.
And do we have what that is in whole numbers?
It was particularly, that's all agreements. I think this was 86. I think it's like 86 out of 369.
Okay, and of those 86, how many of those youth were then committed?
That we do not have. If we expect to get, again, record level identifiable data from OAG. And if we get that, then we can make those linkages to see who was then committed.
Okay. I do think as we get the information from OAG, that is going to be an important puzzle piece to figure out at every different layer so that we can earnestly assess where some of the gaps are and trying to get some more improvement
Mhm.
with juvenile crime, especially with the violent crime.
Sure.
So as you have those conversations, we'll just ask that that be a part of it.
Okay.
In your pre-hearing responses, you noted that there were a couple of regular reports CJCC is required to produce that you view as less necessary. What are some of those?
I think the human trafficking report, and this is certainly not to minimize human trafficking, but we are asked to report on the number of arrests and prosecutions and provide information on the offenders and victims. And so when we've done that report, I think 3 times now, and we've noted that the numbers are really low. But I think in part that's because just it's pretty well known that human trafficking, as are all crimes are underreported, but human trafficking in particular is a significantly underreported crime. And so if the purpose of that report is to get a sense of the extent to which human trafficking is occurring in the district, that report probably is not going to give that answer. It's just going to tell you how much has been reported to the authorities. We have tried to do some work, and OVSJG supported us with this in the past, of trying to work with some of the victim service providers to see, they're more likely to go get support from a provider than they are to go to law enforcement, and to try to get numbers there. But, of course, confidentiality of the victims, it's been a little difficult to get that information.
What have we seen in the number trends over the last several years for human trafficking, understanding that there's underreporting?
I don't know. It's been a little bit since I've taken a look at the report specifically. It covers maybe like a 5-year time span. I don't think we saw any shifts in the number of reported human trafficking incidents in that time.
Okay,
frame.
but we don't have a sense of what those numbers are.
Not offhand, but
Okay.
I can get back to you on that.
Okay, and I would be curious in that because I do think human trafficking is one of those areas that we still need to engage in a lot of public education around, because of how frequent this is still happening in our own city, in our own country. And so often it's talked about as something that happens more often internationally. And when we did our bill a couple of months ago to prohibit child marriage in the district,
Mm.
many individuals came forward with their experience of being trafficked as children and being kind of forced into marriage. And it was an important reminder to me of how much more we need to educate people in our own city about some of the warning signs and how we can all kind of look out for each other in this space. And so that is one that I would have a little hesitation around
Okay.
stopping reporting, even if it's been stabilized, because I don't want us to look back 5 years from now and say, we should start reporting on human trafficking
Mhm.
again. But I generally want to be collaborative with you if there are pieces of reporting that feel like we're reporting for reporting's sake and we're not really driving towards change. And so
Sure.
we can certainly keep that conversation going. There was some concern CJCC expressed that the council may want to reconsider the reporting requirements of the Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act due to both the fact that there are not many significant changes that occur every 2 years, and the difficulty in obtaining proper data due to the privacy issues that we've been talking about. What data specifically are you having trouble obtaining as it relates to the Youth Rehabilitation Act?
So that reporting requirement requires us to do some, analysis that identifies the factors that increase the likelihood that someone will get the YRA or get a set aside or recidivate. And so when you're doing that type of analysis, you want as much information as possible to sort of feed into that regression model. And so I think the report shows that most of the individuals that get a YRA sentence are sentenced to probation. And so if you want to look at likelihood of recidivism or getting the set aside, you want to look at their experience while under probation. But again, CIC, a federal agency subject to the Privacy Act, they are not able to provide us with information on the YRA persons who are on probation, so we can factor that into the analysis. The act also requires us to get programming information. Again, most of them under CIC. We aren't able to get their programming information because of the Privacy Act.
Do you have a sense of how many young people have access to YRA protections on multiple, or for multiple separate offenses?
That we don't know, but if you would be open to revising the reporting requirement, I think that would be something that we could definitely look into.
Okay, and maybe that's a little bit more of a useful lens to thinking about what cases are repeat cases. Because again, we want to be setting up our young people for success and giving them another chance if there are challenges. We also don't want to be creating a tool where, 5 or 6 times down the line, we see repeated behavior and there's no adjustment. Okay. Um, can you talk about how CJCC's IT staff is helping to facilitate ceilings expungement and set-asides working group whose purpose is to first reduce the backlog of agency notification to the court, certifying that relevant cases have indeed been removed from their records management system, and second, to support implementation of the updated requirements for sealing and expungements in the Second Chance Amendment Act?
Yes. So our IT team facilitates and we call it the SES work group. And we meet monthly. I would say, we're doing the facilitation. The court is probably taking the lead, and that's because the court has been the entity that would notify, police and prosecutors, supervision agencies that a particular case, or charges in a case have been sealed or expunged. And then those agencies are then supposed to provide a certification back to the court saying, yes, we have removed these cases from our systems. So the first order of business has been the court identified just a significant backlog in the thousands, I think for a couple of agencies, 10,000 certifications that have not been submitted. So we've just been working with the partners in the court to try to streamline the certification process. And then specifically for the Second Chance Amendment Act, we have been doing work with the court and working with our partners to first identify what are the specific charges that would be eligible, I think both for the by motion sealings and expungements, and then we know 2 years from now for the automated sealings and expungements. So we hope to finalize and get everybody to be on board with the list of charges soon. Then the next order of business will be everyone coming up with a process for the automatic sealings and expungements, since it may not be the court necessarily communicating that. So our IT team is working on a module in Justice that would provide a flag to automatically notify our partners of cases that are subject to the automated sealing and expungement requirements, and then they can take those steps accordingly. So that's something certainly we have to do in close partnership with the court.
Okay, thank you for that. And I anticipate there will be a lot more work and conversations around this to make sure that it can get up and running. And given some of the challenges that we started talking about this morning with different information from different agencies, we know there's a lot of prep work there. Can you talk a little bit more about justice? I know you talked about how pressing this is in your testimony, but can you just lay out a little bit like, what the transition is looking like with this information, kind of where we are with the justice improvements?
Right. So I may start with a brief explanation of just kind of how
Good
justice
idea.
works in layman's terms. And my team knows I'm so not a tech person, and glad to have Mr. Orlando's here and the team to help translate. So justice has two components. The first is called the Justice System Exchange. So that's where CJCC works to facilitate the movement of data from one agency's case management system to other case management systems. So I mentioned the court fee, that 12.1 court fee. So, and court, I think, is the biggest supplier of data, single supplier of data in justice. So the court case information essentially is flowing through justice directly into USAO's case management system, PSAs, CSOSAs, the marshals. So we facilitate that. That is the system exchange, the software that runs that. That is what's going to expire in January 2027. Then the second component of justice is the information portal. So of course we use some of the data that comes through the system exchange to populate the portal, but the portal is essentially a search function. You type in John Doe and maybe some other identifiers, and John Doe's criminal history will appear. So you have arrest information and prior incarceration history. There's driver's license information, vehicle information, prior mugshots and photos, just a range of information to support criminal justice decision making. So that portion too, because there's some connection to the system exchange, it's important for us to upgrade that as well. And, you know, like I would say that the technology is more than 15 years old. None of us have a cell phone or a laptop or computer that's 15 years old. It probably wouldn't even turn on anymore. So to the team's credit, we've been keeping it alive, but we've reached the critical point that it's no longer going to be supported in 2027, and we have to make this shift.
Okay, and what is the transition timeline?
So we need this done by, I think we're aiming for September 2026, because we don't want to be right up
Right.
against the deadline. We want to give a couple of months to work out any kinks to make sure the new system works. So I guess we're on, you know, maybe like a 18-month clock. I will say that we've been trying to get this done for a while, and you may recall that this started in FY '23. And at that time, right now, all major IT procurements have to be approved by Octo. And so Octo's advice to us at that time was to split the project into two. The first phase one would be an assessment of justice, and then we would get recommendations on how to go about implementing the modernization, and then phase two would be the implementation of it. I think, you know, hindsight is 2020. And if we had to do it over again, we would not take that approach, because what has happened as we've tried to start phase two, no vendor wants to rely on someone else's assessment. They all want to do their own assessments.
Mhm.
And so that proved to be a challenge, and potentially made phase two more expensive, because essentially we would find ourselves paying for an assessment again. And it's kind of like, you know, we just should have made this a one phase approach and done it all at the same time. So we were able to work, and OCP, you know, was very helpful. We're able to use, you know, district-wide cooperative agreements or existing GSA contracts. And so we were able to find a vendor that, you know, we saw the proposal. I think it would work for us. The price, while a little higher than we had hoped, but I think it's something we can try to manage, although we can talk at the budget hearing. We'll probably need some more support for that. But they seem to have a solution that will work for us, and seem to be able to meet this very tight timeline of 18 months.
Okay, well, thank you. Definitely, we will have more conversations this spring about that, to make sure you all have what you need to handle that transition. So thank you for continuing to raise that issue, for how important it is. Okay, well, that concludes my questions for you, Director. As always, I want to give you a chance if you have any closing thoughts or want to mention something that we didn't have a chance to talk about today.
I just wanted to, and I appreciate CCE's work, and it's really their work that's the impetus for the work that the Juvenile Justice Committee is doing with respect to crossover youth. And so we've taken the analysis they've done, you know, very seriously, and working with our partners to try to act on it and come up with some solutions. You know, I appreciate the comment that was made in the public testimony about the desire for the data, underlying data that's supporting our dashboards to be downloadable. I don't know if we're going to be able to accommodate that. And the reason for that is because working with our partners, certainly the juvenile data, we would not be able to provide, even if it's de-identified, the record level data. And in part, Secure DC doesn't even let us display aggregate data where the field is less than 10. And then the court issued an administrative order for both adult data and juvenile data that's on these dashboards. We can't display cells with values less than 20 with court data. So if we can't even display aggregate data with values less than 20 or 10 in certain cases, certainly we're not going to be able to provide record level underlying data. So I understand the desire for it and how it would be, you know, valuable for some, but I don't think, given the existing laws and administrative orders, we would be able to accommodate that.
Thank you for mentioning that. And thank you for reminding me of that idea from their public witness. Okay, well, really appreciate it, Director, and to your team. Again, there are a lot of important needs and challenges facing the district today, especially around public safety that I know all of us are laser focused on. And I think CJCC is really a shining example of how we can work together, work collaboratively, and be really focused on facts and objective analysis so that we can move forward improvements. So I really appreciate all the work that you do and that your team does throughout the year. And thank you for your partnership.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I also want to remind the public, if you have any written testimony you'd like to submit, the record will close on March 13th, the end of the day for this agency. All right, we are going to move on to the Mayor's Office of Women's and Policy Initiatives. We will hear from our public witnesses first, who will have 3 minutes to present their testimony. Karen Mulhauser, Commissioner Ashley Ruff, Marcia Lee, and Jaron Hill. As a reminder to those witnesses joining us virtually to accept your invitation to join as a panelist, please. Hi, welcome. We are first going to hear from Karen Mulhauser, public witness.
I was going to say good morning, Chair Pinto, but good afternoon. And I am Karen Mulhauser. I've lived in Washington, D.C. more than 50 years and am very proud of most of our policies for D.C. citizens and for the visitors to the nation's capital. But I'm here today. Most of my adult life, I have been working on gender equity issues. And so I'm talking today about the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women Act of 2022. It was passed unanimously by the DC Council, signed by the mayor, and survived the 30 days of Congress so that we do have that law in effect. It went into effect March 10th in 2023, so almost a couple of years ago. And I testified about this a year ago and 2 years ago. I've been working to get this legislation passed and glad that it was passed. Sorry that the funding for it was not in the mayor's budget, but glad that Council member Robert White was able to secure funding to hire the staff to implement the policies. So even though this is my personal testimony, I've been working very hard with United Nations Association, with chapters around the country to have or encourage them to work to pass laws similar to the EDA law. And I've also was a recent member of the DC Human Rights Commission, and gender equity is one of the 23 traits that DC approves. If there's time, I would go into the litany of issues that I'm particularly concerned about in the legislation and the requirements of the Mayor's Office on Women Policy and Initiatives. But if there's not time, it's in my written testimony. And in fact, I will submit revised testimony because I learned some things in materials that were prepared by the Mayor's Office on Women Policy Initiatives in yesterday's materials. I was a bit surprised to learn that they're not an agency. So some of the questions were not answered because they're not an agency. But I have also been in touch with the director. I've written saying that I want to help in any way that I can. I know people all over the country that have passed similar laws, and they're thrilled that DC has passed the law and are eager to help us in any way that they can. And it is true that it takes a while to implement this. It's a complicated process to implement this in all of the 80 whatever agencies that we have in DC. But they have been able to where they have implemented it, they have been able to indicate that they've been able to reduce domestic violence, move toward equal pay, reduce violence against women, provide access to education and employment opportunities, and so much more. So when laws like this are implemented, it has an impact. And if there's time later on, I'll go into the various requirements of the law.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Milhauser. And thank you for your continued work on this important issue. Commissioner Ashley Ruff, are you here? Marcia Lee, public witness.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Councilman Pinto. My name is Marcia. Please don't call me Marsha. So now that we get that clear, I am Marcia Lee. I am a resident of Ward 5. I'm here on behalf of a public citizen of DC, and I am very active in the mayor's policy of women's initiatives. I attend most of their programming, probably 90% of their programming. I want to start by the positive. I like the fact that they do a lot of things in the evening because it caters to working people, because everybody's not available during the daytime. I like the fact that Natasha has on her signature block time to meet with her, because since my tax dollars are paying for her salary, I like the fact that she's very accessible. And I like the fact that her team is accessible. But what I want to see, as far as like accepting applications for the bill in the commission, I've applied 3 times, not to hear back at all from the person who's hiring. So I'm very disappointed about that. And it feels like what I have to put in is not valued. Anyway, so women's issues, while they do good programming, I like to see more women's issues discussed, like childcare, caregiving, which is huge, environmental racism issues, and domestic violence issues. So I'm speaking on behalf of, again, of myself and what I see as a Ward 5 resident, as a DC resident, and as being a senior. And again, I really appreciate the programming being like a lot of it in the evening so people can be involved. And thank you for posting all your events in advance and not at the last minute, so people could pick and choose what they are willing to participate in. But again, if and when I'm selected for the Commission on Women, I like to see a more multi-generational group, because everybody has something to give in the city. It's not just the middle of the road. It's for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Marcia, I'm sorry I mispronounced your name. Thank you for letting me know. Jaren
No
Hill, Dreaming Out Loud.
Hello. And I first want to say shout out to my auntie. My auntie just testified before me. And if you know me, you know I often say I stand on the shoulders of giants. So I appreciate those who've come before us and allowed us to move the way that we move. My name is Jaren Hill Lockridge, and I'm honored to speak today on behalf of Dreaming Out Loud and the Ward 8 Health Council about our ongoing collaboration with the Mayor's Office on Women's Policies and Initiatives to advance the health, dignity, and rights of women, especially Black women right here in the district. Our collaboration began with a focused commitment to addressing the Black maternal health crisis, recognizing the stark disparities in maternal mortality and birth outcomes amongst Black women, particularly those living in Ward 7 and 8 like myself. And together we have worked to elevate these critical issues through policy advocacy, direct support, and coalition building, ensuring that our voices remain centered in the conversation about health equity. Over the years, our work has included the National Black Maternal Health Summit, hyper-focused Ward 8 resources that have brought together community leaders, healthcare providers, and residents to develop some tailored solutions that impact our specific communities. The Mayor's Office has been instrumental in the maternal working group, consistently showing up to support our collective efforts in ensuring that DC government remains engaged in this critical issue. And they've also helped us prepare for the upcoming Black Maternal Health Week. And through this work, together we've come to understand that the fight for Black women's health has to extend beyond reproductive care. Black women deserve holistic advocacy that supports our entire well-being, whether navigating chronic health illnesses, mental health disparities, economic barriers, or just access to healthcare services in general. Our advocacy has evolved to push for policies and programs that uplift all Black women, ensuring that their value, well, not their, our value is not tied to reproductive health, and that our full humanity, autonomy, and that we're thriving. So, looking forward, we're really excited to do a couple of different things. If you haven't heard, the Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center is going to have labor and delivery for birthing people east of the river. So we're really excited to expand the community supports, particularly for those new moms. Again, continuing to advocate for comprehensive women's health initiatives like nutrition, mental health, and economic mobility, and really ensuring that we build stronger food and health justice frameworks, recognizing that access to fresh, healthy food is directly tied to health outcomes for women and their families. Again, we sincerely appreciate the work that the Mayor's Office on Women's Policies and Initiatives has provided, their unwavering commitment to this work, and how they've consistently showed up, demonstrated their dedication to advancing real solutions. And we're looking forward to partnering with them next month for Women's History Month, honoring resilience, leadership, and women across generations. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Lockridge. Um, Ms. Mulhauser, you've been here for several years, testifying to the importance of the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women Act. And what we had hoped last year would be the final kind of push in funding the implementation of this law. Can you remind us for the record of why this law is important? Your microphone.
It's perhaps increasingly important now here in the nation's capital. But women who do the same work as men in many places are not being paid the same amount. And women and girls are discriminated against in some ways. And so it's just actually the law required that the implementing agency would do a gender analysis of all of the agencies, all however many, 80 or so agencies in DC government, to do a gender analysis to find out how many men and women are in the agency, and if they're doing the same work, what are they getting paid? And so in some respects, we don't know the extent or if there is gender inequity, but we need to do that gender analysis in order to find out. And as I said before, there are many cities and counties that have done this kind of work, and they tell me it's not easy, but it needs to be done in order to know what the extent of inequity or equity is. So I don't think we really know until we do that gender analysis.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lee, you talked about your appreciation for MOWPI having events and giving you kind of proper notice of those events. What is the best way that you've received information about upcoming events? Do you get that at your house, online, on social media, through letters? What does that look like?
For me, I'm sorry, social media, but to that point, Chairman Pinto, everybody doesn't receive the information the same way. So the more paper, sometimes paper is relevant. So I forgot to say that because I'm tech savvy and I appreciate those who are not tech savvy. So if the information could be communicated more than one way, that'd be phenomenal.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, you're welcome.
And Ms. Lockridge, I appreciate your comments about the inequities that continue to persist in our city and the progress that many of us are trying to make towards righting that. Have you had involvement with MOWPI from a policy perspective, whether it's on health, health disparities or economic disparities that you talked a little bit about existing in the city with MOWPI's specific involvement in addressing those?
You know, one of the things that I really appreciate that MOPI brings is a diverse perspective that might not always the patriarchal society that we live in, MOPI always gives a lens through which women's and gender issues change and again address specific women issues. So that's one place that I really appreciate they've been able to lean in policy wise in different ways that isn't always directly affected, but it's that overarching thing that always has women's points of view be a relevant piece of the conversation that I really appreciate.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you to all of our public witnesses today for the work that you do and for sharing your perspective on MOPI. Appreciate it. We are going to now turn to our government witness for MOPI, Director Natasha Dupuy. Welcome, Director. And do you have anyone joining you today at the table?
No, it'll just be me.
Okay, wonderful.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you.
You too.
And as you know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Well, greetings, Chair Pinto, Councilmember Pinto, and members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Natasha Dupuy, the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office on Women's Policy and Initiatives, or MOPI. It is with gratitude for Mayor Muriel Bowser and with great joy that I serve in this role to help make change in my hometown of Washington, D.C. I am here today with members of my team, as well as Jackie Reyes-Yanez, the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office on Community Affairs. We stand in celebration of our collaborations from fiscal year 2024 and eagerly look forward to the work we'll do in 2025. Additionally, I want to thank members of the public who have offered testimony both in person and virtually. This committee staff, agency partners, other appointees, as well as external stakeholders for your ongoing engagement concerning the status of women in the district. The mission of MOPI is to support and advocate for women's issues through research and community involvement, as well as establish public and private partnerships to address women's issues in Washington, D.C. MOPI facilitates regular meetings with the DC Commission for Women, which includes guest speakers such as C3 Cares and DC Health's Immunization Division program. These presentations allow for the commissioners to explore partnership opportunities and roadmaps for resource allocation. The DC Commission for Women includes women from all 8 wards who serve as ambassadors of information to resource residents. We have supported the commissioners in electing executive committees and assuming committee assignments. In FY24, Mayor Bowser focused the administration on 3 big priorities: public safety, public education, and the downtown, to fuel the city's comeback and impact the quality of life for residents in all 8 wards. Every tenet of the DC Comeback Plan has the potential to positively impact the quality of life for a DC woman. In FY24, Team MOPI attended or organized 163 events engaging DC residents and visitors. Here are a few examples. Women's History Month, which is March. March of 2024, our celebrations included physical health and wellness, advocacy across historical sites and the arts, financial fitness from negotiating wages, achieving home ownership, and the annual Washington Women of Excellence Awards. Another event was the Well Woman Workshop series. Well Woman Workshops are monthly events featuring different community and agency partners that focus on key health and wellness topics. Each encompasses a variety of activities such as workshops, health fairs, educational seminars, and community discussions. 24 women received mammograms in one day, and approximately 50 women learned how to measure their pulse and engage in mindful activities also in one day at this event series. Additional topics for the workshops have included navigating food allergens with infants and using behavioral health resources to address grief. In implementing the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women Amendment Act of 2022, MOPI began the process of developing a citywide action plan for assessing the possibility of gender disparities, as well as providing training on gender equity and human rights to DC government employees. MOPI began internal research for these aims. The recruitment for staff dedicated to this effort is underway, and our goal is to complete the hiring process in the next several weeks. MOPI's strategic collaboration and partnerships, including the participation of our outstanding Commission for Women, supports our work. We endeavor and continue to find ways to provide precision programming that targets the needs and priorities of district women. Mayor Bowser's goals center our values of providing a safe and supportive government that works for women. We are proud of the work we have done and look forward to new partnerships and work to support and celebrate the amazing women in our community. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, and the committee for your leadership. And that concludes my prepared remarks. I'm happy to take any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Director, and thank you for all of the work that you do throughout the year and that of your team to ensure we can address the many unacceptable disparities that women are still facing here in the District of Columbia. I want to start with kind of staffing of the agency. What is the current staff levels? Is every position filled? And what are the responsibilities of everyone on your team?
Absolutely. So there are 6 of us total who are on staff at MOPI. In that organizational chart, one of those roles is myself, the executive director. We have 5 associate director positions. 2 of them oversee our health and wellness tracks. The health and wellness tracks include programming for the Well Women workshops, any of our engagements for that topic, so the Ward 8 Health Council, regular membership. They are fully staffed, so there are 2 associate directors there. One of the roles includes our civic engagement pillar. And so MOPI has 3 pillars. We've talked about health and wellness. Civic engagement includes our outreach with youth, specifically around school programming. We have a high school and middle school program. We also have a summer youth employment program that we execute through the Department of Energy and Environment. And then all of our correspondence, newsletters, emails, social media, that position is also filled with an associate director. We have 2 vacancies there for our economic empowerment pillar. And so when we talk about accessing home ownership, we talk about financial fitness, we talk about the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women Act. Those 2 positions were filled during FY24. And then in FY25, we saw 2 transitions. And so those are the positions for which we are actively hiring.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Last year, we talked a little bit about focusing on some policy objectives for the outcomes that I know we share in trying to address. And you mentioned that you were in the process last year of determining what a dashboard and producing a policy on including metrics could look like. How is that process going?
Okay, so there have been a lot of shifts in our policy landscape, as you can imagine. Part of the commitment that we had is also what have we heard from DC women? So I have thoughts from FY24 that I can share. Part of the concern has been implementation. A lot of the disparities have programs that exist already in the city. The question is, do folks know about them? How are they being utilized? And how can we redirect residents to one-stop shops that exist? Prime example, childcare in the district. There's mychildcare.dc.gov. We understand how to find childcare for before school, after school, and for those who need full day care. We don't have to create a dashboard for that, right? Even though we hear from parents or expectant moms. And so we're redirecting folks to that platform. Other concerns, we've talked about this year's FY24 menopause mandates. A lot of the women that we talked to and brought this up with our senior leadership, how do we capture multiple health concerns for women that are not just maternal health? What is the full spectrum of reproductive health? One of the examples was menopause that came up repeatedly. And as we talk about early onset of menopause, many symptoms, et cetera. And so we're in the process of identifying, we've looked at LIMS, right? Tracking what has council already discussed here. Is it more of awareness raising that we need? Or is the more targeted programming around education on symptoms, workplace provisions that already exist with the Universal Leave Act, et cetera? And so it's ongoing, trying to parse what exists in terms of established database in the district, and then how do we rectify community education with those existing resources?
Okay, that's helpful. In terms of kind of what that looked like a little bit last year.
Mhm.
What is your vision moving forward, as we focus more deeply on answering that question of, is it awareness raising, or is it, looking at metrics on outcomes and driving towards those?
Correct. I can give you a specific example of our partnership with DC Health.
Okay.
There's a program we've been championing for years called Help Me Grow. The Help Me Grow program supports women who are expecting, or parents who are expecting up until the child is 5 years old. And that's for wraparound services. It could be tangible needs like diapers, childcare, referrals for children with disabilities. And it also can look at specific health concerns. And so we're trying to figure out who's accessing the system. We know that the system exists, there's a call line, but what we're working with now is to vamp up. Again, they have a website, we can pipe it through MOWPI, but vamp up their protocol so that if you want to get access to their services and it's not during the business hours, you can do a form online. You can also understand when we say wraparound services, resources, what is it? Tell me who you would refer me to. And so we're revamping their website with the conversations we've had from the various Ward A Health Councils, et cetera, to feed forward the metrics that they want to track and that they are tracking with the people that call in, and then what folks can access 24/7. And we can also see who's getting access to those services.
So in that example, are those metrics that DC Health determines?
So DC Health has reporting standards that they have tracked for Help Me Grow. Part of MOPI's contribution is to push the thinking to say, how can we get even more granular, right? They might track where they have a phone call that comes from. We're looking for, when we have specific events, where's the conversion? Is it because they came to the building blocks event, the citywide baby shower? Like, is it, we call it guerrilla advertisement, right? Where you are boots on the ground, right? We like to call ourselves Team Toes. I don't know if you heard this acronym, but for outreach and engagement, right? We are boots on the ground. And so if we have those conversions, we determine that with our social media, right? We can say, after we had this event, we had 60 new Instagram followers. The event had 80 people who attend. We can see how that conversion runs. We push DC Health with that program to ask those questions too, and also support. Is it because we put, we've had onesies created for this program? So if we give out more onesies, does that inspire more phone calls? Is there a bag? Like, what is the conversion mechanism? So those are things that we're tracking. And then also when folks call, because we have a digital form that we're crafting, or when they do it online, are we able to say that they're accessing the health services, right? What is the referral mechanism that they're seeking when they first come?
Okay. How many different agencies would you say you worked with last year on initiatives like that?
Oh, I could do a dance in my chair. Most of our conversations, we ask, like, can we go a layer deeper than what might already exist? I'm looking at my list here. Let me think. I'll say healthily, at least a dozen DC agencies. Again, when we speak to them, part of our conversation, and my motto, this is Natasha as director, I say specificity gives access, right? If we measure it, it gets done. If we are trying to support, here's one of our programming efforts. If we're trying to support folks getting access to grant information, right? How often do they have access to those grants? Is there a conversion mechanism, right? So we should track it in our newsletter. Okay, here are the clicks. DSLBD has their programming. We have partnerships with the Greater Washington Black Chamber of Commerce. Again, we push forward to say, which grants are we tracking here? who has applied. We're trying to push the thinking so we know those conversion mechanisms.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
What challenges did MOPI identify as the most pressing and prevalent issues facing women and girls during FY '24 and '25? And how were those issues identified?
Yeah. I think chief among them is the shifts in the nonprofit landscape. First and foremost, a lot of our nonprofit leaders identify as women in the districts. And there was a report from the Washington Area Women's Foundation that identified burnout as a cause. And so if we're looking at those who are leading organizations that impact or support the social service or social safety net for the district, many of those folks in the top being burnt out and persisting through, we know that wellness is a concern. And so that report also pushed to say, well, what does the delivery of services look like if the capacity isn't maximized from our leadership? Tangentially, the funding for nonprofits has also shifted. We're aware that COVID dollars no longer exist in the same fashion. We're aware of federal grants that may have impacted the funding for the programming we're able to provide. And in the district, there were 2 philanthropic entities. One's in the process of closing at the end of December of this year, and then one closed in December of 2024. Again, a lot of our organizations in FY '23's performance hearing, we had heard from women who said, we aren't getting access to the grants, right? We're doing especially in the context of public safety and justice, some of the moms or the aunties of the community are doing some labor that's uncompensated. And so we were driving them to say, well, you should be applying to this grant through the WAN's office or OAG. And so communicating grant opportunities to the district, but also recognizing that there are nonprofits who are getting funded from other sources and those sources are drying up. So burnout plus the funding landscape that we see as pressing as a concern.
Okay. And how were those identified as the biggest concerns?
Again, I think our Team Toes effort is boots on the ground. We're in community. We had 163 events last year. And so we are always present with, here is our curriculum. Here are the desired outcomes. And as Ms. M stated, as Jaren Hill stated, we want to hear from residents. And so part of our structuring something to be present is to open up the opportunity for folks to talk to us in person. That was the main way. I will also say our DMs are open. Instagram is most popular. We had over 500 new followers since the end of FY '24 at least. And those folks will message us, right? They'll say, hey, did you know about this? Can you help us with this? And so we track it and flag that up to our leadership, or we have our internal meetings to follow up.
Thank you. So last year, we had kind of a similar conversation about what some of the biggest issues were facing district women. So I want to just kind of follow up on some of those to see how MOPI has addressed some of those. So last year, one of your first answer was public safety and increasing funding for prevention efforts.
So I agree with you. Again, I referenced there were community members who testified in this committee, but also would speak to us in public and say, this may be the face of public safety in the district. And they named many Black male leaders, right? One of the things that we know that public safety doesn't also hand in hand mean returning citizens or someone being justice involved. However, we do have a partner agency, MORCA. And so we've continued programming through MORCA She. MORCA She has an emphasis within the returning citizens community to identify women who are justice involved or returning citizens and spotlighting success. And so that's one of our programming series. We also do something with MORCA called Many Faces of a Female Boss. And so again, in both of these programs, it's a packed house, okay? It's a packed house. We've identified that many of our returning citizens are thriving entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs. And so we have panel discussions where we talk about leadership journeys and we'll spotlight those grants. Again, it's a touch point, what we've learned, and I appreciate Director Lamont Carey for continuing to spread education on this. Folks have various touch points with technology. And so we are a touch organization. We'll print items. I'll tag my team members. We have canvassing days. And so we go and put flyers in community. We talk to folks, and it's from the Family Success Centers to FQHCs or the Federally Qualified Health Centers, so that when we can talk to folks, again, it's if you have been justice involved, there are organizations to support you from the district standpoint. And then tangentially, if it's not justice involved, if you want to support and serve, protect and serve, we highlight MPD's women leadership and their opportunities for jobs as well. And so in our newsletter, you'll often see there's an employment section every month. And we post it on our website now. But we'll often see a section that spotlights jobs, and we make sure that all the hirings are still open by the time our newsletter comes out. MPD is consistently recruiting, and so are many of our agencies within public safety and justice.
Okay. But I just want to specifically understand the prevention piece. So last year, when we talked about kind of what the biggest priorities or challenges facing women were, you talked about public safety and increasing funding for prevention. Things like domestic violence prevention, when women are victimized by crimes at greater levels. And so I'm trying to get a sense of kind of how MOWPI took that priority, if that's the biggest challenge from your view last year facing women, and drove forward changes that address that priority.
Yeah. I think there are, if I could add to what I've already said about focusing on grants and employment, I think part of our outreach when we talk about going to other agencies is to figure out what are their cycles for disseminating information. It could be community education. Some of these things are very predictable, and so we have to calendar it out. And part of that is what we've managed internally. If we know this is when the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants is going to release funding. We're also tracking who received funding last year. A lot of the demystification, because again, we hear from community members who might say, this doesn't exist. A lot of the demystification is educating ourselves or being present with even the Office of Procurement to let folks know what are we buying and selling. And so I think in terms of tracking for the prevention standpoint, is figuring out who does the work across the city and then making sure that we can partner that when we speak to people in person.
Thank you. How about for finding manufacturing space? One of the things we talked about was the challenges that many women face finding brick and mortar spaces and giving owners a space to operate and conduct their businesses.
Absolutely. Okay, so light industrial space, that is the zoning. Part of our commitment this year, and you'll see this next week at the Her Story 5K, is spotlighting businesses and then opening them up to understand, well, first, determining what is it that they need. We know we specifically talked to organizations that were creating beauty products. That's where we were looking at last year, and they have space, and it's should be opening soon. But there are some other companies that may there's some other companies that may be in a retail kiosk, or they need to expand or scale. And so what we started was a monthly segment to spotlight businesses. And part of that is we'll interview them for the social media segment, but we're also having more in-depth conversations to assess needs. And then for that, we're pairing them. There is a retail grant that just came out through DMPED. And so again, we make sure that they're connected when in terms of scaling. One of the other events that I'll point to that we've done and that we're going to have in 3 weeks' time is partnering with the Department of Small and Local Businesses. We used to call it, obviously, DC Ladies Night. Now it's called Let Her Cook. This is an ode to Glorilla, if you know her. But Let Her Cook, ingredients for doing business in the district. And we are expanding the purview of that program instead of just focusing on, obviously, DC.com grants through the city for scaling and accessing that retail space, but also connecting with nonprofits. So we're going to be looking at the nonprofit funding landscape on March 12th and looking at grants to sustain or scale your business. And that's both from the public and private sectors.
Okay, great. And when is the Her Story 5K?
Her Story 5K is March 8th and we'll have a kids dash that'll start at 9:30. The race starts at 10.
Great.
Freedom
And
Plaza.
where is that?
Freedom Plaza.
All right, good PSA for folks.
Yes.
Okay, how about equity and workforce? We talked about last year the challenges that women have in asking for unpaid labor to be compensated, and MOPI was going to contemplate how to build capacity for those members. Excuse me.
Bless you. Bless you.
And explore if it's possible to provide services for women who are unhoused and displaced.
Okay. There are a couple nuggets here, so I'm gonna make sure we get to both of them. So wage negotiation and salary understanding has been an embedded part of our economic empowerment pillar of our office. We actually have an event on Tuesday about salary negotiation, and we've had those quarterly since I've been in the office. It's in partnership with the Department of Employment Services. And so again, part of the information that we share with the community is making sure that they understand, and because we can always learn and get our skills. What is the market? Many of us are familiar with Glassdoor. There are lots of other search tools. I see some heads nodding. And there are many folks who might not have utilized that service. One of the things that we've identified, and we heard this in a public witness, we want to educate across generations. We have folks who are looking for second acts. We've engaged with the Department of Employment Services for their senior programming. Again, many of our seniors might have been doing unpaid labor and they're like, well, I would like to supplement my income. There's a program at DOES to help place seniors either in training or in some as needed or PRN roles. And so we've done direct connections with DOES for that effort. In terms of managing or supporting unhoused residents, I think there's ongoing work that we can do to that effort. I know we've tracked many concerns that have come up through DHS, and we've been working with their leadership team to address them.
Thank you. What events did MOPI organize in FY 24 and 25 to date, and how did you publicize those events?
Okay. We had 163 events in FY 24. Our largest scaled events was the Her Story 5K at Freedom Plaza in the pouring rain. There were over 4,000 people who came. Another event that we supported was the Black Girls Cheer. It was at the convention center. There were 3,500 girls who attended that event. How did we organize and attend those? We have a lot of synergies and conversation. We love a big idea. Many times those big ideas fall into one of our pillars. So we always vet, what's the DC comeback plan? Okay, how does this fit into the mayor's priorities? And then we look at our pillars and say, okay, again, where can we have most impact? We're focusing on the downtown, so we like to have a lot of things in Ward 2. Love Ward 2. But we also want to make sure that we're taking precision programming. So if there's a need in Ward 8 that has been communicated and identified in a council meeting, et cetera, that we can have a program there. I'll highlight, there's so many great programs. One of the programs that we had, the Kennedy Center has a comedian in residence, which is a plot twist, okay? We partner with their comedian in residence and many of our other performing artists with the Commission on Arts and Humanities, but to say, how can we specifically impact women? Their former comedian in residence emphasized maternal health. And so we prepared postpartum kits and distributed them throughout the district. There were several hundred postpartum kits we were able to assemble with paste for diaper rash, et cetera, lots of items in the postpartum kit. And then we also had them perform at the Washington Women of Excellence, which is, stay tuned, March 26th. There's another PSA.
Okay, that sounds fun. Write that down. Have there been interventions that were identified at these events around kind of policy changes or initiatives that were then implemented?
Let's see. I think there are a couple ways for which we could approach that. Because I think policy, there's the legislation arm that we can go through. But I also think that the policy can be defined as the practice and processes for which agencies execute. And so, for example, again, we were made aware of a car seat distribution event. We were going on Instagram Live, we're on LinkedIn Live, we're on LinkedIn now. And we're communicating to the public this exists. And in their minds, we're seeing in the comments, oh, I wish this was more than one day. And DDOT, Department of Transportation, provides car seat vouchers every day that DDOT is open, right? There are multiple places to get them. And so we're having these aha moments to say, yes, you should have in-person giveaways, right? And we'll continue to have them. We have our City Away baby shower. And how is it that there can be touch points throughout the year? And so again, this is what led to our 1-800-MOM-BABY, which is say, okay, well, do you have the DDOT vouchers? Okay, you can connect them. We need to say that on the website. And so that's what we're revamping now, so it can be very clear. You can say resources. If I am someone, again, I could demonstrate with acting out, but if I'm juggling multiple things, including small humans, and returning to work, saying resources is not as helpful as spelling out car seat voucher. And so even that way in which they implement and do business, I think that's one of the ways we've shown up.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I certainly agree that policy can take and does take a lot of different forms. One of the other things we talked about last year was that MOPI was starting to canvass neighborhoods to share upcoming events and information. How is that progress?
Oh, we
played out?
love it. Okay. So my team, we love it. Okay. I think they're waving their hands in the back. Okay. What we do is identify at least 8 locations surrounding each of our programs. So if we're having a program, which is on Tuesday, March 6th at Dorothy Height Library, it's the wage negotiation. Okay, if we're having a program there, we'll identify where's the federally qualified health center that's close by, where's the grocery store or pharmacy, is there a government agency? DMV, that's a good spot. Is there a DOES, Family Success Center? And we target these entities, we stand at the metro perhaps, to make sure that folks hear from government. They see the green polo or they see the gold pen, they know that this is the mayor's office. In Anacostia, we have WEAC radio, these are the streets, MLK, Bus Boys and Poets, the libraries, right? We're on these streets with the printout of the flyer and our QR codes so that folks get access to the information. I'll also say our office serves on deployments like the snow team. And so we might be shoveling, we might be calling folks. Social media is one method, word of mouth is another. We also have been collecting cell phone numbers so we can text people, right? Miss M said, Natasha puts her Calendly, that's my booking link, on my signature. I also have my cell phone number there and we get texts. So I think those are ways for which we have been doing additional outreach. And I tell my team, now again, I hope they're cheering in the background. We need to be accessible, right? If someone calls, you should be able to give them a respond and a warm handoff.
Let's talk a little bit about the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women Act. It became law on March 10th, 2023, so almost 2 years ago. And then last year, the council funded the law because there were some costs associated with its implementation. What is the status of implementing this law?
So we were fully staffed as an office in 2024, and that staff began outreach to other agencies to conduct the gender analysis. So that was underway. What we're now doing is producing the report. So we'll be able to provide that as soon as that's managed.
Okay.
There's a training component, and so we're also managing that, and we'll report out on that as soon as it's released.
And what's the timeline for those reports?
That's a great question. So we have staff that we're hiring. I'm interviewing next week. So as soon as they're hired, they're going to have a lot of work to produce. And so hopefully this summer we can transition some things.
Okay. Do the agencies that you've reached out to for this information have a deadline by which they have to get back to you?
So the agencies responded by December of 2024 with
Okay.
their responses to the analysis. And again, if we look at when the staff transition, the deadline occurred after staff transition. So we have agency responses. Now we need to disaggregate and produce the report.
Got it. Okay, so your goal is by this summer, 2025.
Correct.
Do we want to say June?
You want to say end of fiscal year, if you will?
No.
No, okay, so June. We'll say June. We'll aim for June.
Okay, let's aim for June. I
Okay.
think that would be great. What policy recommendations or work has MOPI done on domestic violence and sexual abuse this year?
Um, hmm. I know in FY '24, we had a couple events. One was a self-defense class. So that was in person. We've also had two programs with the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, and we did a plot twist on them. Was it last week or this week? Tuesday, this week. We had a program on preventing romantic and tax frauds, which again, I think if you've asked, and I've been asked by folks about domestic violence resources, sometimes it's, it takes on many forms. And if you've watched Lifetime or pick a network, there are lots of shows, Snapped, et cetera, right? There are conditions that would cause folks to have fraud, we'll say like this, fraud or physical abuse, domestic violence, et cetera. And so the DISB programming gave methods for us to identify what does this look like, right? Am I the person who's encountering this, right? So giving telltale signs and then providing strategies or touch points with that agency. In addition to the fraud and abuse, we've also talked about financial independence. And so untethering resources, assets, and making plans if you are leaving a domestic violence relationship.
Thank you for that. And such an important reminder for folks that there are resources out there for you if you are in a relationship situation that you feel that you can't get out of. Thank you for that work. What about for women who are incarcerated or returning citizens?
So we had programming with the mayor's office on returning citizen affairs, More She and the Many Faces of a Female Boss, that were explicitly targeted to the demographic of returning citizens. And again, those were panel discussions. One of them offered testimonial style conversation at Lamont Riggs Library in Ward 5. And that was again, packed audience, but folks talking about anything from substance use and recovering from that and being a returning citizen, housing options, entrepreneurship, et cetera. And then Many Faces of a Female Boss was specifically a panel discussion about grants and experience as entrepreneurs in the city.
Thank you. And how about for gender equity? Do we know the status of the grant with DOES that they have to provide training through the American Association of University Women?
So that is part of the program that we funds the quarterly wage negotiation workshop. So that'll be continuing Tuesday. And then every quarter we have a program with AAUW and DOES.
Got it. Okay. And then are there any other efforts that MOPI is engaging in on addressing gender equity in the workplace?
We'll say all of our programming. Let's see. Oh, this was really good. We had a program at Roosevelt High School. Again, we had 163 programs, so I'm Rolodexing. I'm like, which ones? We had a program at Roosevelt High School called Money Smart Reality Fair. And one of my staff members was paired with a student. There was an aha moment with them. Each student got an index card with their financial reality. And so there was a high school student, I believe she was a junior, who got an index card that said that she had, 3 kids and she might be making minimum wage. She was like, this is my reality, right? Like, huh? But being able to have multiple bank partners there to talk about financial literacy, but also to put, again, just like with the domestic violence programming that we have, here's a reality. Imagine if that was yours and you're walking through, like, would this be me? And being able to share our stories of like, this was my mom or aunt, or this is something that I've lived through. that that was in person. The Money Smart Reality Fair at Roosevelt had 100 students participate. And so again, that was an opportunity for young people to be, many of them are working, to be involved in the planning of, this is what it takes financially in order for me to be successful, and to align our goals with that for gender equity.
Great, thank you. We talked about this last year, but it looks like the annual report, the latest one is still from 2021. When can we expect the latest annual report to be published?
Yeah, so one of the things that we started doing in the office was to produce a year in review. And so the year in review, which is published, should be on women.dc.gov. It is a slide deck, and I believe we provided a copy to the committee. It's a slide deck that outlines changes in social media, highlights initiatives that we had, any metrics that we're capturing. So again, the annual review is our annual report, or year in review is our annual report.
Okay, and is that year in review including some of the things that we've been talking about around the policy improvements that we're looking to see?
Yeah, so we may have phrased them as hot topics. And again, we can change language, but again, capturing from last year's low light industrial manufacturing space to this year's discussions around menopause and tracking, what was the other, childcare provisions, those are captured in that report.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We'll take another look through that. I
Okay.
haven't seen that. Sorry, one moment. And, this is on me. I will do a deeper dive through this report, but just kind of in looking through at high level, I would say the same kind of concern that we've been talking about for the last couple of years is how can we, you said earlier something I liked around uh specificity gives access. And so I appreciate you kind of urging other agencies to engage in that. But from a MOWPI perspective, I think the same thing can be really helpful when we look at what disparities we're trying to address, and then how has the work of MOWPI led to improvements, I think is still kind of a missing piece of this type of presentation of information. So it's not necessarily just changing the words we use around highlights. It's really what we are working towards so that we can all be on the same page on those metrics.
Understood, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, and then lastly, you gave some great examples, I think, of your work with various agencies and kind of helping them zoom in on challenges. I think you mentioned you worked with over a dozen different agencies. What does that follow-up look like? Are there regularized meetings you're having with agencies or other folks from the mayor's leadership team? What does that look like?
Go back to that. I think some of it is seasonal, right? A lot of our office work is in also alignment with tracking awarenesses. So if we're looking at Women's Health Month, right, or breast cancer awareness, a lot of our partnership is with DC Health. So shout out to Dr. Bennett and her team. They're very available and receptive to our reflections. We'll check in with them around the different awarenesses and the bureaus that are managing the work for that awareness month. Again, same thing with OSSI or DME's team when we're recruiting for the school selection and the advocacy for my school choice. We want to make sure that we're doing, again, precision programming is what we call it, but targeted outreach so that just because it's on social media doesn't mean that everyone has it. Similarly, DMPED and DSLBD programming is framed around when they're releasing grants or like trainings. And so we have those calendared out. DBH, I'll say part of our outreach with the behavioral health department is in the winter months. One of them that we did, it was behavioral health and Department of Healthcare Finance. Specifically, we were talking to them about grief in December, November and December. There were lots of transitions happening. And we wanted folks to understand that their insurance, I say it's not your grandmother's insurance from, previous years in terms of, and Disby taught us this, you have mental health parity. You can go to as many behavioral health appointments as you want. You can access 988. And so our follow-up is seasonal. And again, it's project driven, I'll say specifically. If there's a program we're gearing up for, like the Financially Fit series or Well Woman workshops, we engage agencies as needed.
Thank you. Director, that concludes my questions for you today. As always, I want to thank you and your team for all the work that you do throughout the year. And if there's anything else you want to highlight that we didn't get a chance to talk about, or if you have any other closing thoughts.
Yes. So first and foremost, I'll say thank you to you for your team, for your continued interest and efforts and push to support the work of our office and help us be as specific as possible, right? I'll also say on behalf of the mayor, we're hosting over a dozen events for Women's History Month, which is starting on Saturday. And so I want to direct all those who are listening in person and virtually to visit women.dc.gov or at DC MOWPI on all social media platforms for our calendar.
Wonderful. Thank you. I look
Thank
forward
you.
to seeing you at some of those events.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Bye-bye.
For the public, if anybody else would like to submit your testimony, the record is open until March 13th, close of business. All right, we are going to move on to our third agency for today, the Corrections Information Council. We're going to first hear from our public witnesses, Katie McConville and Reggie Blackwood. Thank you. We will begin with Katie McConville, Policy Counsel for the Council for Court Excellence.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for the opportunity to present my testimony. The Corrections Informational Council is tasked with incredibly important work to inform the community about the conditions in correctional facilities where district residents are incarcerated. CCE appreciates CIC's role in conducting investigations of conditions in the DC Department of Corrections and Bureau of Prisons facilities all across the country. CCE also commends CIC for the information it makes available to the public on its website to shine a light on the conditions of confinement for DC residents, including its DOC inspection reports, CIC radar, and CIC bulletin. As one of the many organizations that relies on the information provided by CIC, CCE offers a few recommendations of ways that CIC could provide even greater value to the community and ultimately help improve the conditions of confinement for DC's incarcerated people. CIC currently conducts regular inspections and reports on conditions found within DOC buildings that provide a critical source of information for the public, lawmakers, and families of DC residents who are incarcerated. Unfortunately, it often takes many months for those reports to be released. Since CIC is the only body with the explicit inspection powers over the correctional facilities where district residents are held, delays in reporting on poor conditions potentially extends the time until remediation, forcing incarcerated people to live in subpar conditions for longer. To strengthen the quality of oversight over correctional facilities, CCE recommends that all CIC reports be released within 1 month of inspection. CCE also recommends that CIC ensure both the CIC radar and CIC bulletin are published at a predictable, regular cadence to provide a reliable source of public information. Additionally, CCE recommends that CIC take steps to ensure that deaths in the DC jail are reported consistently. CIC did not report about a death that occurred in the jail this past November at all. Reports about deaths in custody on CIC's website are one of the only ways the public learns of these incidents. We hope that CIC will do everything possible to continue to report on these deaths in custody promptly. Moreover, CCE recently completed a draft report of conditions in the DC jail on behalf of the Office of the DC Auditor. We appreciated the information CIC inspections of CDF and CTF provided for that audit process, which showed multiple ongoing condition issues. From the inspections that CIC conducted, it is clear that the DC jail is in need of greater oversight from CIC and DC Council. We would recommend that, at a minimum, CIC conduct bi-monthly unannounced inspections of all DC jail facilities. We are also concerned about DC residents being held in federal prisons, other state facilities, or residential reentry centers. We hope that CIC will promptly report any difficulties they might have in conducting inspections and any negative impacts resulting from federal policy or practice changes. Additionally, people from DC are being held in Northern Neck Regional Jail in Virginia while under the custody of the U.S. Marshals Service, where multiple sources have reported poor conditions. We hope that CIC will include this facility in future inspections. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about CIC and its critically important work.
Wow, perfect 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Impressive. Thank you very much, Ms. McConville. Reggie Blackwood, DC Monday Jail Support.
Hi, I'm Reggie. I live in Ward 2, and I'm part of a Monday organization of non-professional people who provide support for people outside of Central Cell Block and the courthouse on Mondays. I've been doing that for 4 years. In the process, I am not a professional person, as opposed to Katie here, but I'm going to say some things that I have noticed. I read the reports that were available online, which said that there were inspections of Central Cell Block in December of 2023 and September of 2024. I also read that, quote, CIC is permitted to conduct unannounced visits within DOC facilities to include the Central Cell Block on a quarterly basis. And I don't really understand why one wouldn't inspect Central Cell Block more frequently for 2 reasons. One is that it's pretty low-hanging fruit. It's local, it's easy, as opposed to some of the further locations that people are held, but also because of the high turnover of Central Cell Block. The people who are in Central Cell Block are there usually between like 12 and 48 hours over the weekend. And so each time you go, you're going to have a completely different population. I also, again, I'm not a professional. They said that there was attachment 2.2 with a section on employees, and what I was looking for very specifically was on medical employees, which I really couldn't actually find there. There was a section on, quote, CCB, court transport, and visiting, with a lot of like correctional officers and other things. I didn't see anything about nursing staff. I did see a CIC report that said that Central Cell Block's nursing staff was understaffed back in 2023 in the report that I read, and I believe, based on reports of medical neglect, that they are still understaffed, and I would like literally anything to happen to make sure that medical neglect stops happening in Central Cell Block. I'll mention a couple instances of medical neglect. People get their wheelchairs taken away from them sometimes in Central Cell Block. Once, this was 3 years ago, I saw a man kicked out onto the street outside Central Cell Block without his cane, and he was blind, and they just walked him out. Wacky. And that what is very regular complained about is that people don't have access to medications. That includes, I have had people report to me that they did not have medications for their asthma, cancer, seizure, diabetes, and antipsychotics that were not administered to them while they were in custody. And all of these things are things people need to have access to regularly. One thing I just also want to mention is in the reports, I saw that in 2019, they hired Kareem McCraney to do inspections of juvenile facilities. I did not see any reports of juvenile facility inspections, and I wonder if CIC is doing those.
Okay, well, thank you so much. You note you're not a professional person, but I think you have a lot of experience in seeing some of these issues, and to me that makes you a professional. So thank you very much for doing this work and for sharing your insights. And we can certainly talk to Director Isaac about the unannounced inspections, especially with DYRS and the Central Cell Block, because I think often we focus on the DOC facilities, and that's an important piece of this. Thank you very much. Ms. McConnell, I want to ask you about, when you notice a gap, like you talked about with some of the, one of the deaths that wasn't publicized, how has CCE's involvement been with CIC, with information flow, or when you notice something like that? Have you had a good correspondence with CIC?
I think we're regularly in contact with members of CIC about different issues. Excuse me. I don't know if we've specifically talked about deaths in custody, although that's certainly been a general topic, but not potentially this death in November. That was not reported at all. It also occurred close to Thanksgiving, so maybe that has something to do with the lack of reporting. But we only found information about that death in the course of conducting our audit, so it's not something that would have been brought to our attention otherwise. So again, I think it's really important that CIC publishes regularly to document these deaths in custody so that the public can hold the DOC or whoever is responsible for the conditions that lead to these deaths in custody at DOC accountable.
Okay, thank you very much. Definitely follow up with the director about that. Thank you both for your testimony and the work that you do. Appreciate it. Reggie, was that your testimony for CIC and DOC? I know that you had, I thought you had planned to testify for both kind of in this. Okay. Okay. So you're all set for testimony. Well, we moved you up because I thought your desire was to testify for CIC. So we're trying to, generally we try to stick with one agency at a time. So we're talking about CIC now. But because you're here to testify for CIC, if you had another thought you wanted to add for the record about DOC, I would kind of allow an exception to that rule. Do you want to do that now? Sure.
Okay, so some things that I have to say specifically about central cell block, which is really all I know is what people coming out of central cell block tell me is what happens in central cell block and what I see happening outside of central cell block. I looked at the report that DOC submitted, and one of them included the VOW transportation program. This is a program that I understand was instituted after me and several other people came and complained about property separation, that when people are arrested in DC, they don't get their property back. They have to go to the precinct where they were arrested under their own power. And originally, a year and a half ago, the council gave $100,000 for VOW transportation to have 2 vans that would drive people back to the precincts. And I see that that's been increased to $177,000, although that may have come with some increased responsibilities that don't happen at Central Cell Block. And I'm here to say that this is not an extremely effective program. What I see happening is that the van will show up sometime between 10 o'clock and noon, and they will do about 4 runs, and those runs have 1 to 5 people in them. I mean, I assume that they provide statistics that I haven't seen, but that I think with that amount of money, it would make sense to do something else that, like, the best option I can imagine is that simply people's property is moved to, like, they're parking a van outside the courthouse anyway. You could leave a van with a guy that has locked boxes with all of their stuff and gives them back their wallet and cell phone. That would honestly be better than giving them a ride back to their wallet and cell phone for most people. And the way that the rides happen, I called the director of VOW transportation early on, like 3 weeks into the program, and I was like, the flyer that people are getting at Central Cell Block is really confusing because on it says VOW transportation, it says you can get a ride to one location in DC, and then it says 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 p.m. And that makes people think it leaves on the hour every hour. And that is absolutely not true. And that is also what people are told while they are leaving Central Cell Block. It could be modified to include something else. It could also have a map on the back of local bus stops so that people could even know where they were and know where the nearest bus stop was. Like, it is inadequate information for people to get their possessions back, and it is only available to a subset, I don't know, maybe like 15% of the people getting out of Central Cell Block. And so I would love for something different to be happening in addition to, as I said earlier, about the medical neglect that I've reported at Central Cell Block many times.
Thank you very much for that. And in terms of the ride transportation, what are you finding in practice about how frequent those rides are being offered?
Like I said, I expect each day for there to be, I would say, a maximum of maybe 6 rides, and an unknown number, like between 1 and like 5 people are going to get on for each of those rides, and then they'll be gone. If one person gets on, they'll be gone for 30, 45 minutes or an hour. If 5 people get on, they could be gone for 2.5 hours. They might be going to 5 very different locations around the city. And that means that when people get out, they ask me, how long do I have to wait for the van to come back? And I'm like, well, I wrote down when they left. It was at 2:15. So I'm hoping that they'll be back before 5, but they had 4 people in the van. So you could wait around until 5 o'clock, but they go off the clock. Like, their last run will definitely leave by 5:15. And if they're not back here at 5:15, you're screwed. So if someone gets out at 2:30, they could wait with me until 5:30 and then only to find out there's no ride. And in the original description, VOWS said that they would provide Lyfts or Ubers to people if it was going to take more than 45 minutes or something. About 2 months in, VOW Transportation blocked my cell phone number because I called them too frequently asking for this. And when people call now, and then a few months later, when people were calling from other cell phones in front of me, the director said that there wasn't enough of a budget to provide those Lyfts anymore. And I think that's just not happening, but it is still written onto the sheet. When I did complain to the director about the way that the timing was written and how it was confusing, he said it took a lot of effort to pass that handout that people are getting through whatever protocols, and that doing another one was just prohibitively difficult for VOW to do. But I'm sure that the council could find some way to assist them.
Okay, thank you so much for
Yeah.
raising this to our attention. Appreciate it. Okay, we will now turn to our government witness for the Corrections Information Council, Director Donald Isaac. Welcome. And Director Isaac, as you know, it's our tradition to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you to turn your microphone on. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony, oh, I'm sorry. Hi, everybody. Great. Okay. Yeah, we may need to pull up another chair. If I can ask your team who's answering questions for the record, if you can all introduce your name and your title, please.
Good morning. I'm Nicole Ukebu, Deputy Executive Director.
Donald Isaac, Executive Director.
Naila Sebron, Chief of Staff.
Kareem McCraney, Program Manager.
Great, thank you. If I can ask you all to leave your microphones on then and take the oath. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you all. I'll now invite you, Director Isaac, to make any opening statement that you may have.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Pinto. I think they've already introduced themselves, but we're joined by Nicole Ukebu, who is our Deputy Director, Naila Sebron, who is the Chief of Staff, and Kareem McCraney, who is a Senior Analyst in our office. We thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am Donald Isaac, the Executive Director of the Corrections Information Council, and I'm honored to testify before you. The CIC is an independent agency created by the 1997 Revitalization Act. Over the years, we've continued to make strides in accordance with our mandate to report on conditions of confinement for DC code offenders housed within the local DC Department of Corrections and within the 115 Federal Bureau of Prison Facilities and residential reentry centers throughout the country. Despite being a relatively young and small agency, we have performed meticulously throughout the pandemic and beyond. We also maintain flexibility to navigate change in the federal landscape and to balance rigorous daily operations, which consist of constantly reevaluating best practices and protocols within our agency. We are pleased to serve on behalf of the district to report on the 4,600 men and women who are working to rehabilitate their lives within carceral settings. Although these individuals are confined, many will ultimately return to the community seeking opportunities for personal advancement. Our work provides an opportunity for incarcerated persons to communicate their experiences and questions, for facility leadership to vocalize their perspectives and concerns, for stakeholders and interest groups to acquire data and information from primary sources, and for family and loved ones to acquire understanding and guidance relative to expectations, correctional practices, and useful resources. Over the past few years, the CIC has emphasized the I, which stands for information. We have focused efforts on the best way to disseminate information, especially at the aggregate level. In addition to our inspection reports, we distribute regular newsletters that highlight recent developments within the agency, population data and trends, and current events and reentry opportunities. We produce information sheets containing aggregate data on demographics and locations of those currently confined. We communicate with various agencies to acquire and produce collaborative documents containing helpful information for those who are incarcerated, such as our legislative booklet. Additionally, we use mediums like thematics reports, social media, and film to communicate the trends or developments related to specific populations, such as IRA or YRA or incarcerated voters. Topics are contingent upon current circumstances, which include recent events and widespread experiences. Throughout the system, the CIC receives regular reports of ongoing developments. In the BOP, the most frequent issues concern lengthy lockdowns, staffing shortages, violence, programming opportunities, frequency and quality of medical and dental care, indeterminate sentences impact on wait lists, administration of FSA credits for DC code offenders, clarity on policies regarding mail communications, and frustrations for those traveling for visitation when lockdowns occur. In the DOC, the population is more transit and the infrastructure is older, but most frequently reported issues concern short staffing, programming opportunities, violence, and HVAC and plumbing concerns. As applicable to our main resident reentry center, also known as halfway houses, we have communicated with their leadership about commuting issues related to urine analysis for those who are on home confinement, which have been resolved. Issues with vouchers, transportation to and from the facilities to DC for employment opportunities, and requests for programming and reentry resources. At Fairview, most of the population is on home confinement. The CIC does not have enforcement powers, but oftentimes the agencies with whom we communicate are willing to correct the concerns if they're readily able. We acknowledge DOC's Director Tom Faust and his team for their efforts to remedy many on-site and immediate concerns observed by our inspectors, most of which relate to personal experiences of the residents. Some issues that are not readily fixable are oftentimes related to infrastructure challenges, budgetary constraints, staff acquisition issues, or larger procedural requirements relative to legislative policies. However, the CIC is diligent about communicating issues and monitoring developments. To strengthen our lack of enforcement power, our power lies in providing information through multifaceted communications with various entities. We maintain operating agreements with the Department of Corrections and the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Ultimately, the CIC is constantly monitoring developments and communicating with both institutional leadership and those in custody. Our mandate is to monitor and report on conditions and to make recommendations, but we attempt to bridge gaps in communications as much as possible between those in leadership positions and those who are confined. We have on-site conversations during entry and closeout meetings with facility wardens and leadership, email correspondence for time-sensitive matters, written reports containing suggested recommendations, discussions during meetings with BOP and DOC agency executives, meetings with Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton's office, and submission to federal oversight bodies such as BOP Internal Affairs and DOJ's Office of the Inspector General. We have also provided information for constituents to contact BOP's regional support coordinators, and we are monitoring the funding of the recent 2024 Federal Prison Oversight Act to understand oversight enforcement powers relative to a federal ombudsman. Chairman Pinto, our agency is always open to suggestions for more transparency, and we are happy to meet with you or your team whenever our guidance or research can be of service. Thank you for your continued support and this opportunity to testify. We are now available for questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Director, and thank you to you and your team for the very important and difficult work that you do throughout the year, especially with limited funding. And we know that that makes your mission even more challenging. So we hope to help get you some more support this year. I want to start with some of your inspections. How many inspections did your team conduct in 2024?
Well, the statutory mandate, as you know, is 3. But I think our number was around 5 or more for the federal government, and we also do DOC on a quarterly basis and also on an ad hoc basis as well. So that total number. Yeah,
I can get the total number for you.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be great.
Mm-hmm.
So you did quarterly at DOC facilities, that's CDF and CTF?
Correct.
Okay, and how about Central Cell Block?
Yes, well, we go there about twice a year. As I said, that the regular schedule, we are going to make sure that we visit DOC on a quarterly basis, but as incidents or situations come up, then we also go in and do follow-up, or those quarterlies are also special focus issues around food or other special issues.
And are those visits announced or unannounced?
Well, I think that, and I know you were interested in that, one of the conditions of the new law was unannounced inspections. And we feel we're making great progress in that area. For instance, we just came out of DOC last week. I think we notified them based up at 3 o'clock the day before, showed up at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock that morning, and they let us in. They don't know where we're going or what we're going to inspect. That's sort of been the procedural way we've worked to make best use of our time and make sure that the staffing is in place to facilitate the inspection.
And let's stick with DOC facilities for a moment. At the inspections over the last year, what were some of the issues that you encountered and how did you work to resolve them?
Well, there was, of course, the issue about repair of state of the facility, which we've been looking at for some time, and there have been plans to repair. We were pleased to see at our last inspection that many of those additions or many of those improvements have been made. There are issues about programming, even though there's a wide variety of programming there. There are always perceptions about access or questions about access. Medical issues are also something that happens as well. So those are some of the top 3 or 4 that I would just think about that that often come up. I'd like to add again there too, that as I indicated in the testimony, we feel that oftentimes we're able to get issues corrected on site. Based upon the regularity, based upon the relationship between the agencies, based upon the commitment of the agency. So we find things that are there, and medical is a good example. A person feels that they have been overlooked and that their appointment was overdue, or they have an ailment that has not been addressed. We have I've verified several circumstances where they were able to get medical attention while we were there on site.
Great. Okay. Thank you. That is a good example. Are there any areas of the jail facilities that you are not permitted to see while you're on site?
Well, we're able to go everywhere. Yeah, we are able to see all of the units, and no, there's no way that we're prohibited from going.
Is that same access that you're met with at the Bureau of Prisons facilities?
No, in the Bureau of Prisons, we have an issue about segregated housing. Our BOP, our MOU with BOP indicates that we have access to programming units, and they have had a position, the current administration, that segregated housing is not a programming unit, so they don't let us in. We have, through negotiation, been able to get them to bring the persons who are housed there out for us to interview and interact with, but we have not been allowed to go into segregated housing as we would like and as we have done in the past.
Okay, thank you for flagging that. In terms of your visits to the central cell block, have you seen, we heard from one of our public witnesses about medical neglect and medical issues, or people not being able to access their canes or wheelchairs upon getting released. What type of things have you observed at the central cell block?
Now I'll defer to one of the persons who's front. Go ahead there, Kareem, you want to say that?
So in our most recent inspection to the central cell block, which was in September of 2024, two things. One, central cell block was no longer accepting individuals who were wheelchair bound because of the wheelchair lifts that they have in central cell block to raise people up, to put them on the tiers to go to their cells or whatever, was inoperable. And from what we understood from our communication with the DOC, they informed us that the central cell block would be moving and they needed outside contractors to fix those lifts. So it wasn't worth the investment to get them fixed while they're in the transition process of moving to a new location. So they wasn't even accepting individuals who were wheelchair bound based upon our last inspection.
And where would those individuals go?
So they will remain at the precinct until they are transported to court in the morning. And then at that point, they would either be released, or if they were to remain confined, then they would go to whatever that designation is, most likely DC Department of Correction.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
And I'll just add to that as well, that there is a common recognition between all parties that the central cell block is in need of renovation and improvement. And I think it is a capital project that has been assigned to do that. So when you talk about that with regard to just the physical limitations or the physical challenges, along with the transient nature of the population, that's the only reason that we've only gone on twice a year.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that. And it is an important reminder of the critical nature of that renovation plan. And hopefully we can make some big progress on that this year.
Absolutely.
Are you still required to give BOP facilities 30 to 45 days notice before a visit?
Yes. Yes.
Have there been any conversations about reducing that number?
We have pushed it, but BOP is, as you can imagine, very bureaucratic, very, top-down process. And there's just been a change of the persons that we interact with, but they did not have who are open to it, but they didn't have the authority to make the decision. And now with the change in senior leadership, we'll probably be starting over from ground one again. But we bring it up. We meet with them quarterly, and it is a constant issue that we bring to their attention or constantly make a request to do.
Okay. You produced a recommendation assessment report on DOC. There were many partially resolved or not resolved recommendations raised, including providing physical access to law libraries, increasing the number of fruits and vegetables provided, providing more fans and housing units. Can you share the status of the recommendations to increase the number of fruits and vegetables and what progress been made there?
Yeah, and I'm gonna let the person who monitors the tracking process for that, so go ahead. Mhm.
So when we last conducted our food service inspection at the DOC, we was notified of two things. One, at one time they had a variety of different fruit, specifically I think bananas and oranges, and residents were smoking the peelings, right? So the DOC informed us that they was trying to find another contractor and how they can do the fruit in order to give them a variety, whereas though they wouldn't be able to do that. As far as we know, that hasn't been done yet. So we still at that partial, because they're trying to address it. We brought it to their attention as a recommendation, and they said that they were going to do something about it. So we're just waiting for that to take place.
Mm-hmm.
And food is still an issue. It's just, obviously, I mean, but it is, an issue that we're aware of and we'll continue to be looking at. But there are also other kind of challenges that Mr. McCraney just talked about.
DOC has started to offer some more healthy snacks in their commissary. Is that something that you've heard from residents has led to improvements in their health outcomes, or something that there's an uptick in eating healthier food?
Well, the commissary is always a good supplement to the 3 meals a day that they receive. As you can probably imagine, most residents, it's not their food of choice in regards to what they're being served 3 meals a day. But with commissary, they're able to purchase items that are more likable to their taste to supplement, their meals and their nutrition needs. And for those who are able financially, they tend to rely heavily on that. And so, yes.
But do we have a sense on if they're purchasing snacks at the commissary, if they're the healthier snacks that are now being offered, or if that's
No,
not
we don't.
something we track?
No,
Okay.
we
Okay.
haven't tracked that.
One of the pieces of pushback that we constantly get around the food contract is the cost and the pricing. Are there any other strategies that you've found in just looking at what other BOP facilities might be doing, or other things that we can do with the food contract to recognize the reality that food is medicine and that people need to be eating more nutrients to have better outcomes?
I would say, from what we understand, whether it's in the BOP or whether it's with the DOC, is that in a carceral setting, people are being given a certain calorie level, right? And a certain amount of proteins. And at the end of the day, that's pretty much what it is. It's not a thing that's premised upon more taste or more nutritional value. That's just what it is.
Yeah. And I'll just say for the record again, I think that's the wrong metric. I don't think we should be looking at just calories. We need to be looking at nutrition and people getting enough food, and that food is going to impact everything from physical health to mental health, behavioral challenges. And so appreciate your partnership in looking at that when you do the visits, and trying to push the agency to do more when it comes to healthier food.
No, that's a big concern, and we hear you loud and clear.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What about the recommendation to provide in-person access to the law libraries? Has there been any progress there?
So with regard to the law library, previously before COVID, residents had access both in the CTF and the CDF to the physical library. During COVID, the law library was reduced to the tablets. After COVID, the law library is reduced to the tablets. And so from what we understand from our communications with the DOC, there's no change coming in the foreseeable future about that, because basically whatever it is that can be done in the physical law library according to the DOC, can be done on the tablets. And so they have access to the same information without having to physically go to the law library. But you do have residents who preferably would like to go to the physical law library, but and us having those conversations with the DOC, currently they're confined to the tablets.
How about more fans and housing units?
So that was an issue during the summer months,
Mhm.
and based upon our recommendation, the DOC did provide more fans to the housing unit to provide more air. So they did address that issue.
Okay. Since the report, have you seen other improvements to facility conditions specifically?
Usually with as far as the physical conditions in the facility, they're pretty much always the same. And I think it's just due to the age of the building. You know, you have problems with leaks, floods, chase closets, showers, things of that nature. And while certain things may be remedied right then and there, it's just a reoccurring thing. And I think a lot of that just has to do with the age of the building.
Mhm.
To speak about the CTF improvement.
Oh, also at the CTF currently, you have units that's under renovation where they're putting in new showers, new sinks, new toilets, and so they moving folk around there. We was just in there Tuesday, and so we had an opportunity to view some of the housing units where some of these renovations are taking place. In addition to new furniture within those housing units, and from what we understand, most of the first floor is done with regard to those renovations, and they're gonna work their way up. Oh, also new mattresses in those housing units as well.
You've also moved what?
New mattresses.
Oh, okay. Oh, they've all been replaced.
Yeah,
Okay. Are they thicker?
yes.
Your pre-hearing responses noted that most inquiries you receive from residents are in regard to compassionate release, reentry, and lack of medical care. What resources does CIC provide to residents reaching out with questions about those issues?
You want to say something about the legislative guide we just published?
Yes, so the CIC is actually in the process of completing a mailing, and it's a legislative resource booklet, which contains a lot of information that we typically hear from constituents, information on the Incarceration Reduction Amendment Act, the Second Look Act, questions about the clemency process and parole revocation, compassionate release. So when we hear those types of inquiries, we have people on staff who kind of deal with those particular issues on a frequent basis, and they're familiar with the different agencies who have people who serve as liaisons on those issues, so we can refer them. But our legislative resource booklet will have all that written down, and it is being mailed to every DC code offender currently housed in every BOP facility throughout the nation. We're also in communications with the BOP to try to get it in some sort of digital format as well, so that they can access the hyperlinks within the booklet.
And when do we expect that to be up and running?
Well, some of them have already gone out in the mail, but as we are a small agency dealing with a large population, we're just stuffing and sealing and putting them in the mail as we get them done. We've had volunteers from Free Minds Book Club come to help us, and we welcome any of the listening public who's willing to lend a helping hand to any of our mailing efforts to contact us.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. Can you speak about what you're seeing in regards to education and programming at DOC and how that's evolved over the course of the last year, if at all?
Yes, well, I think that, and again, as we do that on a comparative basis, I think that the educational options that we find at the Department of Corrections are really high above anything that you would find, particularly in local prisons similar prisons of its type. I think that listed under the partners they have Georgetown, Ashland, Howard University, UDC. There are a number of educational options that are available, and so I think we really are doing a good job in that particular area.
Are you tracking outcomes of, people who, before they got the access to those opportunities and after, or if there's any improvement at reading level or engagement or any other metrics that we can look at?
So I can add to that a lot of the tracking, we do the best we can to kind of put things in a more of a standardized format, but we go in and we're talking to the individuals who are enrolled in some of these courses, and talking to them is very informative. Like people who are enrolled in the CTEC class, which is innovative, where folks can participate in that type of hands-on programming with real technology and get licensure from it and take that out into the real world for transferable skills. Like talking to them about, their hope and their encouragement for being able to lead the institution with something tangible is invaluable. So, I think opportunities to like earn educational credits and participate in just secondary education, collegiate level opportunities is something that when we go in and we're speaking to folks, they're really excited about, and they want it to spread throughout the units. And I believe recently they extended those educational opportunities to the max custody housing units so that they were allowed to participate. Before, there were some issues with that. As you can imagine, I'm sure like staffing and things of that nature are always going to prove challenging when you're trying to like move folks around or make sure you have an adequate number of staff and coverage to facilitate certain programs. But ultimately, they're doing I'll say an innovative job at kind of having certain opportunities available in a detention center. You don't normally see that in facilities that have these types of transient populations.
Okay. And what is the status of the Lead Up, Lead Out program?
The status of it, Lead Out is operating out of the Ready Center and it's up and running. If you want more specifics on it, we can talk to our in-house person who goes down there and kind of checks in on that program, but it's running. You have
Okay.
to have some sort of substance abuse history in order to participate in that.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I asked because last year I seem to be getting a lot of different sources of information about this program, and heard from some residents that they thought it was closing down or that it had closed down. And then DOC was still up and running. And then I did a visit and it was up and running, but I just didn't know where that kind of miscommunication was. And so just something I try to be mindful of.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. We have a person who goes down there regularly and is kind of boots on the ground with looking at the different agencies that are on site and new opportunities. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Okay. One of our public witnesses also talked about the van access and for folks leaving court. Is that something that you have found as well, that people are kind of waiting too long for transportation services to get back to where they need to go?
Not that I'm aware of. That was new information. I don't think we had anything that I don't remember any findings with regard to the van access.
Okay. Okay. So I'll follow up with DOC about
Okay,
that.
yeah.
What has CIC found regarding access to quality of the difference of educational programs being offered at DOC versus some of the BOP facilities that you're visiting?
So, in a DOC, it's like a different dynamic, but the quality of the educational programs in the DOC technically is far superior to the quality of the educational programs in the BOP. And the reason why I say that is, like, for instance, for post-secondary education in the BOP, you have to pay for that out of your own pocket. Whereas though in the DOC, for both accredited and non-accredited courses, on a post-secondary level, you can get that for free, right? And then you have an access to, just top-tier educational institutions like Georgetown, Howard University, different things with Harvard, et cetera, whereas though those options are not present in the BOP, particularly within the USPs, within the BOP, where in our experience of doing inspections, program is minimal. There was a time in the BOP where if you didn't have a GED, you had to enroll in school. And if you didn't go to school, you would receive a disciplinary report Well, recently in us conducting certain inspections within the BOP, we've interviewed residents, DC code offenders who had been in the facility for the year, 6 months, and hadn't been enrolled in school yet. So, just with that being said, the opportunity to be able to educate post-secondary education, et cetera, the DOC educational programs are far superior than, the BOP. The only thing is accessibility. Everyone can't access all of these different programs just due to the nature of the DOC and people having separations from each other and can't be in certain spaces together, which will, naturally prohibit, for safety and security reasons, a person from being able to do certain programs.
Okay. Thank you. We talked a little bit about the DOC facilities and CDF and CTF and CCB and some of the changes needed there. And as you noted, we're all on the same page that renovations are needed at the CCB. Do you all engage in any oversight or inspections of DYRS facilities?
No, we're not, that's not within our mandate. However, we have, had a relationship to just look at some of the young adult older population in the facility, but no, we do not include DYS in terms of our inspection schedules.
Do you think that's something that should appropriately fall under CIC's mandate? The council just made some changes as it relates to the auditor's authority in reviewing the facilities and outcomes for juveniles. But do you think it would be useful for CIC to have that authority?
I think so. I think it would be helpful. I mean, at least to put it within the purview of what is, since it's a district agency and it does deal with this issue of confinement in an institution, I would think so, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'd think so too. So we'll follow up with you all on that.
Okay.
Okay, well, that concludes my questions for you, Director. I want to give you a chance if you want to highlight something that we didn't talk about, or if you have any closing thoughts.
Yeah, first I wanted to answer your question about the number of reports. We still will get back to you on a definite number, but we do know we did 11 inspections of BOP facilities.
Last year.
Yeah, last year.
Okay.
And I said we went to DOC on a quarterly basis. And that would not include special things like maybe the voting, which would be addition. So the numbers, at least around 15 or more inspections, but we'll get back to you with the specific number on that. The last thing that I just want to say with regard to what I think the sense of, and one reason I wanted to have persons who do the frontline work and also had, I think, a broader perspective of both BOP and DOC, and they could answer actually to you, given I know what your interest is. I really want to say, and I can go on the record to say it, I guess, that at DOC, I think we have a very unique opportunity there, and a very unique programming there. There are a number of things there that I think we should be, as a city, commended for in doing that. And I close with this, that I've been selected, Michelle Dyke, who is one of the leading thought persons with regard to inspections nationwide, has pulled together a learning group, of other executive directors and persons who do inspections. So we are one of 16. I'll be one of 16 other persons going. And then this month, and then the preliminary conversations about what we have with unannounced inspections, with other things that we do in the district and that we have. They just thought that we had, when they compared us to the national setting, they thought that we really were exceptional in many, many different ways. So I just wanted to say that for the record as I close out for the day. Last thing I would just say too is that we appreciate your support, of course, and we recognize that that you lobbied and really instilled the funding that we have requested last year, and that it was taken out. So we certainly just want to appreciate that, and also the person from the Council for Court Excellence for the information that they provided. We were very helpful. Very glad to hear that as well.
Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And good reminder for all as we are about to enter the budget process that, it's a multi-step process. So once the budget was with our committee, we were pleased to provide CIC that additional funding that you needed to implement those measures. And then unfortunately, that funding was removed once it got to the full council. And so the continued advocacy is always important. Oh, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, and just one last thing, because you asked the question about pieces of the legislation that, even though we didn't get the funding, how has it impacted and how have we really responded? So one of those was the unannounced inspections. Another was the focus around, reporting on deaths, which we are notified within 24 hours, I think, of deaths occurring. And what we've done there to try to be creative to close the loop is that we built a relationship with the chief medical examiner's office. So that when we look at that number, and I'm sure you probably will talk to DOC more about it, but I just think off the top of it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think of the 9 numbers in 2024, I think the number from the office of the chief medical examiner is that 5 of those were overdose. All right, and I'm just giving an idea of how the things that are happening in the institution mirror what's happening out in the city.
Right. Can I actually just ask you about that? One of our public witnesses from CCE talked about a death that happened in November that was not reported from CIC. Did you hear that testimony? Are you familiar with
Yes.
what that was about?
Yeah, and it may have happened as an oversight. We generally report it. We either do it through the radar, through social media, or through our website. When we get the information from DOC, then we generally report it as well. So we'll go back and look at that November date that she said. That was an exception if that happened.
I can add to that. I know. Oh. I can add to that as well. Typically we were reporting through radars. The issue with that is that we didn't want to create a situation where there was like hysteria around things that were happening when there were unfortunate things occurring. But, we recognize the need for transparency, and we'll continue to put those radars out there if we feel like that, if folks feel like that's a more useful process. So it was helpful to hear that. But I think the issue was we would report on the end once we were able to close the loop with the chief medical examiner, and report on what those causes were in their totality, instead of every time someone died, like shooting out a email about it, which would cause folks to panic and, create a sense of hysteria in a setting where, things may occur, unfortunately, but there have been certain violence mitigation strategy and reduction strategies being implemented by the DOC that, when you look at those numbers, seem to be, effective. Obviously, no deaths would be, perfection, but, if you look at the cause of those deaths as compared to like the contraband numbers, those death numbers are very low in terms of what's being found in terms of like contraband. And when you couple that with those mitigation strategies that are being implemented, it just seems like for us, it was helpful to hear that folks would want that, to be shot out on a more transparent basis if need be. But we were waiting until the end to kind of report in its totality.
Okay, that's helpful context. I have to push back on this idea, and I hear this every year from DOC and CIC and others, of this idea of like, well, there's going to be, and this is not exactly how you're saying it, but that there's contraband and that leads to overdose and that leads to death. Like, there should not be contraband coming into our facilities, and especially contraband that is so dangerous, that could lead to harm. I know that there are a lot of efforts being taken by DOC to tamp down on that. I just want to continue to stay focused on the goal that we should have no deaths.
Absolutely.
In DOC, and if there's other supportive ways we can help DOC limit or eliminate contraband coming into the facility, then we remain open ears.
Point well taken. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now going to turn to the Department of Corrections. We're going to start with our in-person public witnesses. We're going to do panels of 5 for the in-person witnesses. So if we can add one more chair here. Erica Green, Imam Ibn Yadi, Giancarlo Cambrellin Santiago, Terrell Peters, I'm sorry, if you all wouldn't mind sitting in the order I call you, would be helpful for us to keep track. So we'll go Erica Green, Iman Ibn Yadi, Giancarlo Cambrellin Santiago, Terrell Peters, and Tracy Velasquez. If I can ask everyone just to scooch a little bit, we're gonna do 5 at the table. Well, thank you all. All right, we will get started. Everyone, as always, has 3 minutes to present your testimony. The record is open until March 13th. So if you want to submit written testimony for the record, please do so. And we will begin with Erica Green, public witness.
Hello. Hi, Councilmember Pinto. It's always a pleasure to be in your presence. Thank you for everything you're doing in the district and beyond. So my name is Erica Green, and I am the Ward 8 Commissioner on Climate Change and Resiliency appointed by DC Council. I am a former ANC Commissioner and the former Vice President of ANC 8C. I am the CEO of Erica Green, Inc., a nonprofit organization based in Washington, D.C., and I also am here representing the Sunni Muslim community. This is to the City of Washington, D.C. and Councilwoman Brooke Pinto from myself, Erica Green, regarding the Thursday, February 27th, 2025, 10:30 a.m. Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety Oversight hearing. The agencies on the agenda are the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, Mayor's Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives, Corrections Information Council, and Department of Corrections. 35% of residents currently incarcerated at the DC jail identify as Sunni Muslim. This is a vast percentage. We advocate for complete, communal, unrestricted group session access per Imam Binyadi to provide proven effective mentorship and education services where they focus on violence intervention and a plethora of myriad measurable objectives to this and other populations of Washingtonians in helping to rehabilitate individual as well as District of Columbia-wide character in the synthesis of a safe, sound, flourishing ecosystem. We ask for the support of elected officials, DC Corrections, MORCA, the Commission on Re-Entry and Returning Citizens Affairs, religious affairs stakeholders in DC government, agencies on today's agenda, and neighborhood and faith-based partners in what must be a collective endeavor to successfully, increasingly improve outcomes for all. I'd just like to add to my testimony that one death is catastrophic, even just one. I was really taken aback to learn that there were 9 deaths, I guess, over the course of the past year. That's devastating. And I beseech all of the stakeholders to please respond to my call today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Green. Imam Ibn Yadi, public witness. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
So I'm novice at this, so excuse any type of incompetence that interjects in the way. My name is Abdullah Ibn Yadi, and I've been a resident of DC since 1984. I currently volunteer with the Department of Corrections as a chaplain for the Sunni Muslim community, and I've done so since 2009. So I've had plenty of experience in dealing with this, and also with the Department of Corrections in Maryland and Jessup. 2020, when the COVID incident impacted us, the services were suspended, and I recently got recertified to continue with the Department of Corrections. I was intrigued at the time and tenure of Director Faust, who I see here now. We had a very good relationship with Director Faust in granting access to the Muslim population there and being able to educate them towards the point of rehabilitation. which is one of the goals of Department of Corrections. And although a lot of the cooperation that we received from the Department of Corrections usually came from the executive branch, but when it came to the managerial branch, there were a lot of red tapes and providing access to programs and inmates for the purpose of education. And even though there were a significant amount of inmates there that are under the Muslim umbrella, and there were not a lot of volunteers to take on the task. So I find myself spending a lot of time between CTF and CDF with no problem at all. But recently, when I got recertified, although I've not explored with the executive team yet, I tend to, I was informed that there's a restriction that I'm limited to just the restrictive housing areas on only 2 days a week, which houses about, I believe I was quoted, between 100 and 200 Sunni Muslims. For me to go from between 4 units within 2 days is really, really not very effective. I don't know how that's accomplished. And when I asked about group meetings and being able to sit as we used to do in a group and attend to a bunch of them, I was told that that was not possible. I don't know what the point is. I don't know what the restrictions are, but I'd like to have some support in giving us access to be able to reform. And our numbers are proven tremendously helpful with preventing in-home and in-resident conflicts, which are usually brought to my attention a lot of times because they're not going to talk to correctional staff and how to resolve them. From them coming home and being able to find comfort in reentering society and becoming productive citizens. So our impact there is very meaningful, and your support in that will be grateful and helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Giancarlo Cambrellan Santiago, DC Justice Lab. And am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my testimony at this hearing. My name is Giancarlo Cambrellan Santiago. I am a policy and research associate with DC Justice Lab. I'm here today on behalf of the Unlock the Box DC Coalition, working to end the use of solitary confinement in all its form in the District of Columbia. To be clear, solitary confinement is being confined or isolated to itself for 22 or more hours a day with only a prescribed hour outside of your cell. It inflicts long-lasting damage and is classified by the United Nations as a form of psychological torture, particularly when it goes more than 15 days. Whether someone is locked in a cell with another resident or held alone with only brief controlled time outside, the extreme restriction on movement and interaction makes solitary confinement a prison within a prison. That said, I'd like to first take time to thank Chairwoman Pinto for her continued attention to this topic, her willingness to ask tough questions, and her eagerness to engage with us. This has allowed for critical discussion on the use of solitary confinement and the ability to make progress. However, it has been a tough road moving forward to end this practice at DC Jail. Far too often, people hear that solitary confinement does not exist at DC Jail, yet the Department of Corrections actively uses restrictive housing, which constitute solitary confinement. Further, historically, DOC's use of safe cells and administrative segregation function like solitary confinement. While DOC states it has changed some of its policies of these housing statutes, it remains to be seen if such practices have actually changed. I understand that safety concerns are a key consideration for the committee and DOC. However, in Virginia, both the House and the Senate recently passed bills to limit solitary confinement to 15 consecutive days, ensure access to out-of-cell programming and health evaluations, and require regular reviews of placements in solitary. Similarly, the New York City jail system has prioritized alternatives by implementing intensive, structured therapeutic programming without isolation. DC can do the same with legislation that mirrors initiatives focused on rehabilitation and recovery rather than punishment. This year, with the Erase Solitary Confinement Act, reintroduced by Councilmember Nadeau and 6 of your colleagues, we have the opportunity to bring critical reform to DC Jail. The Erase Act would strictly limit the use of isolation and confinement, hold the Department of Corrections accountable for victims of abuse, and expand rehabilitative and therapeutic alternatives. I respectfully urge this committee to hold a public hearing on the Erase Solitary Confinement Act this year. This will allow more voices to be heard on this topic. Please press Department of Corrections for transparency on the use of solitary confinement and work with the coalition to improve conditions at DC Jail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Terrell Peters, Campaign and Advocacy Fellow, DC Justice Lab.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Pinto. I want to thank you for this opportunity for us to speak today. And like you said, my name is Terrell Peters. I am the Campaign and Advocacy Fellow at DC Justice Lab. And more importantly, I am a returning citizen with lived experience. I am here today because the Department of Corrections refused to allow incarcerated residents to testify at DC Council hearings. Right now, approximately 1,900 people in our jails are living under the policies debated in this very chamber. Policies that affect their safety, their rehabilitation, and their ability to return home. And yet, their voices are not present. And we heard the CIC testify about prison conditions today. Later on, you will hear the DOC talk about prison conditions. However, if we had someone with lived experience who is currently incarcerated, tell you those same prison conditions, they would tell you a whole different story. So today, basically, we can't claim to say that we are seeking justice when we're unable to hear justice from the people who is given injustice to. It is not just unfair, it's dangerous. It weakens our policies, it makes our communities less unsafe, and it tells incarcerated individuals that they don't matter, not as citizens, not as community members, and not as human beings. I want you to imagine being locked up in a place where decisions are made about your life and you don't have a say in them. A place where your voice is ignored, where your experiences don't matter, and where the things you endure in a day-to-day basis are invisible to the people with the power to change them. That's the reality of incarcerated individuals. We have firsthand knowledge of the failures of the system, the unsafe conditions, and the lack of rehabilitative programs and barriers to reentry. But there's no one to listen to. They're not here. We're not present. No way to tell our stories, and there is no way to advocate for ourselves or those around us suffering from being silenced. And today, that same tactic is going on. We don't have anyone here from the DOC testifying at these hearings, which they should be. And let me be clear, DOC does have the ability to facilitate oral testimonies. They could have did it today, but they didn't. And because the agency has repeatedly failed to do so voluntarily, the council needs to take action by introducing legislation that mandates this right. I see the time going past, so, well, basically I just want to say something about the two women who gave birth while incarcerated were denied the opportunity to share their experience with this committee. And their voices could have shaped and contributed to better policies and improved more care for the future mothers, but they were also silenced. Thank you.
Tracy Velasquez, Policy Director, Council for Court Excellence. Sorry about the table. Thank you very much.
Here. Thank you, Chairman Pinto, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Tracy Velasquez, and I am providing this testimony in my capacity as the Policy Director for the Council for Court Excellence. Last summer, on behalf of the Office of the DC Auditor, CCE initiated an audit of 2 Department of Corrections facilities, the Central Detention Facility, CDF, and the Correctional Treatment Facility, CTF. We looked at conditions for a one-year period from July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. And while I know it can't substitute, we did speak with folks who had been incarcerated at the jail during that period. Our extensive audit will be released by ODCA in the coming weeks. Today, I'd like to provide a high-profile, high-level overview of few of the key findings, many of which have already come up today. CCE looked at the issue of deaths in custody. During the audit period, 8 people housed in CDF and CTF died during the audit period. I would just say that on a national level, the rate of deaths was extremely high, over 3.5 times the average rate in U.S. jails. The rate of overdose-related deaths was 10 times the U.S. rate, and that speaks to the DOC's inability to control drug smuggling into the jail. We also found extremely poor jail conditions, particularly in CDF. There were almost 1,600 priority work orders, that were put in during the audit period, and these denote immediate risks to health and safety. These included broken and malfunctioning plumbing, wiring, cell doors, locks, keys, and gates. Some work orders describe situations which clearly compromise the security of the facility. Inspection reports noted multiple areas were dirty, toilets overflowing, and there were rodent droppings, standing water, peeling paint, and cracked walls. Also, we discussed in our report the issue of persistent violence. On average, there were more than 2 assaults reported in the jail per day during the audit period, 580 involving residents and 211 involving staff. Almost 3 in 4 were in CDF. While there are many contributing factors, some that stood out to us were the actual design of the jail, understaffing, stress caused by the poor conditions, and the ability of residents to weaponize deteriorating pieces of the jail itself. There were also 129 complaints during the audit period involving sexual abuse, assault, and misconduct. CCE also found frequent uses of force. There were 400 documented incidents of staff use of force toward residents, most of which involved CDF. Use of force frequently involved pepper spray or mace. In July 2020, DOC established a violence reduction committee to review use of force incidents for root causes, action steps, training, and accountability. But as far as we know, the committee did not release a report of its findings and appears to have been disbanded. We also noted an over-reliance on restrictive housing. At the end of the audit period, there were 216 people held in some form of restrictive housing. This translates into 11% of the jail population, which is roughly twice the national jail average, according to the Vera Institute of Justice. Finally, I'll just note that these problems are resulting in litigation towards the district. There were $3.5 million in settlements of cases open during the audit period that were settled during or after the audit period. And there are several that continue to be pending. I know that the chair of the District Task Force on Jails and Justice will discuss issues around the new jail, so I'm going to not spend time on that, but I will just say in closing that DOC and the district, as they remain focused on replacing CDF, we believe it is incumbent to ensure that DOC manages and operates the current facilities in a way that protects the health, safety, and well-being of those both working and incarcerated there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your testimony and engaging in this important work. I appreciate it. I wanted to ask our first 2 witnesses, as you have kind of encountered some of the challenges that you highlighted, what has the process been like about communicating some of that? Have there been conversations you've had, for instance, with DOC pointing out some of the engagement gaps that you're seeing, and has there been kind of resolution there?
My experience, and I'll speak to my previous experience, my present experience whenever I communicated, when there was communication with the executive team, there has been ample support with the executive team. And the problem usually lies with managerial team, with the chaplain's office, and trying to attain things that are needed and necessary for what we do there. And there seems to be a lot of red tape. Why that exists, I have no clue. And it will be helpful if there's some understanding given to what we're doing at the jail, rather than segregating it as to, because what we provide for, I give you an example. While it's faith-based, it's really about education and reform in trying to convince and change people in how they think about themselves and about society. And if we are restricted in access to properly educating people, then it doesn't give ample enough time for that reform to take place. And I'll give you an incident where one of the prisoners has come to me solely based on our interaction and education, and have confessed to me that they were from the people. You talked about bringing contraband into jail. He revealed to me how he was bringing contraband into the jail, and he wanted to stop because of our conversations and our education. And I shared that with, at the time, it was Warden Leonard Johnson, who was the Deputy Director of Operations now. I shared that with him in order to facilitate this and prevent this type of access to contraband. So these are the types of confidence that we establish with the prisoners, where because of our education process and because it's faith-based, they have confidence in coming to us and saying, hey, this is what's going on. We've been able to resolve a lot of conflicts that result in violence through this means. And if you're restricting us from having this type of communication, then how effective is our effort at that point? You follow? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's a helpful example. Ms. Green, did you have anything to add to that?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I would just like to say, and this is no shade, everybody has an important job to do and we want to provide wraparound services, right? I see on Instagram quite often pictures of other people coming in providing group services. It looked like there was a concert. Again, this is no shade. Like, we want to tap into all of the areas that people can be responsive to in rehabilitating character. If a concert is appropriate, where district residents who are incarcerated are on the microphone, jamming and all of that, certainly structured, proven effective mentorship and education should also be allowed as well. If someone's coming in and hosting a basketball tournament, my question then becomes, where's the safety and security concern there? And I do think that perhaps there may be a bias, and I think sometimes we, myself included, we can hold and exercise bias without knowing. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. I hear you loud and clear. Totally on that. So thank you for raising that. Mr. Peters, I do want to recognize and agree that I would love to have more opportunities for DOC residents to testify and be part of the policies that we are shaping here. The two women who were pregnant, I disagree with the framing that they were silenced. We did work with them. We asked for an opportunity for them to testify live, and unfortunately, DOC wasn't able to accommodate that, but we did have their testimony as part of the record read, and they were a big part of shaping the law that we passed in December to support pregnant women at the jail. So I do just want to recognize they were a big part of that. And so I don't want it to be misconstrued that their voices weren't part of it, but I hear you that we, of course, should be adding more avenues for responsiveness and hearing from the people most impacted by the policies we're passing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Velasquez, when we talk about some of the education and programming gaps, especially once someone is towards the end of their sentence and about to come home, how do you think we can be doing better? What has TCE found about some of what we're doing to prepare people for a successful reentry?
What we heard is that the availability of programming really depends on where someone is in the jail, and that's both in terms of their custody level and the building. For example, there's some programming that's only available at CDF and not available to CTF, which means that no women can access that programming. That was one thing we heard. We also, we looked at a survey that the DOC did as part of their new jail facility planning. And people felt that they were not receiving the programming that they needed to be successful. Most of them said that, many of them, I can't remember if it was most, said that they did not have, for example, employment lined up when they got out. And so I think as I know that there have been challenges with places to have this type of programming in the current facility. And I know there's definitely plans in the new facility to improve that. You know, obviously, I think just to the extent possible, ensuring that programming is available to people who aren't just at CTF or who are low risk at CDF, so that because, you know, in reality, most of them are coming home. I mean, obviously some go to BOP first, but.
Right. Okay, thank you for that.
Mhm.
And Mr. Peters or Mr. Santiago, when we think about how to fill some of those gaps, what do you think some of the best practices are to get people offerings they need and to ramp up engagement in those offerings so that we can set people up for more success when they come home, like you've experienced?
I mean, for me, I really think it's like messaging is what we do here, what we enact. It's showing that it's showing that the residents inside DC jail matter. Their voices matter. So whatever we decide to do in this chamber and moving forward has a consequences to those people who are inside. And as my colleague, Mr. Peter, was saying, including those voices here during hearings, I mean, that's a unique perspective and you don't find anywhere else, not in the outside world. For instance, using solitary confinement, I know, you know, DOC acknowledged the changes that has been made about the use of restrictive housing, but there are individuals that are getting out of DC jail that are still indicating that they were subjugated to 22 hours or more for long term in solitary confinement conditions. So it's hard. I mean, it's not hard to include them because they have access to that, but there is a need to be able to include those voices and to acknowledge the harm that's being inflicted on them. So yeah, that's something.
Thank you. And again, just kind of for the programming piece, especially around education,
Oh, okay.
as we think about setting people up for success. I hear you though. And so
Well-
thank you for raising that.
Well, in order for a person to actively, civically engage themselves, they have to actively have knowledge of what they're doing. So they will be able to have knowledge of the council members, the committees, and they will be taught, and that's programming. And also, to answer your question earlier about, you know, the two women that testified, even though that you did hear their written testimonies through a person reading them, we don't want that to like cover or overshadow what's important. And what's important is you to actually hear their testimonies through Zoom calls, for you to orally see that, you know, feel their emotions and to actually see what they're going through. And yeah, that was basically it. And that's how you civically, programming, civically engagement and just programming, that's programming.
And can I add just about the education piece? I mean, it's important to like use these tools as a form of building someone up instead of taking someone down. So when, like as Ms. Velasquez was saying, like there are spaces within DC jail that don't have access to these type of programming. And that's just a detriment to everyone inside of prison, residents and staff, and to the community at large. So I think it's just needs to be more emphasized, like as we mentioned here, those education opportunities help individuals be able to participate, be able to grow and rehabilitate.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Gabby Smith, Tara Liebert, Dr. Isaias Tasema, Zachary Ragon, Matthew Herencia. And again, if we can go in the order that you're called. So Gabby Smith, okay. Tara Liebert. Tara Liebert, are you here? Tara, oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Are you Tara? Oh, okay. Dr. Azayas Tasema. Okay, great. I think it's just gonna be you four, so you can come here. Zachary Ragone and Matthew Herencia. Okay, so just you four, so we can move this chair now. All right, Gabby Smith, public witness.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and the rest of your colleagues on the committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify before you today. My full written testimony will be forwarded at the conclusion of this hearing. To begin, my name is Gabby Smith, and I'm the president of Royale Nationwide Ventures and the program director of Career Shop DC, a workforce development, job training, and more importantly, a job placement program here in the district. Today, I'd like to highlight the results of Career Shop DC's partnership with the Department of Corrections and also discuss our new increased role in 2025. Career Shop DC began working with returning citizens in 2022. In addition to preparing individuals for employment, we also provide the wraparound services necessary for long-term success in the workplace. We've always known that the Ready Center has been an invaluable centralized hub of support for all returning citizens who enter its doors. By housing these critical services under one roof, the Ready Center plays a vital role in reducing recidivism and facilitating the successful reintegration of returning citizens into the Washington, D.C. community. In early 2024, we eagerly stepped into the Ready Center, volunteering twice per week to conduct resume writing workshops. For the past 2 years, with the full support of the DOC staff, we've played an instrumental role in securing employment for returning citizens. By leveraging relationships with local business owners, primarily CBEs, we have helped match our well-trained and well-prepared talent with meaningful job opportunities. Our commitment to this mission has only grown, and we are proud to now serve as the new workforce development provider for the Lead Up, Lead Out program in 2025. I look forward to returning in the future to share the impact of these efforts and the success of the program with your committee. Beyond our work at the Ready Center, we are launching a new two-pronged program inside the women's facility this year. This initiative will divide participants into 2 groups, one focused on career advancement and the other on entrepreneurship. Deputy Director Jacqueline Williams has been instrumental in shaping this initiative, ensuring that participants receive tangible, actionable support. Thanks to her commitment, 25 participants will have their incorporation fees covered, an investment that turns aspirations into reality. This level of advocacy and resource allocation is exactly what community organizations need to create lasting change. But this is not an isolated incident. DOC leadership extends far beyond the facility walls. In closing, I'd like to remind the committee that jobs for returning citizens equal reduced crime, community stabilization, pathways to the middle class, and most importantly, jobs for returning citizens equal public safety. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity.
Totally agree. Thank you. Dr. Azayas Tasema, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
That's correct.
DOC Medical Director, Unity Healthcare. And is Keontae Lewis here? Yes. Okay, if you can join this panel as well when you get a chance. Dr. Tasema, please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chairman Pinto and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Isaiah Tessema. I'm the Unity's new medical director at the DOC. I bring over 25 years of correctional healthcare leadership and a passion to improve care to our residents. I would like to begin my testimony with a message of gratitude to the district's Department of Correction and its excellent team of professionals led by Director Faust. Without the teamwork we have had, maintaining 100% of accreditation and compliance with the national standards would not have been possible. Unity, the largest community healthcare provider in the district since
serving about 85,000 patients in more than 27 delivery sites. And that allows for Unity to reach people wherever they live. Since 2006, Unity has partnered with the DOC to develop and implement the first community-oriented correctional healthcare model in the country. And the district's progressive and far-sighted approach to correctional healthcare leads to reduced recidivism, lower healthcare costs, improved healthcare outcome, enhanced community well-being. My testimony is focused on two of the many areas which Unity and DOC have collaborated to improve and expand services. One is providing high quality comprehensive correctional healthcare service, and the second is expanding substance use disorder treatment services. Unity's healthcare services at the DOC are based on national correctional accreditation standards and sometimes even exceed those standards. At the same time, Unity uses community-based standards for preventive care and treatment so that the care is consistent between the jail facilities and the community clinics. The intake process includes, among other things, screening for TB, HIV, sexually transmitted infections, and hepatitis C. DOC residents who screen positive for those are treated immediately. Due to the amazing partnership we have with Gilead Pharmaceuticals, Unity has screened over 10,000 patients for Hep C, and importantly, every patient that was fully treated has been cured out of all those Hep C identified patients. Another example of a service that exceeds the national accreditation standards are the Unity SQL services, which is access to care. On top of the fact that we have 24-hour service for nursing, mid-level providers, nurse practitioners, physician assistant, and physicians, Unity provides SQL service every day of the year, including weekends and holidays, meaning that the resident who needs to seek non-emergency medical service can request to see a provider and be seen within 24 hours. Unity's care for pregnant individuals within the jail is also exceptional and meets community standards, including on-site obstetric care, as well as external specialty care. Unity provides postpartum care according to standard clinical practice guidance. Our providers promote breastfeeding in the DOC just like we do in the community and ensure patients have everything that they need to do so. Furthermore, we are excited to partner with the DOC in integrating the doula service, which provide additional support to our pregnant patients. It's very important to note that while Unity's behavioral health service have remained consistent over time, the needs in the DOC residents population have increased significantly. In the last 5 years, residents with history of mental illness or substance abuse have increased from 55 to 75%. In addition, the residents with the active mental illness have risen from 9% in 2018 to 50% at this time. With trauma-informed practice, our staff utilize strength-based approach, customized treatment plan to meet the unique needs of our residents.
Dr. DeSema, I'm so sorry to cut you off. You're very over time. I'm trying to keep everybody kind of on track. If you could submit your full version for the record, if you can summarize and wrap up.
In conclusion, Unity Healthcare remains committed to our partnership with DOC to ensure delivery of high quality care, working to improve enhanced services. We can improve healthcare commitment, reduce recidivism, and promote community safety.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Zachary Rangone, Research and Policy Associate, National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens.
Chairperson Pinto and committee staff, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Zachary Rangone, and I serve as the Research and Policy Associate for the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens. I'll also note that I am a returning citizen myself and spent about 2 years pre-trial between CDF and CTF. Today, I wanted to address the urgent need to replace the CDF as part of the ongoing construction of the new annexes. Additionally, I will briefly discuss three interconnected issues: the expansion of pre-release support programs, the elimination of solitary confinement, and the importance of allowing incarcerated individuals to share their experience with the council. The DC jail has a well-documented history of substandard conditions. Reports dating back to 2015 highlight persistent issues such as mold growth, water damage, and inadequate plumbing. For decades, detainee advocates have decried the unsafe, unsanitary, and inhumane conditions at the jail. The CDF will reach its 50th year of use in 2026, yet under the current timeline, it will remain operational for at least another 9 years. Beyond structural concerns, the facility fosters an environment of neglect and distress. A recent DOC survey found that the #1 concern of detainees was the quality of food. A 2023 DC Green survey reported that 70% of incarcerated individuals have been served spoiled or rotten food. Such conditions contribute to increased tension, violence, and the overall lack of rehabilitation. Given these factors, the new annex project must prioritize decommissioning the CDF as quickly as possible. However, the current construction plan is problematic. The primary housing annex is slated for the second phase of construction, leaving incarcerated individuals in the CDF for an extended period. Worse, funding for the second phase has not yet been appropriated. While the recent increase in planned beds for the first phase is a positive step, it remains insufficient. Under this timeline, most incarcerated individuals will continue to suffer in the CDF until the middle of next decade, assuming funding for the second phase is even secured. A modern facility presents an opportunity to create a safer, more humane environment for incarcerated individuals and staff alike. By integrating rehabilitative programming and prioritizing dignity in its design, the new jail can serve as a space for rehabilitation rather than mere confinement. Beyond the urgent need for a new facility, I want to highlight three additional critical concerns. The first is near to my organization's heart. While we appreciate the existing pre-release services offered by the DOC, they must be expanded. Every incarcerated individual, regardless of their charges, should receive robust reentry support before their release. Comprehensive pre-release services reduce recidivism and enhance public safety. Second, while the DOC claims to no longer use solitary confinement, it continues to isolate individuals in safe cells, often for extended period of times. Instead of relying on safe cells, the DC jail should prioritize alternative approaches that focus on providing therapeutic support and mental health treatment. Third, incarcerated individuals, especially those awaiting trial and presumed innocent, possess invaluable insights into the criminal justice system's operations. By incorporating those perspectives of those directly affected, the council can craft a more informed and equitable policies that reflect the realities within our correctional system. By addressing these urgent issues, the district can take meaningful steps towards a more just and rehabilitative correctional system. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Rangoni. Matthew Herencia, public witness.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Tariq Herencia. I'm a Ward 7 resident and also a returning citizen. I spent 32 years incarcerated, starting at the age of 16. So I come here not as only as an advocate, but someone with lived experience dealing with the realities of incarceration in Washington, D.C. I had firsthand experience with the various systems you oversee, including the devastating impact of solitary confinement. If this council truly wants to improve conditions inside the jail, then hearing from people like me, people who have endured these conditions, is not just important, it's essential. My testimony should not be a privilege, it should be a fundamental part of how you shape policy. But right now, incarcerated individuals are denied the basic right to testify on their own experiences. I know the toll of solitary confinement, the way it strips away your humanity, isolates you from reality, and makes reintegration even harder, if not impossible. Sitting alone for 23 or more hours a day with no connection to the outside world, I had no voice. But what's worse is even now, when I'm out, the system is still trying to silence people like me. Imagine if while I was inside, I had the chance to tell you directly what solitary confinement does to a person. You would have heard about the mental toll, the anxiety, excuse me, the depression, the way it breaks down people rather than rehabilitating them. Maybe policies would have changed sooner, maybe conditions would have improved, but instead, voices like mine were ignored. And it's still happening right now. There are people in DC, DOC custody who are experiencing policies they have no say in. How can we create solutions if we refuse to listen to the people who are actually living through these problems? I'm here today because that has to change. This council must act to ensure that incarcerated individuals can provide oral testimony. That means mandating a process for testimony from DOC residents, ensuring they are informed of upcoming hearings, holding DOC accountable for making this happen. Washington, D.C. has led the way in restoring voting rights for incarcerated people. Now we must take the next step. If you really want solutions, you need real voices. We're more than statistics. We are people with lived experience, and that experience must inform and shape policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. Okay, Keontae Lewis, Thrive Under 25.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pinto and committee members. My name is Keontae Lewis, and I'm a proud member of Thrive Under 25 Coalition. We use advocacy, legislation, and public education to support youth between the ages of 16 and 25 who are in the criminal legal system. I'm part of the Thrive Under 25 because I want to prevent youth from entering the system and be there for those who are in the system already. I experienced firsthand the traumatic impact of growing up in the neighborhood without enough community resources or meaningful jobs and opportunities, which results in my incarceration as an emerging adult. I'm fiercely committed to doing everything I can to increase the support that emerging adults need to thrive. The Thrive Under 25 Coalition is part of a nationwide emerging adult justice collaborative along with our partner, Justice Policy Institute. DC was selected as part of this nationwide effort because of our impactful Youth Rehabilitation Act, known YRA. As a city, we need to be leaders in providing wraparound support for emerging adults, both while they are incarcerated and when they are home in the community, including education, employment, housing, and mental health support. To make this happen, we need to fully fund a director of emerging adult services position in the DC government to coordinate with the Department of Corrections so all youth adults get the supports that they deserve. Thrive Under 25 is here today to advocate and urge the Department of Corrections to do the following: provide more specialized education support for emerging adults under the age of 25 at the jail, expand the Young Men Immersion Unit to more units at the jail, bring back more IRA petitioners to the jail while their case is being prepared so they can serve as mentors on the Young Men Immersion Unit, allow DC residents allow DC residents at the jail to testify at council hearings. There's a developmental framework that is proven to bring emerging adults positive development, which leads to successful reentry outcomes. The required practices are not being employed for every young adult at the jail. Research has shown that increasing the literacy rates and information access opportunities for incarcerated individuals has a correlation to successful reentry, which is why it is vital to increase specialized educational services that cater to the unique needs of youth and emerging adults incarcerated at the jail. A critical step towards achieving more quality educational opportunities for the youth and emerging adults is by passing the LEARNS Act. This act would allow all adult students with disabilities the opportunity to enroll in school at the jail, not just those who had already been receiving special education services in the community. It is easy to think that kids who have reached age 18 without ever being identified as a student with a disability are unlikely to need special education services. However, this assumption relies on a system that routinely fails children with disabilities, particularly Black children and those from lower income neighborhoods. The LEARNS Act would address this because it requires the DC Department of Corrections to identify and evaluate students for special education services who had not been evaluated prior to entering DOC custody. Right now, if a student is detained at the DC jail and does not have an IEP, their only education option is to obtain a GED, which is particularly impossible for students with learning challenges. These students are effectively denied access to education. There's more, but we'll forward it to you, of course.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah,
Yeah.
please submit it for the record, and thank you for mentioning your support of my bill, the LEARNS Act. I think you're exactly right that we have to make sure we're providing quality education to all who are in the jail and not only basing it by those who already have an IEP, because we know we are missing people and people falling through the cracks. So thank you very much. I want to ask you, Dr. Tassema, about some of the health outcomes that you've seen, especially over the last year. I appreciate your comments about the kind of successful efforts that have taken place, but what sort of trends have you all seen with the residents at the jail's medical needs, your ability to provide and respond to those services, both physical and mental health needs?
One thing that's drastically expanding is the SUD program and mental health. Those are the focus of DOC, which good investment will have better return. And the more we expand SUD, for example, the current SUD number is close to 500 per month. It used to be like less than 100. So by providing more treatment, the chance people seeking contraband or illegal illicit drugs will be less. So why do they have to hustle to get and commit crime to get the treatment that they already could be getting? So that is a good investment to reduce associated infection that comes with IV drug use, recidivism that comes to maintain the addiction, and the fact that humane and people can be functional instead of seeking for the addiction. And the perception that addiction is a disease versus a choice, that also have, but it cannot be just done with medication only. There's a wellness program, there's mental health program, there's trauma. There's so many programs at DOC that are providing holistic approach to this group of needy people so that they will have better outcome and hopefully will be away from those addictions.
Can you speak to how food can play a role in residents' health outcomes? And then if folks have experience they want to talk about with their involvement, either personally or through groups that you work with, of people's access to food while they're in DOC facilities?
I came from Maryland DOC, and here they have private catering service, very good, which is an upgrade from Maryland DOC. The food definitely plays a role, especially I have a problem in the infirmary where they have access to commissary food. I couldn't control the diabetics. So there's something that is bad about, especially junk foods. But if there's an option for healthier options, like tuna in water, there are certain things that granolas, there are certain food, there are snacks, but healthier choices, just like we do with the school kids not having sodas and chips in the vending machine. So that's something, if it's not cheap, but it's a very good plan to focus on the avoiding junk food that are not helping our patients. They gain weight, cholesterol goes up, sugar goes up, all the bad things happen, whereas the reverse would be true.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on food?
I think it's both the health quality of the food, but also just the general quality of the food that's going to impact that as well. Because what you end up finding is if the quality of the food that's being served is not that great, then people are going and making their own meals using commissary. You're seeing hookups being put together with lots and lots of noodles, lots and lots of cheese, crushed up chips, basically in no way, shape, or form healthy, but at least it's possibly warm and tastes better than what's coming on the trays, and that's going to be the choice over and over again if the stuff that's being served is unappetizing. So while I understand that we need to get more healthy food on the trays, and that is absolutely true, even if that healthy food is not necessarily appetizing, or if it's cold when it's arriving, if it's got elements that are spoiled, people are still going to then turn to the unhealthy alternatives that they're getting on the commissary, because the reality is a lot of times the unhealthy stuff is the cheapest things to buy and then put together into kind of a group communal meal that's going to be at least tasting well. So I think it's the quality of the tray food is as important as anything else in terms of getting something nutritious and healthy into people.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other thoughts on this?
I would just also add, yeah, that education is also important, just informing people what is a healthy choice versus what they're used to, and what's available. But I would agree that the quality of food coming into the institution is definitely the place to start with because majority of what comes in is almost unedible.
And that was your experience at DOC facilities?
Yes, ma'am.
Any thoughts from you?
It's bad. It's bad. Like it's bad. Like the food that's coming on the trays, no bueno. I'm just keeping it honest with y'all. If you don't have money to buy commissary, and I'm thinking about the people like that because I got homies who's still incarcerated. And like they don't really have that money to buy food for them every week because that food is high. Like that food really costs a lot of money. And for it to still not be adequate in the sense that it's not giving you no real nutrition, there's no win in it. It's a lose-lose situation, you know? And for people who don't even have the money to get that, you just eating off the trays, man, it's like you back in the hole. You might as well not even give me a tray. Because on top of the food not even being good, I know several times DCG I done had my grits and my eggs and my potatoes and everything is messed around and some cold, something else is hot. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's just me being honest.
We appreciate honesty. Go ahead.
Just one more thing, and I guess this will somewhat almost complement in comparison our DOC. I know it was mentioned earlier about the fact that a lot of our residents are being sent down to Northern Neck Regional in Virginia during the transfer into the over into the BOP. I can say that the food there is even less quality, and all of the commissary is extra more expensive. So those DC residents during that transition point, while they're in that facility, are probably at the worst position possible in terms of both the cost and the quality of it. So I would love to see CIC kind of find a way to expand out to checking out that facility as well, because there are definitely problems there.
Okay, thank you for raising that. And I think that's part of the rub that we keep coming against in a lot of different topics, that DOC is really leading the nation in a lot of interventions and successes that they've had across categories. And that should be recognized and celebrated. And at the same time, we can continue to support DOC and the costs associated with these improvements to ensure that just because we're better than something that is really, really not acceptable doesn't mean that there's not room. And a lot of that's going to require funding. And that's something that we just have to take seriously as a city. Thank you all. Thank you very much. I understand we have one more person joining us as an in-person public witness, Sinquan Muhammad. So if you want to come up, I can hear from you now. Is there anyone else who has signed up to join us for a DOC in-person testimony today as a public witness? All right, just you. Sinquan Muhammad, public witness. Good afternoon, and please turn your microphone on. Button there, yep.
Good afternoon. Greetings, Chairwoman Pinto. Thank you for this opportunity to share my testimony. My name is Sinquan Umar Muhammad. I am an advocate for the Unlock the Box DC Coalition struggle to end solitary confinement within the DC Department of Corrections. I'm here today to address the use of solitary confinement at DC jail. As a survivor of solitary confinement, I understand the impact of isolation firsthand. While my experience with solitary confinement was within the Bureau of Prisons and not DC jail, the core harm is the same. The crushing isolation, the psychological strain, and the feeling of being stripped of your humanity are universal experience of anyone forced into prolonged isolation. This is why I'm so passionate about ending this practice here in DC. This issue is personal to me because I see it as a public safety issue. We are all citizens who will one day return to society as neighbors, as your neighbor, and possibly your constituents. The question I ask the committee is this: do you want someone to return to society so mentally damaged that it becomes increasingly difficult to be a productive member of our communities? Or would you rather have someone return from their period of incarceration who understands the long-term ramifications for their actions, possesses emotional intelligence, and can contribute to society as an upstanding citizen and as a role model for troubled youth? Even though I appreciate the DOC's effort to reduce the use of restrictive housing, I'm still deeply concerned that the Department of Corrections is claiming policy changes when business is as usual. We keep hearing from residents at DC jail that they're locked in their cells for more than 22 hours a day without access to books or programs, which DOC claims they have access to. How do we know DOC's policies are being followed? And how do we hold them accountable when what they say doesn't match what actually happening? The Erase Solitary Confinement Act is our chance to change this. Councilmember Nadeau and 6 of your colleagues have reintroduced the act, which will limit isolation, create transparency, hold DOC accountable when appropriate, and expand rehabilitative progress at DC jail. We need a public hearing on the Erase Act this year. We must act now. And before I close, I really want to say this, right? I'm a returning citizen myself who was incarcerated at the age of 16 and came home at the age of 46, right? I understand firsthand the mental damage that prolonged isolation and solitary confinement can do to a juvenile mind and a young adult mind, but also someone who's trying to find themselves in an environment where they're incarcerated, right? Being locked inside of a cell for 22 to 23 hours a day, we're not saying let's erase all solitary confinement. When something happens in a unit, just put it back in the unit. What we are saying, let's change the way that we look at solitary confinement as it is today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comment there, and I think the last iteration of the bill that was introduced was to completely eliminate it, and it didn't accommodate for some of the realistic challenges when we have somebody who might have suicidal ideation or who might be in a conflict with their cellmate. And so appreciate you kind of sharing that distinction there. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here to testify today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to turn to our virtual public witnesses for today. For DOC, as a reminder, please accept your invitation to join as a panelist. Joseph Alexander, Daniel Rosen, Bernard Bryan, LaMonica Jones, Jesse Silverman, Michael Johnson, Wanda Watkins, Gwendolyn Langford, Katie Sullivan, Chet Bennett, Max Broad, Shelley Broderick, and Jimmy Jenkins. All right, Joseph Alexander, Chairman and Lead Correctional Officer of DC DOC FOP Labor Committee.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello, Council Member Pinto. On behalf of the 700 correctional officers and more than 400 non-uniform employees represented by the Fraternal Order of Police Department of Corrections, we respectfully urge the Council of the District of Columbia to refrain from passing the Race Solitary Confinement Act of 2025 and to support the employees of the DC Department of Corrections in securing a pension. While we acknowledge the bill's intent to improve the mental and physical well-being of DOC residents, we strongly believe that its implementation will significantly increase the danger within DOC facilities, heighten the risk of injury and death to residents, employees, and visitors, and impose unsustainable financial burdens on the district taxpayers. Moreover, we believe it will likely fail to achieve its stated goals. A more detailed explanation of the union's position on this proposed legislation has been submitted to the City Council for review and consideration. Regarding a pension for DC DOC employees, the DC Department of Corrections is the only law enforcement agency in the region without a pension plan. These agencies include but are not limited to PG County, Anne Arundel County, Baltimore County, Montgomery County, Loudoun County, Frederick County, Calvert County, Fairfax County, and Prince William County. Despite the improvements in recruiting, this issue continues to severely impact our retention rates, creating ongoing challenges for public safety and the welfare of the residents we serve. The DC DOC finds itself training officers who are likely to leave for surrounding law enforcement agencies. that offer a more attractive path for long-term career prospects. A robust pension plan is essential to attract individuals committed to a long-term career in corrections, ultimately benefiting all facets of the agency. Moving forward, the DC-DOC Labor Committee will focus on engaging the district leadership to address our retention and recruitment challenges by advocating for a more comprehensive and competitive pension. We respectfully request your support in this critical endeavor to ensure that the continued success and stability of the DC Department of Corrections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. And let me just thank you on behalf of the many folks that you represent at DOC staff for your service and all of your hard work. We know it is not easy, and you have members who are working extremely hard to keep everyone safe, and we really appreciate that and all of your partnership.
Thank you.
Daniel Rosen, co-founder, Coalition for Carceral Nutrition.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. My name is Daniel Rosen. I offer my public testimony today as a returning citizen and the coordinator of what's known as the DC Jail Food Working Group here in our community. I want to speak primarily about food and nutrition in the DOC. I appreciated your comments earlier that calories are the wrong metric, that food is medicine, and the overall focus on healthy food today. The CIC said earlier that calorie counts are met, and at the end of the day, that's pretty much what it is. It's a pretty appalling approach to nutrition in the DOC. Their view also that commissary is a good supplement absolves the agency and the contractor of their responsibility to provide nutritious meals and puts it on families in the community, since people inside earn no money. I'd encourage Unity Health to also start gathering more data about food insecurity and disease, diet-related disease. I spent a total of almost a year in DC's facilities, and the food was divorced from our nutritional needs almost entirely. Unhealthy, inedible, unsanitary, sometimes spoiled. DC's new healthy commissary options hardly deserve the label. They're only healthy in comparison to the usual junk food. Compounding the problem, many people are coming into the jail with trauma, mental health problems, addiction problems, and food insecurity at home. So poor quality meals means that taxpayers are giving Aramark $7 million a year to exacerbate this already bad situation. We can do better. You introduced legislation to improve nutrition in the DOC and ensure hospitality pathways to good jobs. Thank you for that. Right now, these legislative provisions remain unfunded, however, and therefore unfulfilled. Since last year, DOC has partnered with us to find ways to meet the legislation, and I want to give them a lot of credit for leaning forward and looking for solutions together with advocates. Fruits and vegetables are everyone's top priority, as mentioned before, and we are working with them on that. We are urging the Council to fund what are known as the Fresh Starts provisions in Section 32 of the Secure DC Act. DOC said they need $4.2 million to meet those sections, and we strongly support that request as advocates. These dollars are investments in people's health, and they will improve the lives of DC's families and communities. Despite the lack of funding, we are working with DOC to make progress since the law was passed, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that. It's detailed in my written testimony. Our conversations with DOC have clarified the real operational and budgetary challenges they face to improving nutrition, including the jail's daily average population skyrocketing. A large part of the problem, however, is contracting out food service at all. $7 million doesn't go far when a lot of it's going to Aramark's salaries and profits. The $2.50 a day that DOC says it spends per meal does not mostly end up on food trays. DOC should bring food service back in-house, and if they need a partner, there are community alternatives to Aramark's contract. The Council can also legislate that outcome if it wants to. Improvements will be limited when the majority of dollars are going to contract personnel, overhead, and profits. Let's think bigger. Let's also start to think about how we can address the nutritional needs of our youth incarcerated in DYRS facilities moving forward. You mentioned extending CIC oversight, and nutrition is a very real issue there too. I appreciate the opportunity to offer my testimony today. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I've submitted written testimony for the record. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Rosen, and thank you for your continued commitment to our shared goal. My hope is that this is the year it is finally funded and we can move forward on these improvements. Thanks for sticking with it. Bernard Bryan, public witness. Bernard Bryan, are you here? Okay, we'll come back to you. LaMonica Jones, Director, DC Hunger Solutions.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee and staff. My name is LaMonica Jones, and I serve as the Director of DC Hunger Solutions. Our mission of ending hunger in the nation's capital is focused on improving the nutrition, health, and economic security, as well as the well-being of district residents. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony this afternoon regarding the Department of Corrections. My testimony today will focus on carceral nutrition within DOC and the importance of adopting improvements to the Fresh Starts Act within the Secure DC plan. Meals in correctional facilities are frequently criticized for being low in nutritional value, often high in processed foods, sodium, fats, and carbohydrates, while lacking fresh fruits, vegetables, and proteins. This contributes to poor health outcomes among incarcerated populations, including obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. Many prisons and jails often are on a very tight budget for food, resulting in limited food options available with little room to exceed the dietary requirements of various cultural, religious, and health-related needs. Because of this, many individuals rely on commissary to supplement their meals, but commissary items are often expensive and limited to processed, unhealthy snacks, and those without financial resources may not have access to better food options. I commend the Department of Corrections and their willingness to meet and partner with the DC Jail Food Working Group to improve food systems in DOC facilities by engaging in conversations to focus on nutrition education and alignment with the DC Good Food Purchasing Program standards. These initiatives aim to provide healthier meals, support incarcerated individuals' health, and create job training opportunities in food service and/or agriculture. Implementing improvements to the Fresh Starts Act provides support for some of the district's most vulnerable residents. Unfortunately, these necessary improvements were unfunded in fiscal year 25. According to the Secure DC fiscal impact statement, the Department of Corrections has projected an estimated $4.2 million to implement these measures. These funds aren't just about feeding individuals better, they will improve the health and lives of DC's families and communities. As a member of the DC Jail Food Working Group, as well as the DC Good Food Purchasing Coalition, I'm requesting support for DC Council to ensure that Department of Corrections has adequate funding and resources to explore solutions leading to improved food service management company operations. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony, as well as for your time and attention to these matters.
Jesse Silverman, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Councilmember Pinto, members of the committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Center for Science and the Public Interest, your food and health watchdog. My name is Jesse Silverman. I'm a registered dietitian and campaign manager at CSPI, as well as a resident of Ward 2. Today, similar to the last couple of witnesses, I will discuss the pressing need for better nutrition in Department of Corrections facilities and urge you to prioritize funding for the DOC to implement Section 32 of the Secure DC Omnibus Amendment Act in the district's fiscal year 26 budget. Councilmember Pinto, we are grateful for your leadership in calling for needed improvements to food in DC's jails and introducing the Fresh Starts Act of 2023, which paved the way for Section 32 of Secure DC. Section 32 directs DOC to implement science-based nutrition standards, accommodate DOC residents' dietary restrictions, increase transparency around oversight of the food service program, and expand hospitality and culinary career training program. CSPI and our partners in the DC Jail Food Working Group were disappointed that the Council did not allocate funding for these provisions to be implemented in FY25 without any dedicated funding. Unsurprisingly, none of Section 32 has been implemented in nearly a year since the legislation was enacted. Since the legislation was passed, the Jail Food Working Group and the DOC have engaged in a transparent and productive dialogue to identify opportunities to advance the goals of fresh starts within current budgetary and operational constraints. Late last year, CSPI commissioned a correctional nutrition expert, Dr. Laura Bain, to analyze the DOC's current menus against the Dietary Guidelines for Americans, which Secure DC provides as the minimum standard for DOC menus. Dr. Bain identified a number of concerning gaps between the diet quality provided by the menus and the dietary guidelines, underscoring the need for the legislation. We shared this analysis with DOC leadership and identified a short list of high priority menu changes within Dr. Bain's recommendations. These priorities include increasing servings of whole fruit, increasing servings of non-starchy vegetables, reducing sodium, and replacing refined grains and added sugars with nutrient-dense alternatives. While DOC leadership generally agreed with these recommendations, they will not be able to fully implement them without additional resources. The Secure DC fiscal impact statement included the DOC's estimated annual cost of $4.2 million to implement Section 32. CSPI, as well as the Fair Budget Coalition, supports this budget request for FY26. That said, any increase in the DOC food budget would help facilitate improvements to nutrition and food security for incarcerated individuals. We urge you to do the right thing for our incarcerated neighbors and our communities by fully funding Section 32 of Secure DC in FY26. These changes are long overdue and will help set people up for success when they reenter society. They could also save district taxpayers money in the long run by reducing the risk of costly diet-related chronic diseases among residents who spend time in DOC facilities. Please do not let Section 32 of Secure DC go unfunded in FY26. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bernard Bryan, Public Witness.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Bernard Bryan. I'm a former correction officer for the DC Department of Correction. I served for 28 years with more than 40 plus years of man hours served. I was a lead correction officer for the last 14 years of my career. And what I would like to bring to the attention of the city and the city council is the gross misconduct in the last 14 plus year at DC Department of Correction. I might start off by saying, up in Mr. Faust attaining the position of director at the DC Department of Correction, one of the most amazing acts he took within 6 months was to destroy at least 130 years of experience working in that jail, i.e., from the rank of captain to lieutenants. Following that, Mr. Faust then proceeded to bring in a lot of staff who had no experience of the culture, the way we communicate with the inmates, and it had led to what I would consider to be a deterioration in maintaining the facility. I must also note that Mr. Faust, reason at the time was an infraction of fraternization, supervisor fraternizing with the officers. However, today at DC jail, the fraternization among staff is unbearable. I must also note that I heard a lot of people talking about the suicide rate and the overdose at DC jail. Well, I'm here to tell the city council, the DC Department of Correction is a very viable participant in the overdose that's going on at DC jail via Suboxone. That Suboxone is destroying the inmate population. I was also could not believe to hear all these inspection that was done quarterly and all those necessary things that these agents are coming and do and never talk about that smoke that they have to endure while inside DC jail. I was also brought to the attention of the city council. In 2018, I was put in the position as the treasurer for our union. I uncovered some of the most despicable act by the executive board via embezzlement I turned the matter over to the DC Department, to the District of Columbia Police Force, who in turn turned the matter over to the FBI. Today, on March the 6th, the person who I had turned over to the FBI is now approaching sentencing on March the 6th. On November of this year, I was called by the FBI once again. Hello? Hello?
We can still hear you, Mr. Bryan, but you're over
Yes.
your time. So if I can ask you to summarize and wrap up.
Basically, what I want to say to you is this. There need to have someone come in to overlook the entire operation of the DC Department of Correction. And I'm willing to volunteer my time and service to point whoever is appointed in the direction that they should be looking. The city council are receiving cosmetic information. It is not real. And I will volunteer my time and service to show them the areas to look and determine if my action is correct or incorrect. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Michael Johnson, Senior Policy Analyst, DC Fiscal Policy Institute.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, other members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Michael Johnson, and I'm a Senior Policy Analyst with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Today, my testimony will focus on two main topics. First is the need to fully fund Section 32 of Secure DC, and second, the need to improve utilization of the Inmate Welfare Fund. As a member of the DC Jail Food Working Group, DCFPI echoes the testimonies of our partners, and we would also like to express our gratitude to the DOC for their continued engagement with our working group. Throughout our conversations with the agency, it's clear that we share a common goal of ensuring everyone has access to quality and nutritious food, but we know that the inhumane quality at the DC jails has been well documented. In addition to the stat that our colleagues at the National Reentry Network shared on the DC Greens survey, also within that survey, approximately 90% of people surveyed expressed that the DOC rarely or never served them fresh fruit, and nearly 3 out of 4 residents shared that they were never or rarely served fresh vegetables. And so we know that government agencies such as the U.S. Marshal Service and the DC Auditor have also well documented this as well. So DCFPI, along with the Fair Budget Coalition and the Jail Food Working Group, strongly recommend the council dedicate this funding needed to fully implement this component of the law. Now, my second part of my testimony focuses on the Inmate Welfare Fund, or IWF. And the IWF is funded through commissary purchases made by individuals incarcerated and their families. And it's required to be used, 1, to restock the commissary, and 2, to support the general welfare of the incarcerated population. But as a non-lapsing fund, we know that funds are allowed to be carried over year to year, but between fiscal year 21 and 24, the end of year fund balance for the IWF increased 5-fold from 72,000 to over 473,000 by fiscal year 24. And this was primarily driven by decreased expenditures, particularly in fiscal year 23, when the DOC used only 1% of available funding, roughly $1,500 for professional service fees. Additionally, annual audits suggest that the DOC has used less of the available IWF funding for direct supports to benefit incarcerated populations. And for example, in 2021, DOC used nearly 95% of IWF expenditures for educational and reentry services. But in 2024, the DOC allocated only 35% for administrative and IT-related costs, with the remaining 65% on recreational equipment. And so with my remaining time, I just want to say it's really critical for the DOC and this committee to work together to ensure that IWF funding is used effectively and for its intended purpose. One way to achieve this would be to make sure that incarcerated residents have influence and representation on the IWF committee, which decides IWF spending, and it's only comprised of DOC officials.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
We encourage the DOC to include incarcerated residents in the IWF committee, but also allowing incarcerated residents to have a voice at future hearings as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony, and I want to ask everybody, I really hate cutting people off, but if I can ask everyone for your help, everyone has 3 minutes to present your testimony. So if you can please watch the clock and submit your full testimony to the record.
Thank you. Yes, I've submitted my testimony as well.
Great. Thank you. Wanda Watkins, Pitt, public witness. Gwendolyn Langford, public witness. Katie Sullivan, public witness.
Good afternoon, Member Pinto, members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, and the DC Department of Corrections. My name is Caitlin, or Katie Sullivan, and I'm in the College of Arts and Sciences at Georgetown University, studying government with a minor in environment and sustainability. I'm here today to support the DC Department of Corrections in further embracing the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act. Firstly, thank you all for the opportunity to speak about the convergence of two topics extremely close to my heart: environmental justice and the United States carceral system. Just when I was really missing my family back in Chicago, this hearing came along and reminded me exactly why I worked so hard to move to Washington. We are situated so uniquely in the capital of the United States, and our Department of Corrections sets a precedent for the rest of the country. Bearing this in mind, we have a chance here today to significantly reduce carbon emissions not only in DC, but the rest of the country. This can be a reality with a few quite minor adjustments to the food ordering processes in the DC Department of Corrections. Many United States citizens are unaware of the role that food production plays in climate change. After fossil fuels, food is the largest contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions. New York even found that food systems are responsible for 20% of their climate pollution, which is comparable to all vehicle exhaust emissions. If you've ever driven in New York or seen a movie, you'll understand how substantial this is. By food-related emissions, we're generally referring to livestock, particularly the methane produced from cattle. Methane is one of those really potent, complex molecules with a super long atmospheric lifespan. One of the many benefits of eating more plant-based food is that it's one of the most effective greenhouse gas reduction strategies, and plant-based proteins have far less impact on global warming compared to animal-based proteins. The Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act, passed in 2021, aims to reduce the carbon footprint of foods bought within the public funds by 25% in 2030, with goals of 10% this year and 18% in 2027. There are a few measures we recommend of this department to uphold the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act and make national strides towards climate stability. Firstly, ensuring that vendors are aware of our expectations and desires contractually is of the utmost importance. To do so necessitates clear, precise language and specific guidelines with intricate timelines. In addition, a really effective strategy in encouraging plant-based eating is making it the default. That is, you would still serve all the same options, but make the plant-based option the default unless specified otherwise by the consumer. In addition, simply by highlighting and offering plant-based dishes, we can generate opportunities for incarcerated persons to autonomously select plant-based foods and proteins. As much as this would benefit the environment, I also firmly believe that it would facilitate a better quality of life for people who are incarcerated. Reducing some of the repetition in their daily life and inspiring environmentally responsible food selections will assist the Department of Corrections in inspiring positivity and reform among those who are incarcerated. Council members and agency leaders, I respectfully request your support in further adopting the practices outlined by the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act. By emphasizing nutritious, delicious food that supports our local economy and helps to make healthy eating accessible, we can build a more sustainable future for DC. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Chet Bennett, public witness.
Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you, Councilmember Pinto, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Chet Allen Bennett. I am the founder and CEO of the Bennett Career Institute and the Sea Island brand. I'm honored to speak before you today in strong support of the co-ed apprenticeship program in cosmetology and barbering at the Department of Corrections. As someone who has witnessed firsthand the power of education and vocational training in transforming lives, I can confidently say that this program is not only an opportunity, but it is also a lifeline. The co-ed apprenticeship program provides incarcerated individuals with more than just technical skills in cosmetology and barbering. It also offers them dignity, purpose, and a second chance. By equipping participants with a valuable state-recognized trade, the program prepares them for a meaningful employment upon re-entry into society. With the beauty and grooming industry generating billions of dollars annually, the demand for skilled professionals continue to grow, making this training a direct pipeline to self-sufficiency and economic stability. Beyond technical expertise, this program fosters discipline, creativity, and customer service skills, all of which are essential for success in any profession. It empowers individuals to take ownership of their future, reducing recidivism rates and contributing to safer communities. We often talk about rehabilitation, but programs like this put the idea into action by giving individuals the tools they need to rebuild their lives and contribute positively to society. I urge the DC Council to continue to supporting and expanding this invaluable program. Investing in vocational training within correctional facilities is not just the right thing to do. It is smart, proven strategy for reducing recidivism, strengthening communities, and ensuring that returning citizens can thrive. I want to thank you for this opportunity. Also, since I got that out in less than 3 minutes, I can share that once they leave DOC, they go directly to the Ready Center, and we have licensed instructors there at the Ready Center to get them ready to come into the Bennett Career Institute to finish their program. And we're really excited. And so far, we have 40 students in the classroom, and the majority of them have already finished 350 hours. So on tomorrow, we have our first recognition ceremony where we do have the National State Board President as well as others in attendance to cheer on our class that we have at the BCI DOC apprenticeship program. I want to thank the Department of Corrections. It is doing an amazing job, and we're just excited to be a part of the brand. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto and your committee for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you very much. And thank you for sharing that. That's an important PSA for folks as well.
Thank you.
Max Broad, Executive Director, DC Veg Week. Max Broad, are you here? Okay, we'll come back to you if you join. And Max, if you can hear us, you need to accept your invitation to join as a panelist. Shelley Broderick, District Task Force on Jails and Justice.
Thank you, Chairman Pinto, for this opportunity to testify. My name is Shelley Broderick, and I'm testifying in my capacity as Chair of the District Task Force on Jails and Justice. Since 2019, the task force has worked to build a humane, equitable approach to criminal justice in DC. And this has included a call for the demolition of the Central Detention Facility, a 50-year-old facility that does not meet the basic human needs of those who live there, and it's dangerous for residents and staff alike. We have recommended the construction of a new modern building designed with the health, safety, and welfare of residents as its top priorities. Progress is being made, but more to do. The task force thanks Director Faust and the staff of DOC for making time over the past several years to share the evolving plans for the new jail. Earlier this month, DOC shared a progress update with the task force. We greatly appreciate that some positive adjustments to the plans for Phase 1 and Phase 2 have been made in response to community input. Still, the task force members raised some serious concerns about the design as presented. On the positive side of the scale, DOC shared their plan for phase 1 of the Correctional Treatment Facility Annex that was modified so that it would now include 606 beds with 384 designated for the general population. This is a significant improvement over the earlier plan, which included no general pop beds. However, given the unsatisfactory, dangerous really, conditions of CDF, we are concerned that any plan that doesn't include enough beds in phase 1 to close CDF will leave hundreds of district residents in the squalor of CDF for a decade. Under DOC's current proposal, phase 1 is not scheduled to open until 2031 and phase 2, 2035. We've been saying from the very beginning, most recently in our June statement, we urge DOC to continue to work toward building new facilities that gets everyone out of CDF as soon as possible. Task force members were also gravely concerned to hear that phase 1 provides no access to the outdoors for residents. Nearly 1 in 4 men in DOC custody have been in the jail for over a year. Almost 100 men in the jail have been there for 3 years or more. Imagine never going outside for 3 years. Several courts have found that prolonged confinement without outdoor access may violate the constitutional rights of incarcerated individuals. Research has consistently shown that access to the natural world plays a vital role in mental health, rehabilitation, and importantly, facility safety. DOC is proposing a new jail with no access to the outside, and that's going to have a negative effect. We urge the plans to be modified. I see that I am at the end. We also want to encourage relooking at the plan that currently has a single kitchen. Right now, with a single kitchen, food is delivered cold and horrible delays take place. We're very concerned and hope that that will be considered. I'm not sure what this timer is doing.
It's showing you how many seconds over the 3 minutes are.
Oh, okay.
That's what happens
All right.
once we get to 0.
Well, we have submitted our testimony and very much appreciate the chance to speak today.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you for all your work. Max Broad, have you joined us? Okay. Jimmy Jenkins, CEO, Alabama Avenue Community Development Corporation.
I'm here.
Great. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Can you
can
hear
hear
me?
you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Councilwoman. My name is Jimmy Jenkins. I am the CEO and founder of Alabama Avenue Community Development Corporation. AACDC is a grassroots community-based organization based out in Southeast Washington, D.C., the Ward 8 community. Alabama Avenue, we aim to create pathways to self-sustainability through economic opportunities and related developments. Alabama Avenue CDC has been in existence for 2 years now. Our focus is on small businesses, affordable housing, workforce development, and youth development. Since 2024, we have partnered with the Department of Corrections to provide pre-apprenticeship programs for residents of the CDF facility and the CTF facility. Providing a pre-apprenticeship programming. The pre-apprenticeship program is 12-week programs designed to lead participants to self-sustainability by helping them gain industry-leading trades such as painting and plumbing. AACDC engages 12 to 15 participants during each program cycle. Participants learn professional development, workforce readiness skills, professional workforce development skills, workplace skills, and conduct while acquiring painting and plumbing technical skills and specifics. All of our participants have the opportunity to experience on-the-job training, which they are allowed to paint the facility, the units and also switch out new sinks throughout the Department of Corrections. We have successfully graduated 2 cohorts with over 20 participants receiving their industry certificates in painting and plumbing. And we are kicking off our third cohort next week. I would like to thank Director Faust and Deputy Director Williams and the entire DOC staff for making this opportunity and partnership possible. And so for me, forward the rest of my testimony, for me, I just was excited about this opportunity because I think this is a tool to help our city with one of our biggest issues, which is violence, giving young men and women the opportunity to create some self-sustainability through economic opportunities. And I think it also allows them to change their condition. And so for me, I'm just excited about the work that we're doing. And then also we're connecting individuals who graduate to some of our local developers and construction companies. And so I would love to continue the conversation of how we can continue to partner with DOC and also maybe with DYRS. So thank you to the whole DOC staff and also to DC Council for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jenkins. Appreciate it. Tara Liebert, co-founder and executive director of Free Minds Book Club and Writing Workshop.
Thanks so much, Councilmember Pinto and committee members. My name is Tara Liebert. I'm the co-founder and executive director of Free Minds Book Club and Writing Workshop, a nonprofit in DC that has been providing comprehensive literacy and reentry services for both incarcerated and informally incarcerated residents in our city since 2002. I want to thank the Department of Corrections for their deep commitment to our work and partnering with us for over 22 years to bring our innovative programming at the jail. There are so many folks at the DOC that I want to thank. Just because of time, I will submit their names in my written testimony. I am here today to highlight 4 critical areas that Free Minds believes will dramatically enhance the environment and the educational programming at the DC jail and will show us as a leader in the country in progressive rehabilitation programming. I realize the jail is suffering from severe staff shortages, but I'm here today to urge the prioritization of educational program, which will dramatically improve the environment at the jail. Number 1, please expand the extremely impactful Young Men Emerging Unit model to all units at the jail. We need the same level of resources and programming that for every resident, both CDF and CTF. Why are educational opportunities only reserved for a small number of residents at the DC jail? We can do it. We've seen it done. We need to expand it. Number 2, work together as a collective, DC Council, DOC, community, to have the IRA petitioners come back from the Bureau of Prisons while they're preparing for their court hearings. It happened before, it ended. We have over 230 IRA recipients. We know those who participated in our book club at the jail. It is a very different trajectory of being connected to reentry services if you are far away in the Bureau of Prisons. 3, allow DC residents to testify at the council hearing. Once again, this is imperative in these current times that we show we believe in civic participation and democracy in our city. Finally, please open the DC jail library for residents to select books and gain vital knowledge in the space. We were absolutely thrilled when 2 new librarians were hired, and we're working very closely with them. We love the DC Public Library. We at Free Minds worked really hard to make sure that branch was in the DOC. We love that the DOC is doing it, but you must be able to go to the space and get those supports. Research shows that increasing literacy rates and strengthening the library and information access leads to successful rehabilitation and reentry, reduces disciplinary incidents, and improves dramatically the overall safety of the facility. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. I just want to call one more time to make sure we didn't miss you, Gwendolyn Langford and Max Broad. All right, I see you. Max
Hey,
Broad.
hi.
Hi,
Hey,
Executive
Councilmember Pinto.
Director of DC Veg Week.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So my name is Max Broad. I'm the co-chair of the DC Good Food Purchasing Program Coalition, DC GFPP, and as mentioned, the Executive Director of DC Veg Week. In my work with GFPP, I work on values-based procurement with the DC Jail Food Working Group, a coalition of local and national organizations that's engaged in the Department of Corrections to make creative shifts that benefit residents, DC businesses, and our communities. DOC, the Department of Corrections, has been receptive and engaged in the work with our working group. And we appreciate their shared interest in improving residents' health and nutrition. I want to share some highlights from working with them. What we've found, they've been doing nutrition education. DOC provides educational information on tablets and is piloting in-person nutrition education programming. Eating lower on the food chain, one of the best tools for reducing carbon emissions from our food system is to eat lower on the food chain. And sure enough, DOC is experimenting with serving plant-rich meals to support our city's climate goals. Data collection, as DOC pilots new dishes in partnership with Department of Energy and Environment staff working on green food purchasing. They are collecting feedback to assess resident favorability and priorities. In collaboration, DOC participated in multiple meetings with the DC Jail Food Working Group to discuss jail food and review recommendations. The DC Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act is a 2021 law to reduce the carbon footprint of the food we procure with public funds. The ultimate goal is to reduce carbon emissions from food 25% by the year 2030. This year, 2025, is the first milestone of the law. DC is set to have a 10% reduction by fiscal year 25. Thus far, DOC has begun to introduce changes that are in alignment with this law. To get up to speed with the targets set out in the statute, we offer the following suggestions. Contracts, several of DC's sibling agencies have included language in their contracts with food vendors to support the goals of green food purchasing law, including Department of Human Services, DC Public Schools, Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services. This language gives clarity to the entities serving food by setting goals, timelines, and expectations that are useful for assessing whether the contract provision has been satisfied. So we highly encourage DOC to include a contract green food language in their contract. Presentations continuing to work on we've seen DOC willing to experiment with novel meal plans that are better for the climate, and using presentation tools can increase buy-in. This includes serving plant-based dishes as a default, blending plant and animal proteins, and decreasing the serving size of meat and increasing plant-rich nutrition. And then awareness, just generally increasing nutrition education. DC Council can support this work in two ways. First, your support in keeping this on the agenda for DOC will complement the community buy-in in assisting with transitioning to a more nutritious and climate-friendly food system. DOC's food procurement is critical consideration in the Judiciary Committee's performance oversight. And second, green food purchasing goals run in parallel with the food-related provisions of the Secure DC Omnibus Act. These include improving food and nutrition for residents, better reporting, and expanding hospitality workforce training opportunities. By securing the funding needed to implement healthy and just food in DC Jail, DC Council will empower successful outcomes from both laws. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. We have been rejoined by Gwendolyn Langford, public witness, and this will be our final public witness for today.
Hello?
Hello,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Okay, I'm here. My name is Gwendolyn Langford, and I am a 20-year retiree from the DC Department of Corrections. And I cannot speak on the future, but I can speak on the past. When you take an oath to become a correctional officer, it's with the understanding that our first obligation is to protect the community, to protect the inmates, and to protect the staff. And to work in a correctional facility, you need to have qualified people that starts within the ranks that come from the top to the bottom, because being a correctional officer or working in a correctional environment, it takes a certain individual, and everybody cannot do that. And if you have not worked there, you cannot understand how dangerous it is to work there. When I came through the Department of Corrections, we had supervisors that came through the ranks that understood what it means and what it takes to be a correctional officer. And when you have a person that understands, they understand the whole concept of working in that environment. And I would like to also say that they still have employees there that have been there for over 33 years that understand the policies, procedures, and could be a supervisor if they really, really wanted to. And when I was an officer, we took pride. We had education. We were very knowledgeable. We looked out for each other and we cared about each other. And I think working in that environment, you cannot have people that are not qualified and don't care about the staff or anything like that. It takes a hell of a person to work in that environment. And that's what I would like to say.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Langford, and thank you for your service and for sharing your testimony. I want to actually start with you and Mr. Bryan and Mr. Alexander, if you're still here. When we think about staff safety and resident safety, we were having a conversation with some of our public witnesses earlier today about contraband, and I feel frustrated that what I'm seeming to hear a lot of response about seems to be, well, contraband's always going to happen. It happens in a city. It's going to happen in the jail. What is your perspective on efforts that we can double down on or take more seriously to ensure that contraband is not coming into the facility through staff or through visitors?
Well, let me go back to this. I worked, I did work checkpoint where visitors come in. Sometimes when you bid on the post, it's given to you by your seniority. But sometimes you have the wardens on down, they have to know their staff because, you know, you have to shake people down. You have to really be knowledgeable and you have to be aware. But now when I worked there, we did have some contraband there, but not the way they have it now, not the way officers are bringing it in now. But we did have it, but not like that. And I think you need to have a budget where you can have the equipment that can detect it. And I think the main thing is you have to follow policies and procedures. For instance, if you say you can only bring food in through plastic containers, that's what it should be. No exceptions. Everybody be treated the same way all the way across the board. That's the way I think about it. And you have to, and number one, you have to take your job seriously. That's why I say everybody is not cut out to be a correctional officer.
Mm-hmm.
And
Can I
you
just
have
ask you though, just really specifically, like when you say you have to shake people down or make sure they're not bringing in, like what does that physically look like in practice when someone shows up for their shift every day in the best case scenario?
Okay, when I came through the training academy, it was a certain way you had to shake down. And like I said, the drugs, they were not that rampant at that time. But now if you shake a person down, especially if they know they're dirty, first thing they do, they say you are sexually harassing them. And then management, they will take you off that post. So, you know, damn if you do, damn if you don't. You understand what I'm saying? Because with this sexual harassment, you cannot shake down individuals the way that you used to could.
And what did that look like when you were there?
What, shaking people down?
I guess I more mean, what does the best practice look like to ensure that there's no contraband that comes in?
For instance, when I was on shakedown, when I was working staff interest, a lot of officers didn't like to come through me because I did it the way I was trained. You hold both your hands, you hold both your arms out, hold both your legs up, you come all the way up to the crotch, go all the way down to the boot. That's the way I was trained. down from the neck down to the back. And a lot of officers now, if you do that, they saying that you're sexually harassing them. And I know I was taken off of staff interest down Central because of the way that I shook down. We have metal detectors, but like I said, the drugs and weapons, they weren't that rampant like they are now.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Bryan, do you have any other thoughts on this, on ways that we can better protect from contraband coming into and out of the facilities? You're muted, Mr. Bryan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Okay. What I would say into that, ma'am, and I don't want to be redundant in my statement, in today's environment, because I just left the jail in 2022 against my will. In today's environment, the DC Department of Correction medical system are providing more drugs for the inmates getting high. Let me say it again, Suboxone is one of the most dangerous drugs the Department of Correction could introduce into the facility. Let me share something with you. You have juveniles been locked up for 2 years. It's now in Suboxone. And I will ask the medical staff, how could a juvenile be given Suboxone? So are you telling me that the juvenile became a drug addict under our custody? I've never got a proper answer in that. The inmate are taking the Suboxone, certain drugs that you're receiving, and ma'am, I must say to you, when they lit the jail up with that smoke, your eyes burn, your throat hurts, and I haven't heard anybody. And what was so amazing to me, you were told by some groups that came in that supposedly be doing quarterly inspection and make no argument of how toxic the smoke in the jail is. You could go to a unit and peel the tar off the unit from the residue of the smoke that the inmates are smoking. Not only that, today, the inmates are even smoking in front of these officers because they don't care. They're just there for the money.
Yep.
There is no work ethics at DC jail anymore. It's about the money.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bryan. I want to turn to you, Mr. Rosen or Mr. Broad. I know there are a number of witnesses who talked about the nutrition standards, but I mean, maybe we can start with you, Mr. Broad. Can you talk about why food as medicine is so important to outcomes, just health, both physical and mental health?
Yeah, sure. And this is something that Mr. Rosen would be great to talk about as well. But what, as part of this jail food working group, we have been paying attention to food and nutrition on multiple levels. When folks are fed meals that either leave them hungry or malnourished, it's going to have implications for their physical and mental well-being. And so we see this as just a really nice coming together of when we can make changes to food that make it not only more nutritious but also make it more sustainable and better meet the needs of the residents in ways that are culturally appropriate. We find that there can be some nice win-wins for everybody.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Rosen, could you share your thoughts on this, but also you mentioned in your testimony some of the positive steps that you've been able to take with DOC, even with some of the funding constraints. Can you speak a little more specifically to what those have been?
The requirements of DC law.
Yeah, thanks, and I
If I could,
appreciate
I'm
the
sorry
question.
to cut you off. I hear some of our witnesses still speaking. If you could make sure you're put on mute if you're not speaking. Miss Langford,
Yes.
could you please put yourself on mute?
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Rosen.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. I think I agree with what Max said, and I'd encourage us food as medicine approaches, I think, are helpful. They're often somewhat patient-centered and focused around diet-related disease, which many people in the jail certainly do have. I think we have roughly a quarter of our folks there on medical meals. I might have that a little bit off, but a large number of folks in that jail are on medical meals, which look nothing like what we would recognize as medically tailored meal interventions outside in the community. Those are folks with diabetes, with hypertension, like any diet-related disease that you can choose. The number in the jail is usually higher. The percentage of the incidence is usually higher. I'd encourage us to think maybe a little more broadly about kind of food as health approaches that are not solely focused on treating disease, but on the general population and healthier approaches to food, recognizing the impact that food has on people's physical well-being, mental well-being, particularly as folks there, as I said before, are experiencing trauma inside the jail, coming from trauma, coming from a background of mental health challenges and addiction. I think these are, the folks around me in that jail that I saw were more needing those kinds of healthy dietary interventions. Maybe it's even more acute, I guess is what I'm saying. I think some of the positive steps we've taken with DOC, I think they are really appreciate the way they've been engaged in this dialogue about what we can do in the absence of new funding. I think prior to the population going up, there was some idea about allocating any existing funds that were available towards higher density proteins, towards fruits and vegetables. And I think the population increases have kind of overtaken those intentions. That said, I know they are still eager to do what they can. And I think Ms. Silverman made mention earlier of some of the specific priorities that we have presented to them that I think there's no real argument about. Fruits and vegetables, complex grains and fiber, and some of the other things that she talked about. We have started looking for outside funds in the absence of any district funds. Private funding, whatever we can find, whatever we can apply for by way of grants, to improve programming on workforce programs. I think we have some really thoughtful partners in the community that are eager to expand workforce options and expand job skills training, whether that's on the culinary side or hospitality side. So they have been willing partners at a leadership level with us in sitting down to discuss what we can do and to try to improve some of the tools that they have at their disposal now and find some new tools and new programs and new opportunities, both on the nutrition side and on the workforce side.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I think that's a good point to try to be creative with some of our funding sources and also certainly making sure we're pursuing any federal grants that may be available. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your testimony and all that you all do. I'm sorry we didn't have a chance to ask everybody questions, but I appreciate the work and your testimony and sharing your experiences. Thank you very much. We are going to turn to our government witnesses for today. We're first going to start with Katerina Semenova, Special Counsel for the Public Defender Service. We're going to hear from Semenova first, and then we will move on to Director Faust. So welcome, Semenova. Thank you very much for joining us. And as you know, it's our tradition to swear in all government witnesses. So if I can ask you to turn your microphone on. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Katerina Semyonova, Special Counsel to the Director on Policy and Legislation at the Public Defender Service. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this oversight hearing. While the Department of Corrections is now slowly moving forward with a plan to fix and replace its aging buildings, even without delays, it will take a decade to complete this process. In the meantime, individuals remain detained in conditions and under circumstances that harm their physical and mental health. At DOC, there is consistently too little focus on health, programming, and education. People spend too much time languishing in cells that are infested with vermin and contaminated with mold, and they are given inedible, unhealthy food. These are complaints that DOC and the Council have heard before and that have been amplified by voices from the community and in inspection reports. DOC often tells moving stories of programming and partnerships, for instance with DC United, that undoubtedly provide truly meaningful experiences for the people who get to partake in that programming. However, neither the number of these stories that DOC tells nor the extent to which these stories can be inspiring should obscure the fact that these opportunities are provided to a tiny fraction of the 2,000 people who are regularly detained at DOC. It is beyond time for the Council to demand real action by DOC to improve the lives of all of the residents in its care. PDS's testimony today will focus on sanitation issues, medical care, minimal access to in-person visitation at the DC jail, delays with legal visitation, limitations with programming and education, and the need for DOC to accept a small number of individuals on post-conviction writs. With respect to sanitation issues, PDS clients have repeatedly complained of vermin infestation across all of the units at the DC jail. Clients report finding mice inside their cells, on their beds, and all over their units. Clients who have complained to DOC have reported that DOC claims that it is difficult to use traps and chemical agents in housing areas. Therefore, the problem persists and grows. The units are also plagued with roaches and other bugs. Mold is routinely present throughout DOC. Clients who work on DOC's detail, a cleaning crew staffed by incarcerated residents, report seeing mold in cells and on tiers. Reportedly, DOC paints over the mold, but the mold returns. Numerous clients report flooding at DOC and report instead of using professional cleaners, DOC expected them to clean up after the flooding without necessary protective equipment such as gloves, clothing, and respiratory equipment. Complaints about water failures were echoed in the CIC's 2024 annual report on DOC, which noted many instances of broken showers and leaking water. There are also reports of brown water entering cells from below or from broken sprinklers. Clients at DC jail reported experiencing flooding from sewer water and then having all clean water shut off to their cells. Those clients alternated between being flooded by dirty water and having no water. DOC, with respect to medical care, DOC routinely deprives clients of necessary medical care, a problem that is exacerbated by the lack of case managers. Without case managers or consistent access to tablets, clients cannot make requests to see medical staff. PDS lawyers repeatedly see DOC fail to provide outside specialized medical care that clients need. A lawsuit brought by the Washington Lawyers Committee detailed DOC's systemic failures in providing medication and basic care to people with chronic medical conditions. Further, the dental care offered through Unity Healthcare appears to be limited to simple maintenance and extractions. If a client needed a root canal and did not receive one, one client who needed a root canal and did not receive one, ended up having a tooth fall out. DOC's answers to oversight questions claim that mental health services, including weekly therapy, are readily available and include multiple modalities. However, requests for mental health treatment can result in appointments months later. With respect to legal visitation, at the 2024 oversight hearings, PDS and CJA lawyers testified about delays with legal visitation that wasted countless hours of time for legal teams and that were burdening defendants' constitutional right to counsel. Issues with legal visitation have not improved. Lawyers can still only see their clients at the legal visitation area that is on the same floor as their housing unit, a relatively new limitation that started under Director Faust's leadership. That means that in order to see clients who are housed on floors 1, 2, and 3 of the DC jail during one trip, a lawyer must wait for a visitation room on each of those floors. Previously, lawyers were able to wait on one floor, and even if one of the clients they wanted to meet with was on a different floor, the client could walk to that floor to see their lawyer. Since there are only a maximum of 5 to 6 legal visitation rooms on each floor, lawyers routinely wait a long time for a room, which then gets multiplied every time the lawyer has to move to a new floor to wait for a room there. Lawyers then wait for DOC to bring their clients to the visitation area, which is another time-consuming change in policy since clients previously could walk to the visitation area with a pass. Lawyers describe frequently waiting 1 to 2 hours for DOC to bring clients to visitation. With respect to in-person visitation, not legal. In-person visitation is essential to maintaining family connections and for reentry, but residents of the DC jail have minimal access to in-person visits. For everyone at the DC jail, in-person visits are limited to the first Monday of the month. Individuals hoping to visit their loved ones must call Sunday morning before the Monday visitation day to see if they can secure a visitation spot. These visits are not contact visits and do not give parents a chance to hold their young children. Instead, residents of the DC jail speak to their loved ones on phones and from behind glass. And then most visits happen via video. In-person family reunification visits, which allow parents who are held at the DC jail to have physical contact with their children, appear to happen just one time a year per unit through a program that is funded through a federal grant. The CJCC dashboard showed that 316 people engaged in family visitation in all of 2024. A person who is detained pretrial for 3 years, which is not an uncommon occurrence for a serious offense, would at best be with their young children just 3 times over the course of the 3 years. Family visitation is further limited to residents who are visiting with children who are under age 18. An 18-year-old incarcerated resident at the DC jail cannot have family day visits with his parents or grandparents or siblings. With respect to education and programming, at DOC high school education through Maya Angelou Academy is available only to students who are under age 22 and have been diagnosed with a disability prior to entering detention. These students typically stay on an education block at CTF, meet in person with teachers, and also use education tablets to access credit recovery and to ask teachers questions. According to a third-party audit, during the fourth quarter of 2024, enrollment numbers at DOC's Maya Angelou Academy steadily declined, reaching a low of 35 enrolled students and 2 at CTF and 2 at DC jail. Given reasonable enrollment numbers and the importance of education to reentry, and the fact that education is protective against recidivism, the DOC should not oppose the very modest expansion of education services that is proposed in the LEARNS Act to include students who are diagnosed with a disability during the course of their detention. This modest expansion will allow young people who are newly diagnosed with learning disabilities to get the services that they need to complete high school. DOC should also support amending the LEARNS Act to keep those students the district is legally obligated to educate in DOC custody until they have earned their diplomas or aged out of special education services, rather than having them sent to the Bureau of Prisons during that critical time. Further, in-person education and programming should be broadly available to all DOC residents, regardless of age and disability status. Many of DOC's programs are only available to a handful of residents. For example, in 2024, only 123 people participated in the intensive and well-regarded Lead Up program, and 36 people participated in the CTEC training program. While DOC touts the availability of educational tablets, the council should examine how much access individuals really have to DOC's educational tablets. The CJCC dashboard reported that there were only 1,176 users of educational tablets in DOC in 2024, despite more than 7,000 admissions to DOC and a daily population of about 2,000. With respect to post-conviction writs, while detention at the Department of Corrections creates deep harm, placement at DOC instead of in the Federal Bureau of Prisons is essential to advancing the cases of a small group of individuals who need to return to the district in post-conviction cases. Unlike pretrial clients who must be placed in DOC custody if they are detained by the court, when judges sign writs for clients incarcerated in BOP facilities who may be across the country, to return to the district to be able to participate in post-conviction matters, the United States Marshal Service must find appropriate placements in the region. Over the last several years, DOC has declined to receive people who are brought back on these post-conviction writs. However, individuals who were previously in DOC custody on post-conviction writs were invaluable to the DOC as mentors on the Young Men Emerging Unit and as students in educational programs. DOC should revisit this practice and permit a small number of individuals to return to DOC, particularly those who can serve as mentors on units such as YME. Allowing individuals to come back on writs advances their reentry, helps their mentees, and furthers programming for other residents in DOC. The council should therefore encourage DOC to allow a limited number of individuals to return on post-conviction writs. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome your questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Seminova, and thank you for all of the work that you do throughout the year and representing folks and kind of pointing out to us areas of improvement at the agency and many of our agencies. You spoke about some of the challenges with legal visits, and I know this is something you've raised in the past before, but have you noticed any either improvements or new challenges as it relates to trying to access your clients, either for the in-person visits or the virtual visit options?
I really spoke about just the in-person visits, and I talked to lawyers about that prior to testifying. And it's really seems to be the same issues that we presented last year. It's the delays in getting a visitation room because you can only see clients who are on that particular floor, and then the delays in bringing clients to their lawyers because they are no longer given passes to freely walk to their lawyer. And so the entire process takes longer, and lawyers wait an hour, sometimes more, for a client to come, and may wait a long time between clients, and then may have to change floors within the jail and wait longer.
And it's your experience that that was not how it used to be several years ago.
It was not how it used to be when I was in the jail frequently as a trial attorney, and it is a new complaint that was raised. I think it was raised last year. I'm not sure if it was raised in prior years as well, but it is a relatively new complaint that it has gotten much worse. And notably, the CJA bar testified last year about it as well, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully I'm not mixing the years, but
yes. Or have there been any rationales provided when lawyers follow up with DOC about what the delays are, if there was a shift in policy that resulted in this?
I don't know about any. I can inquire as to what rationales people are given when they're there in the facility.
And I can, I'll certainly ask DOC when they're here in a moment. But I'm just curious as to kind of if there's a staffing issue or if there's a spacing issue or kind of what that would be, and if we can try to help solve some of that. Can you talk a little bit more about some of your experiences or your team's experience visiting with current clients? You mentioned some of the habitability issues. I'm curious to learn a little bit more about the mold that you talked about, but also some of the educational opportunities that are or are not being availed to your clients.
I think that the CJCC's dashboard tells a particularly telling story because it gives us real numbers as to how many people are getting to experience certain programs. So I can follow up and ask specific lawyers about what's happening with specific clients because we have people who are on the education block at CTF. We have, individuals across the jail. So I can follow up more specifically. I don't think I have a particular answer.
Okay.
Right now, but I think the bigger picture is that while there has been programming, it's a question of how much access is available to everyone there.
Okay. And I guess it's a little hard without the specifics, but are what you're hearing that it's a lack of access for people who are interested in obtaining that programming?
Or it's unit specific. Something may be available on a certain unit, or it's or only available in one facility and not the other facility. So you need to be at CTF in order to access some programming, or in a particular block to access other programming.
Right.
Or space is just limited. If there is a program that accepts 20 individuals, which I believe was the number that was in the collaboration with DC United, 20 individuals. It's just there's not enough reach.
Right. Okay. We've heard some concerns that residents at the CDF lack access to tablets that they would need to view legal information online. And the CIC's 2023 inspection found that the physical law libraries in both CTF and CDF were closed. Do you have any comment on this, on the importance of accessing a functional law library?
I think it's very important to have access to the law library. Just generally as a principle for individuals are detained, they are stressed about their cases, if they can learn more information, if they can be in a space where they can review documents in their own cases, where they can read the materials that are provided to them by their lawyer, when they can research. I think that's incredibly helpful to individuals broadly, for everyone across the board who is detained. And I can follow up about legal tablet, access to legal materials on tablets.
Do you have a sense of who's doing this best? Like if there's a facility in the country that has improved access more than we're seeing at DOC? Or is DOC providing the kind of the best standard for what we have now, but we still need more access?
I'd like to follow up with you about that also.
Okay. I know you have raised before some of the concerns around the grievance process, and it's my understanding that DOC worked over the last year to kind of reduce the number of steps involved in that process from 4 to 3. And so what is PDS's view now on the grievance process?
So we still think that it's a step too many, that it really could be reduced further, but 3 steps is certainly better than 4 steps, and the time period between the steps could be reduced. It is hard for individuals to calculate all the time when there are these deadlines and shifting deadlines. It's hard for individuals to calculate all of that. So the more streamlined of a grievance process there is, sort of the better it is for getting to a point of resolution. And this is it's a pretrial facility where many individuals are held for a short period of time. There are people who are there for very long periods of time, but there are also people, including many women, who are there for shorter periods of time. And when you have a grievance process that takes 60 days even, it excludes people from reaching a final resolution. Many individuals will not be able to stay long enough to reach a final resolution. And so problems can keep occurring. So not only for that individual whose problem may be solved because they are released, that problem remains potentially systemic for everyone because there's not enough, the time period is too long to finish the entire grievance process. But it is definitely a step forward to remove a step from the grievance process.
Have you noticed any other improvements with the process of the timeline of getting to resolution, or the transparency around kind of responses that there's been a concern raised or a grievance filed?
I need to follow up with you about that also, about whether there are improvements or whether it's gotten worse. And within the LEARNS Act, one thing that would be very helpful is the LEARNS Act includes a provision that allows people who are not in DOC custody to track the grievance, to see what steps it is at. And that would be available to lawyers, it would be available to family members. And that's a very helpful, positive, kind of transparent reform that is already in the LEARNS Act.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. That concludes my questions for you. If you have anything else you want to highlight, or any other closing thoughts, please go ahead.
I can supplement the written testimony with these, or just follow up separately.
Okay.
With the questions.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you very
We'll touch
much.
our team. Thank you. All right. Well, we are ready for Director Faust. Thank you so much for your patience all day. Come on over. Hey, our pleasure. And I see you have some from your team joining us at the table. So anyone who's going to be answering questions for the record, if I could have you introduce your name and your position with the microphone on, we could start with you.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto. My name is Jacqueline Williams. I'm the Deputy Director for Education, Programs, and Case Management. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle.
Thomas Faust, Director for DOC.
I purposely skipped you because we have you on the record, but thank you, Director Faust. Didn't want you to think we forgot. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Michelle Wilson with the Department of Corrections.
Good afternoon, Deputy Warden Williams for Central Detention Facility.
I'm sorry, could you say again with the
Good
mic?
afternoon, Deputy Warden Manuel Williams for the Central Detention Facility.
Great.
Good afternoon, Dr. Beth Jordan, Medical Director and Health Services Administrator.
Thank you. And Ms. Wilson, could you just state your position for the record as well?
Deputy Director of Administration.
Great, thank you. All right, so we're gonna swear everyone in. If everyone can turn their microphone on again. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide for the council and the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes. Thank you all. All right, well, Director Faust, if you have any opening statement, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Tom Faust, Director of the District of Columbia Department of Corrections. Again, joining me today, Deputy Directors Michelle Wilson, Deputy Director Jacqueline Williams, Deputy Warden Manuel Williams, and Dr. Beth Jordan, DOC Medical Director. Also in the room joining us is Anthony Norman, our agency fiscal officer. On behalf of Mayor Bowser, we appreciate the opportunity to present testimony today. DOC currently operates 3 facilities: the Central Detention Facility, which houses adult males, the Correctional Treatment Facility, which houses both male and female adults, and the Central Cell Block, which holds male and female arrestees prior to their first court appearance. DOC also contracts with the Fairview Residential Reentry Center for the community corrections placement of female residents. During FY 2024, the average total jail population for the DOC was 1,833. In FY 2025, through the end of January, the DOC total jail population was 1,981. And on a number of days during that time, over a population of 2,000. As the committee recognizes, recent legislation passed last March has led to increased pretrial detention for adults accused of or having prior violent crime convictions, or those found in possession of illegal firearms, which in turn impacts population levels within the DOC facilities. In addition, lengths of stay have increased, which also impact population growth. Thus, from the last quarter of fiscal year 2023 in July to the present, the total population has risen from an average of around 1,390 to 1,979 residents, an increase of about 590 individuals, or a 42% increase in our jail population. Mayor Bowser's focus on making our communities safer, along with the excellent work of the Metropolitan Police Department, together have contributed to violent crime reduction in our communities by approximately 35% reduction from previous peak levels, and in turn resulted in many of those engaged in or suspected of violent crimes being placed in DOC custody. It is expected DOC's population may continue to trend upward in the coming months as violent repeat offenders are being appropriately removed from our communities. The role of DOC is crucial as these changes move a growing number of dangerous individuals from the community to our facilities for safe, secure, and humane detainment. Our workforce, made up of a diverse group of committed corrections professionals and an experienced leadership team, remains strategic and focused on instituting critical safety and security protocols within our facilities, while also making sure we're prioritizing the resident services, treatment programs, and support critical to day-to-day operations. Another critical component of DOC facility safety and security is compliance with the Prison Rape Elimination Act, or PREA, federal mandates. With a team of experienced PREA specialists, we have successfully maintained PREA DOJ certification of all facilities, with CDF receiving full compliance recently in April of 2024, and the Fairview Residential Reentry Center receiving full compliance in February of this year. Both the CTF and CCB are also fully certified as PREA compliant. Recruiting qualified frontline correctional staff who are key to the safety, security, and operational safety of all DOC facilities is an operational priority and now has increased importance. Like public safety and criminal justice organizations around the country, DOC is facing recruitment challenges with a current vacancy rate in FY 2024 nearing 19%. While I would note this is certainly an improvement from about a 25% vacancy rate a year earlier. To strategically address this issue, during FY 24, we began a comprehensive recruitment campaign to attract a diverse and qualified pool of candidates from Washington, D.C. and surrounding jurisdictions. With the mayor's support, we initiated a hiring bonus program offering newly hired staff up to $6,000 and existing staff up to $3,000 for applicant referrals once those applicants may be hired. Results thus far are promising, with the largest recruitment class in the last 2 years who have begun basic officer training in September 2024. Our enhanced recruitment will continue through fiscal year 2025 and forward with our goal of lowering our correctional officer vacancy rates. To maintain safe and secure facilities, we remain fully focused on curbing the introduction of contraband. This will always be an operational priority, and with an upwardly trending population, all the more vital to the safe and secure operations of our facilities. Detection, interdiction, and recovery efforts are given high priority, with our teams conducting daily cell and housing unit searches, executing strategic search and contraband recovery operations, continuing escorted movement protocols, and other intelligence gathering strategies. Screening at facility entrances and sally ports is still handled by a private security contractor, allowing additional DOC officers to be reassigned and work other critical posts. To further enhance contraband introduction and overall facility safety and security, in addition to enhanced technology, such as document and mail scanning devices, we have purchased 2 new full body scanners for staff entrances, added upgraded X-ray machines with advanced capability for also screening packages at staff entrances, and we've also added 1 full body security scanner with X-ray capability for inmate intake at the intake area of our reception center. We've also expanded our K-9 team recently, in fact, adding 3 new dogs that are being trained for our K-9 unit. Drugs and pills have been the #1 type of contraband seized in both fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 to date, with homemade weapons or materials to construct homemade weapons and other items such as matches and lighters comprising the 2nd and 3rd largest categories of contraband seizures. With increasing numbers of pretrial detainees in our custody, many whom are challenged with violent crimes and may also have crew and gang affiliations that carry over to the jail environment, we must ensure the safe and secure confinement of those housed and working within our facilities. As reported last year, we continue to institute policy and operational changes to reduce the use of restricted housing, with numbers continuing to remain significantly lower than historic highs, despite the increases in those at risk for restrictive housing placement. DOC is currently operating just one single male restrictive housing unit, North 1, which only houses now approximately 2% of DOC's average daily population for fiscal year 2025. This represents a significant 55% reduction in use of restrictive housing populations from fiscal year 2024. Restrictive housing should be used as little as possible and only for those who pose a serious threat to other residents or staff. But limited use of restrictive housing for acts of violence is a necessary tool to maintain a safe environment for other residents and staff working in the facility and volunteers. As planned, we have opened the restrictive housing step-down unit, which I'm very happy to say, as a bridge between restrictive and general population units so that we can prepare people coming out of restrictive housing to then be more successful when they're returned to the general housing units. The unit offers mental health services and other programming to individuals deemed ready for the transition. The Special Management Unit, which is a part of our restrictive housing reform efforts, continues to operate efficiently. This unit houses individuals with nonviolent or separation issues pending a hearing, with residents receiving all regular on-unit privileges and the same out-of-cell time as the general population units. Individuals awaiting administrative or disciplinary hearings are housed on a pre-hearing unit where they also retain full privileges pending the outcome of their scheduled hearings. Excuse me. I'd now like to highlight some of our programs and initiatives. In FY 2024, we started our Family Reunification Program. The program was created to facilitate healthy family connections and contribute to strengthened bonds between parent and child. And through events held thus far, we have touched many families of the incarcerated, opened up lines of communication within the family, and strengthened vital family connections. During Family Fun Days, which we have put on, and other planned events, parents who meet eligibility requirements can spend dedicated time with their minor children in a supportive environment. These gatherings, coordinated by the DOC Family Reunification Team in partnership with a number of our volunteer organizations, offer a space for parents and children to interact, laugh, create new opportunities, new memories, and be together. As a prerequisite to participation, residents enroll in a 2-day parent class offered through the Hope Foundation. Hope Foundation also offers a more expansive 8-week parenting program in the DC Jail for Women housed at the CTF. In calendar year 2024, 1,337 residents, chaperones, and children participated in family reunification events that included music, board and floor games, arts and crafts, face painting, family portraits, lunch, and concession stands with other refreshments. We want to thank the many partner organizations such as Martha's Table, Wider Circle, the DC Board of Elections, and the DC Public Library. We're also on site to share vital resource information during these family reunification events. Community-based family connections were also made through events held at the DOC Ready Center in Ward 8. Back to school and holiday toy giveaways were held with food, music, holiday pictures with Santa, and special hair care services we offered through our partner, Bennett Institute. During these events, I'm very proud to say that our staff gave out 456 toys given out to children from the Ready Center, and 151 backpacks were given and shared with school-age children. By prioritizing family unity and emotional well-being, The Family Reunification Program continues to make an important impact, helping parents remain engaged in their children's lives and offering a sense of hope for the future. Robust pre- and post-release education, workforce, and life skills programming continue through our Ready Center partners, as well as our partnership with Georgetown University, MIT, the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and many other public sector and community-based service providers that fully support our DOC mission. In another new program, we are very proud of the first of its kind partnership with DC United and the Twinning Project to bring a soccer-based training program to DOC residents. The project pairs correctional facilities with sports clubs to deliver coaching, leadership, and team skills training. Launched in this past August of 2024, the program features twice-weekly sessions led by experienced coaches from DC United coming to the jail facilities and the DC United Academy with participants from our reentry programs. Residents have been extremely enthusiastic about participation in this new program. One of the things I'll just say that has been really impressive when hearing the graduate cohorts from this program with DC United is how they've said for the first time through sports, they're understanding teamwork, they're understanding coming together as a group and accomplishing things in a team. And so those are the types of life skills and life lessons that partnership with DC United has been so successful. So far, again, we've had 20 since August, 20 were enrolled and finished the first cohort. We had 19 in the second not too long ago, and now we have the third cohort to start here in the spring of this year. And I'm very glad to say that for this third cohort, women will also participate in the spring group. DOC also partnered with the National Prison Debate League in early 2024 to bring debate and public speaking opportunities to incarcerated residents. Now that we're in our second semester at CTF, this co-ed program, and we do have it as a co-ed program, offers men and women a chance to develop critical thinking, communication, and teamwork skills through structured debates. The debate team is known as the Defense Coalition, and that was a name that they came up with, the Defense Coalition. And they really made history, I would say, as the first co-ed debate team inside a jail, and they competed against Georgetown University in a highly anticipated event in the first quarter of the fiscal year. The second debate, which some of you may have heard of, took place in November, this past November of 2024, in which we worked with the district court judges and the U.S. Marshals Service, in which the judges of the federal district court offered to bring the debate team to actually have a debate in an actual courtroom at the U.S. District Court. The DOC team was victorious, in fact, in debating students from James Madison University on the subject of the abolishment of life without parole sentences. Very proud of their accomplishment. DOC is currently partnering with Bennett Career Institute to offer comprehensive cosmetology and barbering training to both male and female residents. This was launched this past summer of 2024. This program takes place in the newly renovated cosmetology and barbering classroom that we put together within the CTF Education Suite. Residents in the cosmetology and barbering training receive 1,500 hours of hands-on training in various cosmetology skills, including haircutting, coloring, chemical services, and nail and skin techniques. Upon completing the program and passing the DC State Board of Cosmetology examination, participants are qualified to pursue careers as licensed cosmetologists, hairstylists, nail technicians, and salon managers. This initiative provides residents with valuable skills and opportunities for future employment, supporting their successful reintegration into the community. Also, the painting and plumbing pre-apprenticeship classes have now completed 2 cohorts at both CTF and CDF, with participants now assigned to work crews throughout the facility, and they work hand in hand with our maintenance staff for continued on-the-job training within the jail. In October of 2024, we launched the new Residential Substance Abuse and Treatment Program for women located in a housing unit at the CTF. This is a 120-day program which provides holistic, patient-centered care to improve substance use outcomes, ensure continuity of care upon release, and reduce recidivism. Program referrals come through the United States Parole Commission, the Public Defender Service, the courts, members of the DOC case management team, Unity Healthcare, or by self-referral. The first graduation since the opening of the unit occurred on February 18th, just here very, very recently. Another specialty care is the comprehensive care of pregnant women in the custody of DOC, provided by Unity Healthcare, our provider of healthcare services. This includes care through each trimester and during the postpartum period. In our recently revised pregnancy management policy, and I would thank Councilmember Henderson and others and Councilmember Pinto in terms of the area of concern on pregnancy management. And we have recently revised a number of areas in our management policy. We now have detailed information which is provided on reproductive health care and the services and supports provided over the duration of each woman's pregnancy. We've created a pregnancy fact sheet, began work on a training course in pregnancy management, and formalized our support person designation process, where anyone who may be preparing to deliver a child that is in custody can request a support person to be with them during that time. And we've identified and we have now contracted with an entity to offer doula services to support those preparing for childbirth. In the area of substance abuse treatment, DOC is at the forefront. DOC is one of the district's largest providers of medication-assisted treatment, or the MAT program, for opioid abuse, averaging approximately 500 residents on MAT each month. I believe our current number is about 530 or so. This is double the number compared to last year. DOC is also an accredited opioid treatment program. We are accredited through the Federal Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration, SAMHSA, and also by the National Commission on Correctional Health Care. DOC continues to operate special therapeutic housing units for both men and women dealing with substance use disorders and mental health issues. Unit staff includes a dedicated team of medical providers specializing in addictions medicine, as well as nurses, mental health clinicians, and peer navigators providing daily support, guidance, and reentry planning. Jail residents who are not on one of these specialized units may also access mental health services. Requests and referrals come to the mental health team through the sick call process or via referrals from the Unity team or corrections officers, DOC case management, the courts, and including attorneys. Residents receiving mental health services may participate in various therapeutic modalities, including support therapy, trauma-focused therapy, grief counseling, cognitive behavioral therapy, and anger management. Voting access and voter education for the incarcerated is another area which the District of Columbia really leads in. Again, our efforts were successful with both primary and general election voting at DOC. The DOC voting team, along with our Get Out the Vote partners, continued educating residents on the voter registration process. Based on these efforts, there were 268 residents who were newly registered during fiscal year 2024, and 144 so far newly registered in fiscal year 2025. During both elections, the DC Board of Election staff was on site at specified polling locations, along with election observers and poll watchers, the League of Women Voters representatives, University Legal Services, Disability Rights DC staff, and DOC communication staff and volunteers. Select residents were also trained by the Board of Elections as election workers, and they were paid an established stipend by BOE for their work performed. During the fiscal year 2024 primary election, there were 260 residents who voted in the primary and 544 residents who voted during this past general election. The 7F08 ANC seat held by Commissioner Shamika Hayes, a DOC resident, was up for re-election in the November 2024 general election. Ms. Hayes won re-election and was sworn in on January 16 by U.S. District Judge Dabney Friedrich. I'm also proud to report that based on advances made in voting rights for the incarcerated, the district is gaining more national attention. During this past summer of 2024, we presented at the summer session of the American Correctional Association, which draws corrections professionals from all over the country. This was held in Nashville, Tennessee, and along with our partner organization, the League of Women Voters, who joined us in this presentation, DOC conducted several workshops at the American Correctional Association Conference, highlighting voting and legislative advancements in the District of Columbia. Workshops were very well attended, and the feedback from people all around the country was very positive in terms of what the District of Columbia is doing. In further recognition of the district's voting successes, during this past fiscal year, a researcher from the Harvard Kennedy School Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation released a case study on jail-based voting that they did specifically here in the District of Columbia. We remain indebted to the many individuals and organizations that have partnered with us throughout the years, and to those who have more recently joined our team. Our active and engaged network of local government agencies, criminal justice partners, community and faith-based organizations, advocates, and others offer DOC residents pre- and post-release opportunities to participate in educational programming, college courses, academic tutoring, religious services, faith-based counseling, workforce development training, reentry programming, voter education, writing workshops, along with some of the new and innovative athletic activities. The programs and special initiatives described in my testimony are made possible and supported by these many organizations and volunteers. Thus, I want to again recognize the invaluable contributions of our volunteers and our community organizations, without which we would not be able to do many of these programs. In keeping with Mayor Bowser's vision for the design of a transformational corrections facility focused on rehabilitation and reentry, We look toward replacing of the aging CDF, also known as the DC jail, with the CTF Annex project. The planned jail annex will be designed and built with enhanced general population living spaces and areas designed for state-of-the-art programming, education, rehabilitation, reentry, and health and mental health care services. Phase site construction activities on this project are now expected to commence during the late first quarter of fiscal year 2027. Each year, the DOC workforce provides for the secure care and custody of thousands of pretrial detainees, sentenced misdemeanors, felons, and parole violators, and we strive to execute our duties with pride, professionalism, and passion in caring for these human lives. In closing, I want to recognize the hard work and commitment of these men and women of the DOC who each day carry out their duties and responsibilities with a dedication to public safety and with little recognition, and who even in the face of challenges and stressful circumstances remain focused on caring for human lives and getting the job done. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony today, and now we look forward to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Director Faust, for that testimony and for all of the many programs that you and your team are engaged with. And I want to extend my gratitude to you and your entire team who's here and not here. And as you note, it is very difficult work under difficult circumstances. And I know there's been a lot of staffing constraints, which we will get to, and hopefully we can help you address in this year's budget. I'm going to actually turn to my Ward 7 colleague, who is a member of the committee, Councilmember Wendell Felder, for any comments that he may have, and then a 15-minute round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Director Faust, members of your team present and who may be tuning in online. I'm going to waive my opening remarks and just jump in with my questions. I've heard from the Council of Court Excellence about the high level of violence and use of force in the jail. Could you speak to the plans that DOC have to analyze the causes of violence and use of force?
We are constantly looking at and analyzing the areas in terms of violence, both resident violence, inmate on inmate violence, inmate staff violence. We have, for one example, we have violence interrupter teams that come from the community that come into the jail and work with our residents around violence and anger management and those types of situations. We also, in terms of many of the areas, we have, again, community groups that are coming in and working with many of our population who have affiliations with crews and gangs. One of the issues that we do have to deal with on a daily basis are essentially keep separates between many of the persons who may have affiliations with crews and gangs. We have about a total of around 60 different crews that are identified within the DOC population. So it continues to be a challenge in terms of the housing of those individuals. And we have very close working relationship between our gang intelligence unit internally and also with MPD, so that anytime there's various incidents that might happen in the community that could possibly affect something within the jail facility, we keep, again, close information sharing on that. And likewise, if there is an incident that may come up within one of the jail facilities, we would always share that information with MPD so that there's an awareness there between both what may be happening on both sides. We also have a number of projects and programs, and I can let Deputy Director Williams speak to them, but we have another program called Cure the Streets.
Right.
And then we have another the Atonement Project, which is essentially community mediation. So through all these areas, in programmatic areas, we're dealing with the issues around violence and violence reduction.
Yeah, I would just chime in, Dr. Faust, not to interrupt you. I appreciate the solutions, but my question was the cause. Like, have you noticed a specific trend that leads to a cause of violence and or a use of force instead of the solutions, the mediation?
Well, I mean, many of the solutions that I'm talking about as far as interdiction, as far as, you know, having violence interrupters, those are addressing the causes. Whether it may be causes of, you know, beefs on the street, or whether it may be issues that happen between two different individuals. You know, we had a recent case just a week or so ago where two co-defendants of the same case got in a fight with each other. I mean, so there are a number of causes, and again, I'll let the Deputy Director speak further on that.
Good afternoon.
Hey, how you doing?
So currently, and also Deputy Warden Williams can talk about it, as we have 99 crews, known affiliated crews inside of our custody. We have residents that have multiple separations inside of custody as well. The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement comes in weekly and does mediations, as well as they work with People of Promise. We're a part of the Gunstead initiative, so we're constantly in direct communication with all of the entities in terms of criminal justice to be well informed on the persons that are coming into our care, to be able to assist with reducing the level of violence and crime that they may be able to bring inside the facility. We work with Cure the Streets. They do mediations weekly inside the facility as well.
And I would just, sorry for interrupting you. Sure. It seems like the cause or the increase of violence and use of force in the jail is due to beefs spilling over in the jail. Is that the case?
I think that if we may, I think that there's a couple of different causes. I think one of the causes is that we have a more violent population.
Thank you. That's what, thank you.
And so we have a population where we've seen significant more increase in the number of people who are there with charged with assaults, other violent crimes, and other issues. I think Deputy Warden Williams could also speak on, yes, there is an overflow from things that are happening within the community that have a direct impact on what's happening in the jail as well.
And also, as I mentioned in my opening statement, on the characteristics of our jail population has in fact changed. We have a much higher percentage of the population that is charged with serious violent crimes. And again, appropriately, they're out of the community and in the facility. And so there is a correlation. I mean, the excellent work that the MPD does, and again, in driving down the crime rate by 35%, but there's also a correlation that one of the reasons that helps affect that drive down in crime is that we're getting a lot of those repeat, or MPD is getting a lot of those repeat violent offenders out of the neighborhoods and out of the communities and into the jail population. And that's appropriate. That's our job then to work with them within the jail setting. But the challenges of the population, as a general rule, as a generality, it is a more assaultive and violent population.
Okay. From my understanding, at one point in time, DOC established a violence reduction committee to review use of force incidents, but the group never published a report. Do you plan to reconvene this group? If so, can you share a report of the findings of the first working group?
I was actually going to speak on that. We actually, when you talk about the cause, we use the violence reduction meetings to look at the cause, to look at the cause of the use of force. So that meeting currently happens monthly.
Right.
When we take those reports and we gather and find out, that's how we strategize on how to approach the cause. That came also led us to open up the restrictive housing step down unit, which we look at the root cause for why residents are placed in restrictive housing for those assaults. So that meeting continues to go on.
Thank you. Director Faust, I love how you and your team have been focused on providing support to inmates externally, whether that includes supporting them around substance abuse, the partnership with Georgetown, providing back to school activities to families, or even just allowing inmates to participate in elections. To that point, though, would you say that, or rather, do you feel that the DOC is providing a humane environment for those in custody?
Yes, I do.
Could you give me some examples of that?
Certainly, I'd be happy to. The example of it is the caring work that our officers, case managers, contractors every day perform in the facility. All the programs, many of the programs that I've mentioned here today, a zero tolerance for contraband coming into the facility, continued again, things like having national certification of PREA, we're only one of 12% of local jails throughout the entire country that have accreditation by the American Correctional Association.
Okay.
We're also accredited by the National Commission on Correctional Health Care. So we provide, yes, we do provide a humane environment by the services that we every single day work hard to give our residents.
I appreciate all of those additional resources and rehabilitation services. So I'm gonna go a step further. When I say a humane environment, let me ask a different question. How often do you walk the cells? Have you ever checked the beds? Have you ever ate some of the food that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Have you spoken with inmates?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Okay. I appreciate
I came
that.
up from corrections. I started my career on working the floor as a corrections officer.
I love it. I appreciate you, Director. As you may know, it has been reported that deaths seem to be a recurring theme in the DC Department of Corrections. In fact, in 2024, alone 7 people died while in custody. Are you aware of the causes of the deaths of those individuals in custody?
Not all of them,
Okay.
because the OCME report is not in on all of them, but I can tell you, yes, during FY 24, there were 8 and
Okay.
1 in fiscal year 2025.
Yes.
So in about the last 16 months, there have been a total of 9. Of those that we know of right now that have gotten OCME determination, 5 of those are fentanyl related.
Okay.
So again, we are experiencing the scourge of the opioid crisis
Understood.
that's in this country does not just stop at the jail door. And again, in terms of those opioid and 5 fentanyl deaths, 1 death, every single death, 1 death is tragic, extremely tragic. And we feel, believe me, we feel for the families. We feel for the loved ones of these individuals. And a good example, if I could just finish on the one thing with the 5 deaths over fentanyl, that's why also we have a national leading program in medicated assisted treatment, where we now have over 500 individuals on opioid treatment programs, specifically to try to deal with this ongoing, not only in the jail, but within the community and within the country, this continuing issue with fentanyl and the opioid crisis.
From your perspective, would you say you have a better understanding of how the drugs are getting into the jail?
There are a number of ways where when we have made discoveries of drugs coming into the jail. Yes, I mean, there's a number of ways. There have been several cases since I came in as director about 3 years ago. There have been several cases where there were actually employees bringing contraband and drugs into the jail. In fact, one of them right now is serving an 18-month prison term. So I have zero tolerance for any contraband coming into the facility. It also, we discover it trying to come through the mail. We've discovered it trying to be brought through legal documents that we scanned. We've had to permanently ban 2 attorneys where legal documents were coming in and there was detected drugs within those legal documents.
I was going to ask.
So there's a number of ways. Volunteers, staff, yes, unfortunately, but we investigate it and we will prosecute them. Comes in, trying to come in through the mail, visitation. There's many, many ways, and again, unfortunate, but many, many ways that there are individuals who will try everything, body cavities, pretty much anything that you can think of, I would say has been tried.
From that, are there any preventative measures that you or your team implemented to reduce the likeliness of that happening moving forward?
Absolutely, both enhanced searches that we do, both on the individual cell and room level and unit wide and facility wide, and also many, many new technologies that we've added, various screening technologies. For example, we purchased last year a device that you can put all documents through, and it can pick up any types of drugs that might be coming in, or a number of times we'll find drugs that are where they've soaked it on paper, and then that drug will dry on the paper. Well, this screening device can detect those drugs even on papers that are coming in. So through a combination of many new technologies and enhanced searching, those are some of the many ways we've done that. I'd also like to ask the deputy warden to comment on a few of those.
Absolutely. Another technology that we just got that we didn't have in the past was a full body scanner for intakes. And so a lot of our issues was coming through the cavity of the body. We could do a strip search, but you can't detect that. So we now have that capability. Every inmate that comes in the facility and leaves the facility goes through that screening process. And we've had purchased 2 new full body scanners for staff that's coming through staff entrance. So our first approach, I know that one of the questions was how do we address contraband coming in? Our first approach is to approach the perimeter, the intake, the entry points. And so that's what we've done in 2024. We've also added the K9. The K9 team is one of the best resources to detecting drugs. So we've expanded that, and in 2025, you'll see more K9s at the entry points.
Just one final question, and I want to be mindful of my colleague, Councilwoman Janice Lewis George. We talked about the deceased. Last year, there were 7 deaths. I just wanted to know, what support have you provided, if any, to the families of the deceased?
As far as support for the families, we do have outreach by the chaplain through our chaplain services. We don't have like an ongoing specific program on an ongoing basis because we respect the wishes of the family. So we will interact with them and through our counseling and religious services as much as the family would request of us. But we're certainly not going to push that on the family. So our chaplains make themselves available, and then based on that, we would give that support.
Thank you, Director.
So I just also want, if I may, we also offer burial, help with the burial assistance if they have any information that they need, some supportive services. Our religious service team does provide that information to the families, as well as they do call back for supportive counseling, and we offer that as well.
Thank you. I'm gonna turn it over to my Ward 4 colleague, Councilwoman Janice Lewis-George.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to start with plans for the new jail. The District Task Force on Jails and Justice recommended that DOC launch a community advisory committee to participate in planning and development of the jail moving forward. Are you planning to create such an advisory board? Well, First off, we take input and recommendations throughout the community. In fact, from the very beginning, specific to the CCE and the District Task Force on Jails and Justice, we even involved them early on in the statement of work that was put out in terms of the designers and contractors for this project. So from day one, or even before we had any type of contract to work toward design and planning and construction, we got that input and recommendations. One of the things we've done from the very beginning also is in our initial work with the consultants in terms of design of the jail, we've used the I believe it's 2019 and 2020 reports that were put out by the District Jails and Justice Task Force. And there's a number of areas that we use when we are looking at the type of design or the type of facility that we want in terms of programming needs. We use as a roadmap some of those recommendations that were made back in 2020 by the Jails and Justice Task Force. Got it. So your answer to that is yes, and you already have a advisory committee in place. Well, I don't have a formal advisory committee, no, but my answer is that we have So your answer tremendous is no, but level of outreach. You've done community.
We've done a number of community outreach. We present to ANCs. We have presented to also at public hearings.
Got it.
We
I hear what
also,
you're saying. You're just saying, no, we haven't done exactly the task
Not
force,
exactly,
but we
but-
have done community outreach, is what you're
absolutely.
saying. Got you. Okay. I understand that the current plan for the new jail will not provide residents with any access to outdoors for recreation or other purposes. Is that true? And what would it take to change this in the plans for the new jail
No.
if it is true?
First, that is not true.
That
Okay,
is not
great.
true, and that was not provided to CCE. All residents, as we've indicated, will have access to light, to recreation, to outdoor, to fresh air. That was made clear to the conversation with CCE at all avenues, and that is our intent for the entire facility.
Okay, so there will be outdoor recreation space, like whether people have access to light or will there be outdoor recreation space in the new jail?
It's, again, the design of a facility like this, it is outdoors. It's essentially a covered area, but it's open to fresh air and light. It's not closed in.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
Right.
Understood. I got what you're saying. So there is some recreation space. It is semi-outdoor, meaning it's covered, but the outdoor elements are still able to come in as a result.
On every housing unit, which is what we provide. Yes, it will be on every housing unit.
Okay, great. I want to ask, what is the proposed square footage of single cells and double occupancy cells in the new facility?
I'd have to, what I can tell you is it meets all design requirements. We follow all the standards of the American Correctional Association for
Okay.
cell size. I would have to get back to you or your staff on the exact,
Great. Okay.
on that exact number.
CGL is following ACA requirements.
Okay.
And that includes not just the cell size, but that also includes the amount of space in terms of recreation space and unit size as well. All of it will follow ACA requirements.
ACA requirements.
So you're
Okay.
required to also have certain specified like day room space also. It's not, it goes beyond just the cell space.
Got it. Will DOC be able to read indoor air temperatures inside of each cell in the new facility?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Will you be able to read indoor air temperatures inside of each cell in the new facility?
To tell you the truth, right, we haven't gotten near to that point. We're only in the initial design, conceptual design of the facility. So in terms of those types of things, we're not near that point yet. We're just in the conceptual design phase at this point.
Okay. That's something I just want to be considered given sort of facilities issues we've heard in the past of like the temperatures within different cells, just making sure that that's across the board. So I'm just asking for it to be a consideration. Putting my facilities hat on again, which I'm the chair of facilities here at the council, and thank you all for the tour you all were able to do with our staff. DOC, not DGS, which I have, Department of General Services, currently oversees maintenance at DC Jail. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And has DGS ever had any responsibilities at the jail?
So DGS is our partner on all capital projects. So we work
Okay.
very closely with DGS, and they are a partner with us on our capital projects within the facility. So it's hard to say that DGS we don't have a relationship with DGS and they don't do work with us, because they are intimately involved in our capital projects, which we have a significant number of.
Yeah. So DGS's sort of slogan is build, maintain, sustain. It sounds like you're saying they build with you, but they don't do the maintain, sustain part with you.
That's not accurate, because again, we're working on a number of capital projects within our facilities. And so that is about maintaining and sustaining as well.
The capital project part of it, I get what you're saying. From a maintenance perspective, which is what I am most interested in, sort of DGS job is to maintain all of our government owned buildings and spaces, which in my opinion, and which is true, is DC Jail. Why doesn't DGS do maintenance services at the jail? And who does DOC pay for your maintenance services? Since you don't use DGS for maintenance services.
We have a full in-house maintenance team.
Okay.
Yes, we have a full in-house maintenance team, management and support with electricians, plumbers. We have a full staff maintenance team, and they're district employees. It is not contracted. We do have contractors who we work closely with and partner with us on specific projects and areas within the facilities to ensure that we are meeting standards and that the equipment works the way it is intended to work.
Got it. So in DGS's, and do you all have an operating budget for, does your operating budget have a dedicated maintenance line?
It does.
Okay. And does and DGS's pre-hearing response, DGS said DGS and DOC share facility maintenance responsibilities for DOC operated buildings within the portfolio, which includes mold remediation. How is mold remediation in CDF and CTF currently handled?
We have we have a full-time sanitarian who is a DOC employee. And he is certified in mold inspection, examination, and determination of its mold. He does the appropriate testing to determine if it's mold. He also has the ability to remediate mold if it is determined that a spore is in fact a mold spore. In addition, we have in the past hired outside contractors if there is an area of mold that is larger than our team can handle on site. We have hired and contracted with outside companies to remediate mold in areas.
Okay, because mold has been identified as a problem consistently by the Corrections Information Council for years. And so I guess, has there say it again?
I said yes.
And so what changes to policy or practice can drive down the growth of mold and hasten its removal in the current facilities?
Well, we have the sanitarian on site, and so that has helped us to quickly.
Is that a new, that's right, is it a new position?
We've had it since the middle of the pandemic, I guess.
Okay.
Probably 2021 or so,
Okay.
2022. And, but having the sanitarian on site to identify quickly as possible. And because he is certified to be able to do the testing quickly on site, has helped identify mold quickly and to alleviate it. What will help prevent mold? It's the buildings are older buildings, especially CDF. And because of the way it was built, because we've had to do modifications throughout the years, we at certain periods of time, we do experience more increased issues
Right.
with mold.
Moisture.
And so with moisture and mold, and it will probably happen as the temperatures change and the season changes. That's usually when we have
That's what I would
the
expect.
bigger issues with mold. And so just being able to keep on top of it, to take care of those issues as quickly as possible. If anyone reports mold, we quickly, if anyone is in a cell or reports mold, we quickly remove them from the cell. We place them in a different housing unit, and the team comes in and addresses those
We
issues
work
as
to
quickly
immediately
as possible.
remediate it.
So,
Got it.
so our steps are to identify and remediate as quickly as possible. We try to run the fans. We try to make sure the areas are as dry as possible. Again, it's moisture is the enemy and creates the mold. And
Right.
so we are doing the best we can. We also have a number of facade projects that we've been working on. We have an upcoming capital windows projects, all again to keep the moisture out of inside the facility, which would thus create the mold.
Got it.
So
Do you feel like the one FTE is enough there, or would an additional FTE be something that could sort of help with the consistent issues that we keep hearing about mold?
I don't, so to be realistic,
Uh-huh.
I don't think that hiring another person is going to stop the mold. The mold is a reality of because of the way the buildings were built, because of the age of the buildings, because of moisture penetrating into the buildings. So we're working very
Yeah.
quickly and closely to always remediate mold. And if there is an area where the mold is beyond what our
Right.
staff is
That's
able
what I'm
to
worried
do,
about.
we have quickly hired and brought on contractors. And we did this last spring, who quickly came in and were able to address mold issues in a very quick and timely fashion for us.
Okay. I just continue to monitor what it would be to sort of continue to make improvements there. I understand the situation you're in, given the buildings, but it sounds like you all are trying to be proactive. And so I think that proactive work can and does go a long way. What is the procedure for cleaning cells when biohazards like blood and feces are present, and sort of who is responsible for cleaning in those situations?
We have an environmental team that's trained by the sanitarians, so they're trained in cleaning those blood spills and human waste spills. They're actually trained by our sanitarian.
Okay. Got it. You all are really operating sort of your own maintenance, everything sort of separate from other district agencies, which is fine. I'm just trying to get an evaluation of it as chair of facilities for the city to make sure that what DGS responsibilities are being done in a appropriate way. Has the new DGS does handle boilers at DOC, correct?
Yes, and yes, to a certain extent, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And has the new boiler plant project started yet?
We've had the kickoff meeting, and groundbreaking, should be within the next month or so.
Okay, so we're looking at within the next for that groundbreaking to begin.
Yes.
And
Okay.
one
Go ahead.
exception I would point out in terms of maintenance is the current CCB. But because it's located within the Daily building,
Mhm.
which is a DGS maintained building. So in just that one kind of spin-off, that one off piece, DGS is involved in the maintenance and upkeep of the CCB, but only because it's located within the Daily building.
Gotcha. Is air quality testing done after remediation is completed?
Remediation of mold?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then as far as your continued relationship goes with sort of when I get complaints for sort of maintenance issues, because some people do believe that DGS maintains the jails. And so what happens is I get will get reached out to, but DGS usually responds to work orders, but it doesn't sound like you all don't have sort of a sales force connected to DGS. You all don't operate in that workforce space. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have
Correct.
our own.
And we
Okay.
have our own system with work orders, yes.
So if we get a maintenance concern at DC Jail, what would be best for my committee, facilities committee? Who would be the best person for us to reach out to ensure that what we would call work order is completed?
You can reach out to me.
Okay, great.
Maintenance reports, the maintenance department reports to me.
Great. If you could email me your information, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Those are all my questions, and I am going to hand it over to my at-large colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, and good afternoon, Director. Thank you for being with us today. I want to ask some questions as sort of follow up first to the conversation that you were having with Councilmember Lewis George about the capital project. And my understanding is that the preliminary designs for the CTF annex were turned down by the Fine Arts Commission and were sent back to the design planning firm that drew up the initial concept for the exterior in early July. How long will this set back the project from moving forward? Actually, you're correct in that there was an initial hearing with Fine Arts Commission, and there has since been a second hearing, which I believe was last week. And at that second hearing, it did pass the commission. Okay, so were there any modifications made from what was already circulated? Yeah, the architectural designers, I mean, they listened to the commission. They had concerns, some concerns about the outer scrim, I believe they call it, the scrim on the outside. Okay. They also had some concerns that were just around the landscaping and some other areas. But there was a number of areas where in the first hearing, the commission expressed some concerns, and then all those concerns were addressed. And then in the last meeting, they presented new design concepts, which were accepted.
Okay. I want to follow.
If I could just say really quickly too, we have a community meeting scheduled for March the 4th in the community, and we will actually be showing some of the photographs of how it's changed and been updated based upon that. So the community meeting will be at the Armory. And so we will be, and it's virtual and in person, also showing photographs.
Can you guys send us some details in terms of like what time it's going to start and how folks can register if they wanted to attend virtually?
Absolutely. Do you want me? Yes, it's on the website as well, but we will send it out to all the council members as well.
That'd be great. Just for us to sort of have that. I want to ask about the DC Health environmental report. The last time we spoke about this was a couple of years ago. As you know, I chaired the health committee. The report was submitted for the oversight response was from January of 2024. Did DC Health conduct their 2025 inspection yet?
2025, I don't believe so. We're checking the date on the last one, but I.
Okay. And I mean, it's February 27th, 2025. So if they haven't yet, I just want to know where we are.
No, they have not.
Okay. All right. I will follow up with them on that. I want to ask really quickly. I'm trying to hit a bunch of different topics. So
Sorry, they were here in September.
They were here the end of the fiscal period. So they were here September 23rd to October 4th. So it carried over into the beginning of the fiscal period.
Were there any major deficiencies that were flagged?
We have not received the report yet, so we're not sure.
Okay, you haven't received the report yet. Okay, got it. All right. I want to ask about overtime. So as of February 3rd, DOC has already spent more than half of the FY25 overtime budget. So that I now need to ask about staffing and how things are going in terms of recruitment.
Recruitment is going much better. We have had a couple of our largest classes that have recently graduated. One of the programs that is really, we're seeing some positive results of our through Mayor Bowser's budget to give us some hiring incentives. And that involves both for newly hired individuals who get hired and then successfully complete their training. There's eligible for a $6,000 bonus. And then also for current employees, if they refer someone to us to apply and that person applies, and then again, the person they referred gets hired and completes the required training, then that employee can get a $3,000 bonus. And we've really seen some uptick, and I think that's just one of the things that has helped in our recruitment efforts. That's good to hear. One of the top contributors of overtime last year was leave utilization. But according to your pre-hearing responses, that seems to have dropped by about 5% this year. Is this just around you all better communicating with employees around expectations and the importance of showing up and planning ahead in terms of leave usage?
So leave utilization is still one of the top contributors to overtime. It has gone down. It's now 31.99%. But open posts, having to fill open posts is still that has increased as a driver of overtime, and that went up from 29% to actually 37.4 so far in FY 25.
Okay.
So it's still leave utilization. We have to give our officers leave, time to take leave. They have, we consistently say that our employees worked in person throughout the entire pandemic, and it's placed a strain on them. And so leave is a challenge, and being able to allow our employees to use their leave and also trying to fill all of our open posts remain part of the challenges that we face. But I will also mention that medical outposts and transports, because we do have we have a significant number of staff members residents in our facilities who have to be taken to outside medical appointments, and the need to have staff transport and or stay at medical facilities with residents who are staying at hospital or medical facilities is a driver of overtime and remains a driver of overtime for us.
Can you say more about that? Obviously, if there's an emergency and you're in a hospital visit, that's different. Is there some other types of treatments that folks would be receiving that they would not be able to receive on site at DOC? Like, I don't know, dialysis or something to that effect? I'm trying to get a better understanding. We have a number of times where medical does have to refer someone to an outside specialist, for example. Okay. We have Dr. Jordan here, our medical director, that can speak to the need for some treatments outside of the facility.
Sure.
Okay.
And also when somebody's hospitalized, there have to be 2 officers, for every single moment while they're at the hospital. So that's another huge driver. In terms of, medical facilities that we have physical therapy, we have dialysis, we have an infirmary, which is like a little mini hospital.
Right.
We have all kinds of drugs. We have 2 urgent cares that are open 24/7.
Right. I'm familiar with the facilities that you have on site. So that's why I was just kind of curious in terms of what are the types of things outside of emergency room visits would individuals be being medical transport for?
If I could just say really quick, one of the things that we are responsible for is what's called MPD takeovers. So if someone is in the hospital, our staff and our team will go and assume responsibility for those individuals. And so if they're in the hospital, even before they get to ever being housed at DOC, our staff is responsible for assuming the security of those individuals. So
okay. So let me give an example. So if somebody is involved in some type of incident where they were going to be arrested by MPD for some sort of...
They are arrested by MPD.
They are arrested by MPD, but they have not yet made it to you all because they have some sort of medical issue that needs to be attended to before they can be go to processing.
Right.
You all come over.
if they're committed, if the courts have committed them and said this individual will be held or individuals will be held, and if they are, and we've had individuals who have had serious medical incidents and injuries, and so they could be at the hospital for weeks or months before, without ever having arrived at DOC, and our staff we have to have 2 individuals on every shift with that person, and they have not even been in DOC physical custody as of yet.
I
And so
see.
that we have a number of people that happens to. We also could have people who while we have very comprehensive and a lot of care within our facilities, we do have people who have to have outside procedures done and other things. And if they have to stay over at the hospital or be at the hospital for any length of time, again, 2 officers have to be on that individual for the entire time that they're here. So 24/7 as well.
Okay.
So
How many
medical
vacancies do
outflow-
you currently have for COs?
Vacancies for correctional officers.
Yep.
We currently have, we have 718 filled correctional officer positions. We have right now just total vacant positions, uniform positions, 102 uniform
It's
vacant
about
positions.
our vacancy rate right now is about 19%.
Okay, thank you. So, let me follow up on some stuff from a previous hearing on a different bill that's related to this in terms of the hospital piece of things. Director Faust, I do want to thank you and your staff for sending me the updated policy information about individuals in your care, in your custody, who may be pregnant. I think in the email that I received a couple of weeks ago, I was told that there were currently 4 pregnant individuals that were in DOC custody.
That is correct.
Okay. Are any of them anticipated to, I don't know, give birth imminently? It's a weird question, but there's a point, I promise.
I'm not aware, and we're not aware right now. We can check on what their status is. I'm not aware of what trimester they're in.
Okay.
We'll have to
So, for the new updated policies that you all sent, I'm curious, how, this is being communicated down to correctional officers.
So the policy, when a policy, the standard operating procedure for us is that when a policy is updated or changed, notification is sent to all staff via email. We update our logs and information. We have, for this particular policy, we have communicated with all of the staff who are directly working with and engage with our pregnant women. And also we are continuing, the policy has come out and we are waiting for, not for our staff, but for our residents, just to ensure that we have the proper language access documentation as well. And then
Okay.
it will be posted on the housing units and in the areas as well. And then we are currently also finalizing the training that will occur at our training academy for all staff as they go through their in-service training. So we're working on that right now. But we do send out the updated information to all staff. We have intimately shared with the staff who are directly involved with working with those residents, all the information they need to know, and all operations leadership is aware and is getting that information out to their staff as well.
Okay, I want to ask a follow-up about restraints. So last summer I sent you all a letter. There had been a number of allegations around women in their 3rd trimester being put in restraints without medical providers or supervisor approval. There were also some individuals who testified about it. You all said that you would investigate these allegations. Have you investigated those allegations, and what did you find?
We have investigated those allegations, and what we've done to resolve some of the issues with officers not being aware of the trimesters.
There was only one incident.
And we placed a policy in place where our trimesters are identified by armband colors,
Okay.
along with training.
Okay. Thank you.
And let me just add that there is a prohibition against use of any restraints in the 3rd trimester, and a supervisor could not override that. It would have to be done by a medical professional, i.e. one of the Unity doctors. If there was some reason from a security standpoint that the doctor, thought there may need to be some level of restraint, but it is not the capability of just a corrections supervisor
To override the
to
policy.
override that prohibition.
Okay. Speaking of Unity, I want to ask whether or not you all have finalized the contract details for going forward for the medical.
Yes, it was the contract went into effect January 1, 2025.
Okay. All righty. I don't have enough time to get off another question. I also cannot see who is in the room. So
I'm here.
whichever council member is next.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councilor Henderson. And if you had one final question and want to go for it, no problem.
I'm okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. So I want to talk about staffing and some of the overtime challenges that the agency's been experienced. There are a significant number of correctional officers who are currently earning about half of their salary in overtime. I know that this is in large part driven by vacancies that you all have had to experience and accommodate for. What do you think the plan should be when it comes to overtime to reduce the number of people who are using overtime and the safety concerns that causes when people are working so many hours that they could be falling asleep on shifts or lowering their performance?
We're like, again, as I had stated, we're have a very extremely robust hiring effort in terms of what we're doing and outreach for hiring new employees, new staff, particularly corrections officers. We also have the new newly implemented bonus program to try to attract more. We're seeing some positive results of that. For example, our last 4 graduating classes over a period of the past year and a half, as of the March class that we'll have coming up, we're now at 87 graduates, which is a better number that than we've had in a number of years, I think. So certainly continuing on the hiring effort, but also beyond just that, the hiring, we're continuing to always look at what can we do to better manage? Is there anything we can do to better manage overtime in terms of, and sometimes we're doing this, shutting down a particular post that for a period of time or a shift may not be critical. Maybe we can shut it down on a temporary basis. We're also doing a much better job in human resources that's under Deputy Director Wilson is doing a much better job on looking at some of the other drivers of overtime in terms of employees who are not currently working. So things like long time, workers' comp, FMLA, people on long-term medical disabilities, that we're doing a much better job in terms of tracking those cases and making sure we're keeping in communication with, for example, their physicians to find out when people can come back to work. So both we're trying to attack the vacancy issue, not only on the hiring end, but also on the end of getting more of our people back to work and available.
The pre-hearing responses that you reported around vacancies said that you're ending FY24 with 15.4% vacancy rate, which is especially concerning because last year we were at 12.4. So what factors have you seen in the last year that have contributed to this increase of something that was already a challenge last year?
Yeah, I'm let Deputy Director Wilson speak to that too, but I'm not sure on those percentages, and I'd have to look back or get with your staff that there might be some, whether it's because we report percentages sometimes in 2 different ways. One, what the vacancy rate is overall, and then what the vacancy rate is for uniform corrections officers. So I'm not sure if those vacancy rates are necessarily accurate within
Okay,
which
so-
category.
So what do you have as the vacancy rates this year for uniformed officers? Or for all staff?
Well, the vacancy rate for uniform officers is about 19%. What we do have other vacancies in other areas that we are seeking to fill. We've had some challenges in our case management area and in a couple of other areas in terms of staffing, but we are actively hiring in those areas as well, so that the non-uniform positions also impact and play a part in those total vacancy numbers. We've been doing, as the director said, quite a bit of hiring in terms of our correctional staff and trying to keep up with that attrition in that area. It still remains a bit of a challenge, but we were right around the same area year over year. It is other areas that have seen some challenges, and we are working to fill those positions as well. We've also, because of the issues and the challenges with correctional officers, we've also really looked at areas where we can get our officers back on posts and back on the housing units, and in other areas where they're needed, medical outposts and the like. And if we can fill those or fill those positions in some ways with non-uniform staff, we are trying to do that as well. So in areas where we don't necessarily need an officer to work, our radio room or some of those other posts, we are actively looking to fill those areas with people who are not in uniform, to put our officers in the more critical areas that they're needed. So that does play a part in some of our numbers, because we've had to use correctional positions in some of those areas just to be able to have staff fill those non-officer areas, because we have the numbers there.
We've also, I'll just add, we've hired a consulting group that's working with us now to design and execute really a comprehensive recruitment campaign. And so they're doing a lot of work on research right now on targeting, market research, all of that. So we're using also the help of an outside consultant to help us in that area. We're doing a lot of things, again, all small steps, but they all add up. We're doing things such as, for example, we have, I think, 4 vehicles right now where we have the wraparounds that you've seen probably in different vehicles, join DOC, and it gives all the information where the entire vehicle has a wraparound campaign for hiring for DOC. So those are just some of the things we're doing to really try to be more visible in terms of getting additional applicants. But it's tough. I mean, I will say, and it's not just in the district, it's across the country in terms of corrections agencies, particularly post-pandemic and post-COVID. It's been a tough thing in terms of a lot of people, post-pandemic don't necessarily want to work in a confined correctional facility. So that's, we have to do more and are continuing to do more in terms of, the benefits, in terms of the hiring bonuses and things like that to get people to look at corrections as a real career.
Are there job fairs or other efforts that you're engaging in this year to try to fill some of those vacancies?
Yes, we've actually been very involved. We've been doing all of the district job fairs that have the DCHR job fairs, and then we've gone on our own to a number of job fairs in both the Baltimore area and some other areas as well. So we are actively engaged in the job fairs as well.
And have we seen an uptick in applicants from those job fairs?
I don't know that necessarily from the job fairs. It's sometimes a little difficult to gauge whether or not, because everyone still has to go through the DCHR process and apply online. So I don't know that there's a button that says, I heard about this from the job fair or something to that effect, but we are had a lot of traffic and people come up to our table about the different jobs that we have. I can say that in 2023 and 2024, we had like 15, 13, and 12 graduates out of the three classes then. But then in the last class of 2024, we had 22 graduates. And then the first class graduating in 2025 will have 25 graduates. So we have seen an uptick and an increase in the number of graduates in our for correctional officer positions.
Okay. I am gonna pause here for a moment because I have some colleagues who are with us who have got some other things they need to get to. So I'm gonna turn to Councilmember Felder for another round, and then we're gonna turn to Councilmember Nadeau for a round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Faust, in your mission statement, it talks about offering meaningful rehabilitative opportunities that will assist inmates with constructive reintegration into the community. Can you share how the rehabilitative opportunities provided by the DOC have impacted the recidivism rate in the District of Columbia?
I can't give you the exact recidivism rates, but I can certainly talk to you about the programs and reintegrating people back into the community. From day one, when someone enters our facility, we start the reentry planning process. And a big part of that is our programs such as Lead Up, Lead Out, and our Ready Center are all part of, from the day someone comes in, that we put together, and our case managers put together a plan for each individual in terms of their release and their reintegration back into the community.
All of the programs that we provide at the DC Department of Corrections, also we have a link to the Ready Center as well. And so it's not that they get to start these programs at the facility, but they also get to continue them into the community. We have a robust partnership at the Ready Center that provides that continuation of care so that people are not falling through the cracks. But also want to talk about the services inside the facility. So all the partners that you see in the community also come into the inside of the facility to create that soft handoff, to create that relationship prior to the residents returning back to the community. The programs that we offer inside the facility are evidence-based, best practice, promising practices that promote rehabilitation, that promotes job readiness, workforce development skills, those areas that we know have created barriers to remaining in the community and being successful.
Thank you. I have some questions. I want to be mindful. I got some questions. I got a lot of questions, and I want to, but I appreciate the thoroughness. I have some questions about the Ready Center since you mentioned, but before I get to that or those questions, in your response submitted to the committee, you reported over 23 EEOC complaints filed within your agency within the past fiscal year. Though some cases have been closed, what is DOC doing to ensure employees have the resources and environment needed to successfully do their jobs?
Well, we have a full-time EEO officer who also happens to be an attorney.
Okay.
And that individual takes all those cases and works them very thoroughly. So we make sure, I would just say again, as any complaint that's filed around EEO is immediately handled by our EEO officer with interviews of the individual and any other people who are involved, and then works that case all the way through.
Okay. Switching gears to the Ready Center. As you all may be aware, the Ready Center has been operational since February of 2019. Since then, Director Faust, how would you evaluate the Ready Center being able to meet the needs of justice-involved individuals?
I think from the time it started to where we are now, it's been a tremendous advancement in terms of the level of programming we have. And again, as Deputy Director Williams stated, the real critical piece is we're not only, we've gone beyond in that it's not just, oh, we're going to provide you some referral services when you get out or something like that.
Okay.
But we're actually providing ongoing classes. So those people who, even though they've been released and are out in the community, they're coming back to the Ready Center. They're coming back for educational classes. They're coming back for other courses.
And I know you said that they're the services have been phenomenal. What metrics are you using to monitor the effectiveness of the Ready Center?
So we're looking at the number of participants that we have every year. In 2023, we had a total of 2,273, 1,728 was DOC, 545 was BOP.
Okay.
2024, we had 5,734 from DOC, 2,091. So the numbers keep trending up. We serve a total of 7,825 returning citizens at the Ready Center last year.
Gotcha.
And in terms of the justice involved that were not inside of a facility, we served 1,122. So we're looking at the number of people that we're serving yearly, not only inside of the facility, but as well as when they return back to the community. We also keep data metrics on employment, how many people are receiving jobs, staying in those jobs for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, et cetera, for the workforce development programs that we have. We also keep data on any industry certifications that they're able to get both inside of the facility as well as when they return back to the community.
Thank you. I see that the annual budget for the Ready Center is about $200,000. Director Faust, would you say that that's an adequate amount of money to support the work that they do?
Well, yeah, while there's a quote unquote budgeted amount that's specific to the Ready Center, there are other funds that get used. And for example, grant funding is one big area where we get grant funds for many of those programs also.
Thank you, Director. How are the services provided by the Ready Center different than the ones that's been provided by MOWPI?
The Ready Center, the overall goal is specifically for those returning from the DC Department of Corrections, from the jail facility here. And so those services that we provide both internally for the residents. So they get Ready Center. Yes, they get Ready Center services inside of the jail. That's kind of the difference between BOP and what we do, because BOP is specifically under MORCA.
So MORCA
So they
services those returning from the Bureau of Prisons.
Correct.
And what would you say the relationship is between the Ready Center and MORCA?
Excellent.
Okay.
So we have a direct relationship with Director Carey. MORCA also provides services inside the Ready Center space. MORCA also comes into the DCDOC jail every week. Their staff comes in and provides services and get people ready for reentry.
Copy. I noticed that there's 6 FTEs that work within the Ready Center. From those FTEs, do you know how many of them are returning citizens?
We have one currently. No, I'm sorry. We have 2 currently, our community outreach specialists and one of our program analysts. And the 2 outreach specialist positions that we have are usually those who have lived experience. The one is, we have those 2 are vacant right now.
One of my priorities as the Ward 7 council member is to make sure that our most vulnerable residents, such as those individuals that are reentering into society, have the resources and support they need to be successful. And as I mentioned earlier, Ward 7 has a high percentage of returning citizens. Director Faust, have you ever considered, especially with conversations about redeveloping or modernizing the jail, the facility, to possibly put a Ready Center on Ward 7?
I haven't to this point given specific consideration of that. We just opened our current Ready Center about a year. Full operation has only been about a year. But I would just say in general, based on the successes that we see, and again, it's not in any way is the Ready Center restricted to Ward 8. I mean, it serves all returning citizens regardless of what ward they're from. But so in terms of the services that we provide them equally to someone from Ward 7 as from Ward 8.
Thank you. I'm gonna be frank. When I asked you about questions as it relates to, from your perspective, if you think DC jail is offers a humane environment, and I asked you if you had jail food, and you answered yes, I was pleasantly surprised. I appreciate you, which is a good segue into my next question. According to DC law, meals provided to residents should meet the USDA nutrition guidelines. Uh, how are you ensuring that you are in compliance with the law?
Well, Aramark, who is our food service provider, they have a nutritionist on staff who's specifically assigned and designated to look at the menu of all food items served at DOC. We have a contract administrator as well, who is a DOC employee who does eat all of the meals and all of the food before it is served to our residents and ensures the quality of the food. I will say we have, as the testimony has indicated, we have worked with the Coalition for Carceral Nutrition, have been working with them. They brought in their expert to evaluate our food service menu, and they also concur that our food did meet the nutritional guidelines. Now, it wasn't at the highest levels, as high as they would like it, but I believe in almost all areas, our food met the nutritional guidelines and standards, even as they have identified it. So we do work very closely with Aramark and our to ensure that the food does meet the nutritional requirements as required.
Thank you. I noticed that in 2024, over 2/3 of DOC residents have had chronic diseases. Can you talk me through what DOC is doing to make sure those residents with health conditions are receiving diet appropriate meals?
Dr. Jordan can speak to chronic illnesses and.
You're specifically asking about diet appropriate meals?
Yes.
So for people who have diabetes or cardiac conditions or hypertension, they're identified by a Unity provider and their chart is flagged and a recommendation for an appropriate food, diet plan goes to Aramark, and that relationship continues to make sure that they continue to receive those meals, or for pregnant women that they get extra snacks and there's extra nutritional needs met as well.
Do you have data on the percentage of residents who have actually requested health-related meals?
We can get that for you. Yes, we do know how many specialty diet meals are served.
Okay.
If that's the data you'd like, we can get that to you.
Thank you.
We have that.
The Central Detention Facility was opened in 1976, and as we all know, is in dire need of replacement. What's the status on the construction of the new facility?
Right now, we are in really just the conceptual design phase for the new facility. And then sometime this new current programming and conceptual design phase should be done by sometime this summer, I think is the timeline that they're looking at. And our design and jail planning firms, CGL, is under a contract under DGS, holds the contract. And then sometime around the summer months, DGS should be, it'll then lead into the development and issuance of an architectural and engineering contract to go out on the street that DGS would issue out. Then once we actually have a architectural and engineering firm on board, then the real construction design will start. And then the construction activities, like actually shovel in the ground construction activities, are projected to commence sometime late first quarter of fiscal year 2027, which would be around the November, December 2020, calendar year 2026, November, December kind of timeframe?
And my follow-up question is, what efforts have been made to engage with community members, stakeholders, and formerly incarcerated individuals in the planning process?
We've had many community outreach and engagement meetings, so you can speak to.
So we have, we've conducted a resident survey. We've done a staff survey. We've done an advocacy survey. We also are regular participants at the 3 area ANCs that are impacted by the jail facilities. We've had a number of community engagement meetings, and we have one coming up again on March the 4th at the in-person, and there's a virtual option. It's at the Armory, which is in Ward 7.
Yes.
And so, our last public meeting was at Ward 7 on Minnesota Avenue.
Okay.
So we have been engaged in, online, yes, and they're all available online. We've done, a public engagement meeting in Ward 8 as well. So we have done in-person meetings, ANC meetings, community meetings, met with CCE, Jails and Justice Task Force, a number of times as well.
Well, thank you, Director Faust, and members of your senior lead, from your senior team for answering my questions, and I look forward to working with you all.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Felder, and thank you for joining us today. We appreciate it. I'm now going to turn to my Ward 1 colleague, Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, for a 15-minute round.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and it's good to see everybody here from the DOC team today. Thank you so much for your testimony. I was very pleased to see DOC reporting a 50% reduction in restrictive housing over the past year. It makes it seem like the bill that I introduced around solitary confinement is indeed practical to implement, at least on paper. Now, what steps did the agency take to achieve this?
I will have Deputy Warden Williams give some deeper details on particular operational steps, but one of the, well, not one, there's a number of things that we've done. Number one, we have changed, we initially changed and improved in terms of what would become someone getting put in restrictive housing and not. So in other words, if it's a historically, and I'll just give you an example. Historically in the past, let's say a individual's cell was searched and they found marijuana that they got a hold of in the cell. That person would go to restrictive housing. Well, we changed that because there's not a threat, like a physical threat. In other words, once you take that piece of contraband, whatever that is, that's not a threat, you remove that piece of contraband, they're no longer any kind of physical threat. So that's just one example where, you know, the restrictive housing would be for serious assaultive type incidents, you know, assault with a homemade weapon, those types of things. That was the very first piece of what we did. We've also created a step-down unit so that there's a big gap between, or there was a big gap between restrictive housing and then general population. Like once someone who, let's say they've been seriously assaulted, they've, you know, stabbed another inmate with a weapon, to just bring them directly back into general housing without like the need for a step down, so that during that step down period, they can be provided additional services and mental health services, et cetera, so that we can then transition them back to hopefully then be more successful in general population. So therefore, cutting down numbers of those repeat offenders that would sometimes keep some of those numbers up because you're having repeat offenders. So what we did was look at what can we do, particularly for some of those repeat offenders in like a step down unit situation, to try to work with them to make them more successful when they would go back into the general population. And Deputy Warden, I know you have a number of.
Absolutely. So the first thing we did was create a restrictive housing committee, which strategizes on looking at the purposes, the reasons why inmates are placed in restrictive housing, and also to focus on policy. And so the first thing that we did was to kind of look at the placement, just as the director talked about, making sure that if an inmate has to be removed from general population before a hearing, is that he's placed in a housing unit that he still has the same privileges equivalent to general population. So he's not placed directly in restrictive housing. Anyone that's placed in restrictive housing goes through a process where they have to have a hearing first. And before that time, they have restrictions and all of their privileges aren't taken from them. So that was the first step that we took. Then we also looked at some of our housing units that houses administrative inmate residents, which may be in restrictive housing that were in restrictive housing for investigations. And we actually changed the staffing schedules to afford them more out of cell time. So we removed them from restrictive housing to afford that unit time equivalent to general population and also the privileges as well. So we removed them from from the restrictive housing numbers as well. And the director spoke about the restrictive housing step-down unit. So one of the things that we noticed that when we looked at incidents that occur in the facility is usually inmates that's leaving restrictive housing. Within days, they're involved in another incident, and it was just a cycle. And so what we wanted to do is to focus on the root cause of why does this inmate continue to get into these situations. And so with that restrictive housing unit, we also collaborated with programs, and programs is focusing on the root cause of the violence for whatever reasons that they are being placed in restrictive housing, and that has led to success. Also, constant monitoring. We have daily reports of who's placed in restrictive housing and the reason for them being placed in restrictive housing. We've also made some proposals that we're going to work towards in reducing the length of time. Our length of time in restrictive housing has been reduced. The length of time in restrictive housing, we do that by doing early releases. If an inmate's behavior has changed while he's been in restrictive housing, we release them early. And so we have that data to support that, and that's how we've been able to move forward in that process.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Thank you so much, because I noticed in the responses that it indicates the majority of stays in restrictive housing last year were for 15 days or longer. Am I reading that correctly?
I think last year, and I will correct the record if I need to later, but I believe our average length of stay in restrictive housing last year was 21 days. And then in fiscal year 25 to date, we've continued to reduce that, where now it's gone from 21 days to 18.5 days as our average length of stay in restrictive housing. And I would like to say, I mean, certainly my philosophy and practice and that of my executive team here is that the use of restrictive housing should absolutely be as minimal as possible. And only when other alternatives are not possible. Again, DOC, we've continued to significantly reduce our numbers. 3 years ago, when I returned as the director here, we were running at about a 12% or so, 12, 13% of our total population was in restrictive housing. Last year, at a snapshot, we were down to about 3.3%, and currently we've reduced to our lowest historic level. We have 48 individuals out of almost 2,000 that are on restrictive housing. So we're at about a 2.5% right now, that low of people that are in our restrictive housing unit. But I do have to say that it is dangerous and ill-advised for that 1-2% that we cannot eliminate as a tool, again, as minimal as possible, but there must be a tool and availability of restrictive housing for people that we have predators. Plain and simple. We have some people who are predators. And again, appropriately, a lot of the, as I mentioned earlier, You know, the great work that the MPD is doing and crime rates are down by 35%. And the, you know, the violent crime rates are down, but we're getting those people appropriately off the street, but they're in the jail. And so those violent tendencies don't necessarily check at the front door.
So are you saying that a person might be put in restrictive housing based on the crime that they've been accused
Absolutely
of?
not. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
What
I
I'm saying is
misunderstood.
the characteristics of our jail population in general is more assaultive and is
Okay.
more violent. And
Sure.
no, we
So for
would
this,
never,
for
we
your
would never
purpose.
we would never place someone in restrictive housing based on their charge.
Okay, great.
But
Can
let
you
me-
explain what you were meaning when you said that predators being in restrictive, like how does that,
Sure.
how does that,
I pulled out a few examples and I think
Okay, great.
I think they're very relevant to read. So
Very
here
good,
we
thank
have,
you.
and this was in a news report the other day, you may have read it. 19-year-old who was charged for assaulting a corrections officer, used a broom handle, hit the correctional officer in the face. This happened in April, causing that officer to have a fractured orbital bone in his left eye and a fractured jaw. And those injuries left our officer unable to work and has needed 2 surgeries since that time. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to initially, after an incident like that, place that person in general population.
Sure. No, I appreciate the detail there. That's helpful. Thank you.
You know, here's another one. Resident on resident. Assault with a weapon, 2 inmates on another inmate. Inmate number 1 assaulting victim 1 in a stabbing-like motion when subject 2 also joins the physical altercation, and the individual received multiple puncture and laceration wounds to the upper torso, neck, and back area of his body. Those individuals were in gang and crew affiliations. Here's another one, assault with a weapon, where an inmate received 2 puncture wounds to the back area and 1 puncture wound to the shoulder area. Had to go out 911 for treatment in a hospital. Here's yet another one. This was one, again, assaulting an officer, where an officer saw someone had put a sheet over their door, which isn't allowed because you have to be able to see in.
Sure.
That person refused to do that. The officer gave several verbal directives to the inmate to get back because the inmate was confronting him. The inmate continued to be non-compliant while stating, and excuse my language, but the inmate stating to the officer, "I will smack the shit out of you." Shortly after, the inmate observed swinging his hand towards the corporal, striking him in his left hand and arm, and the inmate assaulted the corporal, and he had injuries to his head and forehead area, received bruises and cuts, and had to be taken to the hospital. So those are just a few examples.
Very helpful.
When I say that there are some people that are just assaultive. Now, out of almost 2,000 residents, the fact that we only have 48 or 2.5%, I think is a tremendous job by our staff in managing that difficult population. And again, once they're in there, we have to immediately take them out of those situations, but we work continually to get them back out of those situations.
Yeah, so can we
That's why
segue for a
established-
second, since I only have about 2
That's why we
minutes?
established too, the step-down unit is to help and do that.
I love hearing about that. And I wanted to actually ask more about what happens while they're in restrictive housing. So that's a great segue. Do inmates in restrictive housing get punished if they don't clean up their cells?
Inmates are not punished if they do not clean up their cells. Inmates are required to have their cells clean before they exit their cells for any type of out of cell activities. We don't punish inmates for that.
There's no punishment or any kind of additional punishment, but if they haven't essentially neatened up their cell area, if they're to come out for a program, it's okay. You can come out for your program, but before you do that, you need to clean up your cell. So there has to be, again, part of this reintroduction is there has to be a level of accountability and a level of responsibility in terms of what they need to do, but in no way are they punished for it.
I want to also add, that's not just for restrictive housing, that's for all housing units before inmate exit their cells.
I see. That's helpful context. I guess the difference with restrictive housing in my mind is just, the science showing that the more a person is denied recreational time, the more their mental health deteriorates, on top of the fact that they're in restrictive housing. That seems like that could amplify the issues that you're trying to resolve by providing extra supports for people and trying to move them back through the step down and into the general housing. Is that not what you're seeing?
That is not what I'm seeing.
So does losing out of cell time also include losing access to personal property or other access to other programs?
No.
Okay. The agency responses state that there exist circumstances in which entire units are locked down so no one can have out of cell time or access programming. Are there any exemptions to that?
No exceptions. Educational services? Could you repeat your question?
Sure. When an entire unit is on lockdown, are there any exceptions where folks can have out of cell time or access programming?
It would be legal, if a legal visit was there, if they needed a legal visit, medical appointments, when it's a whole facility, when it's a whole unit lockdown.
And I'm over time, but
I think it's important to clarify that when you're talking about a unit being locked down, that's not a, I'm not sure what that means. Now, if there's a big incident,
well, it's in response to your question, your
multiple
answer, right? So
stabbings or
this
something,
is
we may temporarily lock down a unit, but
okay. So that's something that we took from your responses. The quote was circumstances in which entire units are locked down. There exist those. So that was what I was. And my next question was going to be, how often does that happen?
Entire units may be locked down if there's an incident. In order to investigate the incident, the unit is locked down. When we do facility searches or housing unit searches, we lock down the search, and that's on a schedule, or it could be irregular if something happens, if an incident happens.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm over my time. I really appreciate you answering my questions tonight. Thank you very much.
certainly, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. So Director Faust, I want to pick back up around staffing. So we were talking about last round, some of the efforts the agency is engaging in to try to fill some of the vacancies. I will just say for the record, every time we talk about public safety staffing in our city, we have to include DOC staffing. It is so often left out of the conversation and just as important for maintenance of public safety and the safety of your staff and the residents at DOC. And so I really hope that this can be prioritized in this year's budget.
Thank you for that.
I have heard, given, I imagine part of it is because of some of the vacancy issues and overtime, but I've heard a kind of increasing number of concerns around morale for staff. I've also heard about some kind of cultural differences among staff that has led to more tension and how they're trained or what people are used to in dealing with residents. And I wanted to know if you could speak to that. You may have heard a few of our public witnesses testify to kind of similar issues that we've been hearing about, that the staff is not working as cohesively as they could. Do you have a response to that?
I wouldn't agree with that, first of all, and I would just make a general statement to say a lot of the statements I heard from at least one individual in public comment is the culture that I believe that individual was speaking of is gone from corrections 30 years ago. And it's a different culture. It's a culture of that we're going to have here in the district. It's a culture of care, not a culture of, 30, 40 years ago of kick ass and ask questions later. So I would just state that in general first. In terms of the morale, certainly again, morale is just depends a lot of times on who you ask in terms of what the morale is. But I think absolutely in terms of what we're doing now, and a lot of issues where now we finally have stability are making a huge difference in that area, in my opinion. In other words, for the first time, we have 2 stable deputy wardens. For the first time since I've come back, we now have a warden who is on board. And this individual, in fact, is the national president of the Wardens and Superintendents Association. So he comes with a national background. And so having now, really, I would say finally, a solid and experienced management and executive team over in our facilities is making a big difference in that area. Also, I believe a year ago, we brought on board a wellness coordinator who does a lot of wellness programming, events and other types of things to try to help with employee morale. But certainly, I mean, the fact that sometimes we are having to work individuals for, an additional shift or an additional half a shift, that can affect morale for those work hours. And that's why we continue to make one of our priorities to get those positions filled and get back up to a full staffing complement. But I think in terms of the interactions of the executive managers that are in the jail, we've come a long way. And the deputy warden may want to speak to that too.
Yeah, staff morale, I believe also is who you speak to. One of the things that we're doing is being out on the ground, being out in the facility, talking to staff, finding out what the issues are, and we're being strategic in how we resolve issues. As we get better, I know that one of the witnesses talked about the smoke and the gloom in the building. The reason why you don't see those in the inspections, he's been gone since 2022, is because those things no longer exist since myself and Director Faust have come back. There is no smoke in the building like what he was talking about. And so those are some of the things that help with staff morale, because they actually see the change. They see what we're doing about contraband and the new technology that we're putting in place at staff interest. It's not about the PAT search that you heard with the witnesses. It's about this day and time, we need technology. So when staff see those things that we're deploying, staff morale is raised.
Can you speak a little bit more about that technology? And last year's oversight hearing, and maybe the year before as well, I was very concerned. I understand, I think, what you were trying to say, Director, around, there are likely going to be pieces of contraband that come into any facility. But it is a secured detention facility with entry points, and I imagine some of the contraband must be entering through staff. And so tell me a little bit more about what that technology looks like and what we're doing to ramp up our efforts to ensure that we do not have contraband, and especially drugs that could then go on to injure or kill a resident, aren't coming in.
I'll speak to that first, and then the deputy warden can certainly give some of the operational details. But number one, yes, while I'm realistic enough to know that whether it's us or any other facility, we're not going to stop 100% of all the contraband that may get in, but we have to work. 100% has to be our goal every day. And unfortunately, and I give example, for example, the 5 deaths that were on fentanyl, it literally takes maybe 3 grains of fentanyl for somebody to take and die from. So we continue to, and you're right, there have been, unfortunately, both unfortunately and fortunately, there have been some officers, unfortunately, that there have been any officers involved in bringing in contraband, but very fortunately in terms of the work that our investigative services does to detect those individuals. And then I have an absolute zero tolerance for any introduction of contraband, as I mentioned before. And I'll give an example. Since I've come back, we have one former officer who's now spending 18 months in a prison. We have another officer who tried to introduce contraband that is on a 1-year supervision. Those are just some examples. We've had 2 attorneys that we've had to ban from the facility because we discovered drug contraband that was in among legal documents that were being brought into the facility. With some of the technology, and I'll hit on one piece of technology that's been a great addition. It's for scanning any kinds of paper documents, all paper documents, legal documents, et cetera. So now when any documents come into the facility, we're able to scan all of those pages. And another method that some people try is they will soak a drug component on paper and let that paper dry. And then the paper is in among, maybe 30 other documents. But this technology can, as it scans, almost like an X-ray machine, but different, it will pick up by color-coded any type of document. So I would just say it's a combination of the human element that we continue to do more at entry points, and the human element in terms of frequent and random searches, but also the technology element, because the technology element is very important, but that alone can't do the job. Unfortunately, we're in a business and a facility where there are many people that will try almost anything to try to get some type of contraband or drug into the facility. And we just continue to fight that daily. And we're doing a very excellent job in terms of not only detecting, but continuing to tighten the sources of where that may come from. You might want to speak to some of the particulars.
Yeah, specifics, just as the technology, as the director spoke about. We've heard you, and what we wanted to focus on first as a priority are the entryways. That how do people come in the facility, whether it be inmates, visitors, or staff. One of the pieces of equipment that we just purchased, the full body scanner that has X-ray capability. We put that at the IRC, the Inmate Reception Center. So all inmates that enter and exit the facility, they go through that scanner. We've already had success of detecting drugs and weapons from this machine. We also—
That'll detect through body cavities also.
Body cavities. And that was one of the areas that we were, that we could not find. And along with what all the things that we deployed, we have strategy meetings, contraband review meetings. And that was one of the things that we've noticed in our incidents, that inmates were using their body cavities to bring in drugs and all kinds of contraband. So we've shored that up. We've also shored up the staff entrances by adding full body scanners at the staff entrance. Doesn't have X-ray capabilities, but it's new technology with package scanners. And we've also, in the 2024 year, we've also expanded our K9 team, which you'll see in the 2025 year, where we'll have more K9s at staff entrances, scanning staff, visitors, and everyone that comes through the front entrance. So we've been greatly improving the perimeter, the entry points, and working on the inside as well.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. That's great to hear. And when was the new X-ray machine that could see inside body cavities become operationalized?
I'll have to get you the dates. I don't have the exact dates, but it's been about 90 days.
It's only been maybe 3 months.
Okay. Okay.
received at the end of the fiscal year.
Got it. It'd be interesting to see if we've had incidents after that time to try to address, another gap, but I hope that that
Well,
significantly
we've had
reduces.
a number of detections from that, if that's what you
Right.
mean.
No, I mean on the opposite, like if there were still overdoses or things that happened after that was implemented, looking for other gaps. But I think that that's definitely a great
And I'll
step.
just add one other area that I'm looking at is because another entry point that can happen is through, mail, through the mail room. So we're looking and speaking with a vendor to look at trying to eventually go to a total electronic mail system so that there would be no more, paper mail, so to speak, that comes into the facility, but that it would be electronic mail that would then go onto their tablets, and then they can read all of their mail via the tablets.
Right. And then from a medical perspective, what are you seeing when it comes to overdoses and drugs that the residents are needing treatment from?
I'm not sure what you mean. Could you say a little bit more about that?
Is there a certain set of kind of common drugs that you're seeing residents who come in for overdose treatment?
Talk about your map.
Well, I mean, if somebody goes out for a suspected overdose, I mean, they're treated in the facility with Narcan and whatever other supportive measures there are. But if there's something unstable about them, they will go out via 911. And we don't always know what somebody has. We don't always know, if there was a substance. We don't always know what it was. Residents have the option to refuse treatment, to refuse urine tox screens, which could identify something. Yeah. And so the other thing that we're doing is, since last year we had about 250 people on medication-assisted treatment. And so that's a really powerful treatment for opioid use disorder. So this year, because of the kind of increased work that we're doing in terms of, like, we use something called the NIDIS screen, which is, it's 4 questions, but it's very long. It's like, I don't know, maybe 10 pages of questions or 8 pages of questions. And so everybody has those questions asked of them. It's a SAMHSA screen. Advocates really love it. It's a really evidence-based screening tool. And then because we know that, we check the CRISP database to see if there's any evidence that somebody might have a substance use disorder issue. We also screen our EMR if they've been with us previously. And then because we know intake is a very difficult time for a lot of people, and they may or may not say if they've been using substances, we also check them 5 to 7 days later on the intake housing unit. And so there are, at intake, on the intake housing unit, during sick call, during chronic care and urgent care, there are lots of different ways where people can, say that they're having an issue. They might be going through withdrawal, and they can be referred to the substance use disorder team, the medication-assisted treatment providers. And so because of this increased work that we're doing, we've, doubled our MAT numbers to like 500 a day from 250 last year.
Wow.
So about 450 people are on Suboxone and about 50 people or so on methadone. And there's a handful of people on injectables. And we're doing a lot of work to try to increase the use of injectables, for lots of different reasons, for HIV treatment, for, schizophrenia, other things like that, as well as for substance use disorder issues with Sublocade or Brixadi. So we're really doing a lot of, work on meeting people where they're at, so there's the RSET program, which, usually people would have to be there for 90 days, but we decided that we were going to treat people right when they came in. They were going to be, if they wanted to be on our therapeutic housing unit, men or women, they could be on that. So there was no time requirement necessarily. So we feel like we're really increasing and enhancing the substance use disorder work that we're doing.
Wow. Well, that's great to hear. Have there been any, I don't want to phrase this. Has any of the medication escaped the safe storage?
It has not. We do daily checks. We do checks per shift. We're monitored by the DEA. They come in, they do thorough checks and spot assessments, and there's been no breach.
Okay, great. Director and team, I want to give you all a chance. I do have some more questions, but we've been going about 2.5 hours. So if you'd like to take a 5-minute kind of break or.
if you would like to, we're okay, I think. But
Oh, okay.
if you would prefer a
Great.
break.
No, 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 I just,
Thank you.
I didn't mean to.
Thank you.
Yes, no, of course. So let's talk about some of the capacity challenges that you're having. So what's the current census count of residents at CDF and CTF?
Our total count right now is around what, it obviously varies day to day, but right now we're running about 1,940 in that area.
For both?
1,000, yeah, both together.
1,940. Do you have the numbers for each facility?
Breakdown? Yes. So here's CDF at 1,366 and CTF at 578. And then the total, well, there's one person in the hospital, but the total 1945. So
Okay. And what is the capacity at each facility?
well, the reason I hesitate is that's the question there. The capacity of the CDF was set many, many years ago by within DC code. And the capacity for that facility is at 2164 for the capacity of CDF. Now, do I think that's a realistic capacity? No, in terms of safe housing to have 2164 in the CDF, no. And then the capacity for the CTF actually was never really set like as CDF is a qualified set number by the court actually of 2164. But essentially the capacity of the CTF is at 1,300.
So what would you say is the delta between what we currently have at CDF, how many people versus how many you believe we could house safely there? If it's below 2164, what kind of range do you think is reasonable?
Well, part of that answer again goes back to currently in terms of staffing challenges. Because for example, if we were to open up a unit, that takes, 24/7 shifts to open an additional unit. Or if we were to increase, let's say, a housing unit who currently has 60 individuals in it, and we were to increase it to have a particular unit now go up to 90 individuals in it. Again, before we could do that safely, we would have to then, for example, again, put an additional officer in that unit. So I'm not trying to, it's a little bit of a complicated answer, to be honest with you.
Okay. I guess maybe put another way, assuming the corresponding supports were built in from a pure facilities management perspective and not having like overcrowding and safety, but assuming we could accommodate for the increase in energy and staffing and meal service and all those things that would
Current
go up.
CDF.
Yeah.
Trying to think back what numbers were years ago, but would you have a idea for that?
And maybe it'll help if I provide a little context. What I'm trying to understand is we have several populations of people that we're worried about who are serving sentences at BOP facilities. One of which is the category of people who has maybe been gone for a long time, serving their sentence anywhere around the country, and they are preparing to come home. And interested if, within 3 months or 6 months, if we would have capacity to handle that transfer.
Yeah, I can answer that. We would not. Current numbers that we've identified of individuals who were district residents that would be returning is approximately 1,400. And
That's a year.
there's no no, I'm saying currently that are in those BOP facilities, and we could not possibly take on a number like that.
It's 1,400 residents who are in BOP facilities who are coming home within the next 6 months.
I don't, well, there's a larger number. I'd have to get back with your staff on exactly the month breakdown, because there's an even larger number of just overall. But I'll need to clarify it, a specific cutoff of 6 months.
But there are other implications to returning BOP inmates back to the district, because we currently do not have that type of contractual relationship with Bureau of Prisons to house individuals. That contract actually expired in 2022. So we don't currently have a contract with Bureau of Prisons. As you've heard, there are some challenges right now with Bureau of Prisons. We are, so there are other considerations that go into that as well, because that would again be something that the district would be funding without support from Bureau of Prisons. And so there are other considerations that have to be taken into effect in terms of how that would affect our population and again, those are prisoners and not necessarily, we're a jail population. There are some changes and there are different ways we manage and work with individuals given what their circumstances are, what they're going through. So we've had discussions and talks about what that would look like if that were to happen. And there's much more consideration and conversation that needs to happen, especially it would have to happen with Bureau of Prisons as a partner in any type of relationship. And we're not there at that point.
Yeah. And I totally understand that. And there would be a lot of steps that need to happen in partnership with the federal government to get them on board, whether it's funding or even an agreement to do this type of transfer. So I'm not suggesting this could just be done with a quick decision by you all. I just am the first question they have asked and that we continue to ask is in thinking about the feasibility is, would we even have capacity to do something like this?
In fact, as we move forward, and yes, it's a bit in the future, but as we move forward with the new jail annex facility, our overall capacity is actually going to go down. So we're making the overall footprint capacity lower. We're not higher.
What's the capacity going to be?
You know, hopefully we would have within the justice system other types of avenues also available, but the overall capacity of both facilities together is going to be around 2,000, which again, if you were to go by what is considered the quote unquote rated capacity of the CDF, is essentially where we are with the CDF.
Information from the CSOSA prior to the pandemic was there about 140 individuals per month returning from the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and that's pre-COVID. So that is a significant amount of people we're talking about in terms of those numbers.
Per month.
Per month, yeah.
Also, I would also like to say with currently right now at CDF, that's 18 housing units. We have 17 housing units open. The one housing unit, we use it for program because of the physical infrastructure. We cannot, there's no space for programming. So in order for us to do the programming that we're doing, we use that empty housing unit for programming. If that housing unit was open, there would be no space for programming at CDF.
What about taken from the other direction for residents who have are receiving special education or have special education needs to keep them in DOC facilities and not having them transfer to BOP? Do we have a sense of how many residents that would implicate?
I don't think we have a number. I don't think we have a number for that. But there are other. It's not just a matter of leaving someone here just for I mean, that could have a multi-year impact. That can be. We're also talking about individuals using the education as a resource to not go to the Bureau of Prisons, which has an impact on our population, which has a number of other impacts other than I'm just here for one or two people. We're not talking about one or two people because that has a greater impact for individuals who want to use programs or other support to stay within our facilities. That actually increases our population. And if you are sentenced and a Bureau of Prisons inmate, we do not have custody. And so again, that goes back to my team handles the contractual relationships, and there is a contractual issue and relationship, and it's a cost on DOC that we are absorbing, that the district is absorbing, that really should be on the Bureau of Prisons. And who's responsible, how, like, we care about human lives and want to make sure that everyone is successful, but that has a bigger impact on our ability to take care of everyone, because we're still providing medical services, we're still providing all of these other services that our partners do not have to absorb and take care of because they're remaining in our custody. So there is a bigger district-wide impact that we're not talking about and
And
considering.
there's other issues in terms of essentially becoming partially a facility that holds sentenced
Right.
prisoners, which we, are a local jail system.
I understand. Okay, well, we can certainly have more conversations about kind of both of those categories of people, understanding that there would need to be a lot more support and maybe even support from the federal government to do that financially. But just something we're thinking about. You mentioned in your pre-hearing responses that you're working with organizations to try to mediate conflicts directly inside the facilities. Can you talk a little bit about what those partnerships look like and how those mediations are going?
Sure. We partner with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. They come in weekly. They work specifically with the people of promise and those that are on our gun stat list. They work with them in terms of matching them with programs and services. Credible messengers come in and talk about any issues or concerns that they have in the community, as well as they provide mediation services. We work with Cure the Streets. They come into the facility weekly, as well as we have an on-call system with them. So if we have any issues, any incidents inside the facility, they are on call. And so we can call them in and ask them to come in and mediate whatever incidents that we had inside of the facility. Cure the Streets works also with the community. So when they hear of any incidents that's going on or any beefs inside of the community, they bring those people inside, they bring that information inside to work with those residents to make sure that those things don't spill over in the community as well as inside of the facility.
I was just to ask, how long have those partnerships been going on? Have you noticed a decrease in conflicts?
Yes, so we started these programs late 2022, early 2023. We also have been working with an atonement project, which works specifically with our max custody residents. And so we've created 30 peace ambassadors from 2024 that work specifically on the units to quell any type of beefs or concerns that are arising on the units. And we have seen some improvements in those areas as well.
What kind of improvements?
I can get the data for you. I don't have that currently.
Okay,
Mhm.
I'd be interested to see that. Thank you so much. There have been 9 resident deaths in FY 2024 and 2025. 5 confirmed overdoses, 1 confirmed suicide, 1 suspected suicide, and I think we're still waiting on the reports and outcomes from the others. I know we talked a little bit about contraband and efforts there, but what do you think is going on that is leading to these deaths, and how are we working to be more preventative so that we don't have another death in the jail?
Well, again, 5 of those, I'll first focus in on the fentanyl overdoses because that's the large majority that we're seeing. And again, it's really part of a opioid crisis that, we're seeing across the country in terms of opioid substance abuse and the deadly effects of fentanyl. Some of the things that we're doing is, and Dr. Jordan may be able to speak from some of this from the other side of MAT program and other programs, but we're providing education in terms of education on substance abuse, and in terms of what can happen and what the effects are. We have trauma groups within the facility as far as that come in. We have resident essentially trauma groups, so that, you know, what are the traumas, addressing what are the traumas that might cause them to continue to use these opioids. And again, in some of these cases, we don't know, just like out in the community where the person may not know at all that they're taking fentanyl. And then it turns deadly when there's some substance that might be fentanyl laced. We also have another example is we have a program called Thinking for a Change that goes into essentially cognitive thinking. So a lot around trying to deal with it more than just from a contraband standpoint, but really trying to work at the choices that people are making. And a lot of that goes in, again, back to our RSAT and our MAT program and others that you may want to speak to.
Yeah, thank you. I think that so we've been really fortunate to work with Dr. Joan Galeese since 2016 when we opened up our men's mental health step-down unit. And Dr. Galeese was with SAMHSA for a long time and helped develop the TAMAR program. And TAMAR is an acronym that stands for Trauma, Addictions, Mental Health, and Recovery. And so it's a 15-module psychoeducational curriculum that really looks at the role of trauma. And so we know this is a very traumatized population. And we actually wrote our healthcare contract that's saying that it has to be done through a trauma-informed care lens, but not just like, because it's a buzzword now. We actually have Dr. Gleason and her team training our staff. They've trained a lot of officers to really kind of understand what trauma-informed care means and how different people's behavior can look through that lens. So we have these TAMAR groups on many housing units, and that's really important so that people understand what the issues have been, what their traumas have been, what a trigger looks like and feels like, how to manage those things in lots of different ways. So that's something that really kind of speaks to people de-escalating their kind of emotionality and their reactivity to give them a pause between doing something that could be fatal in terms of taking a medication or ending their own life intentionally. The other thing that we're doing is we're giving Unity healthcare providers more tools, and I'm actually really excited about this. It's something called the CAMS framework, and CAMS is the Collaborative Assessment and Management of Suicidality Training. And it's very highly kind of profiled. It's been referenced in the 2024 National Suicide Prevention and Strategy and the Federal Action Plan and Zero Suicide Toolkit. And it's an evidence-based method that kind of really is a deeper collaboration between the psychiatry staff, the mental health clinicians, and the resident to really look at what's in the drivers are of suicidality. Sometimes they really don't want to end their life. There's something else that they're upset about and they don't know how to manage something, but they don't really know what those tools could be. So we've already started this process to really help people, you know, manage issues around potential suicidality, which also could be, you know, contraband or drug use. And so I'm excited about this kind of new tool that clinicians are going to have to really help decrease time in a safe cell, decrease suicidality, decrease drug use, and really help people understand how to, you know, manage it themselves.
I would like, if I could just mention too, and again, any single life is an absolute tragic circumstance to happen. But also, I just really want to recognize in many, many cases, just the absolute heroic efforts on the part of the corrections staff. They are all equipped with Narcan, for example. There have been many, many cases that absent those corrections officers responding, and sometimes with 2, 3, and 4 doses of Narcan have saved a number of lives. And I just want to recognize them for that. Believe me, any death in our facility hits hard with not only me, hits hard with everybody, and particularly with the staff that have to deal with it. Those staff that are giving heroic efforts of CPR, resuscitation, you know, Narcan, on, where those men and women every day are truly care for those lives, and they make a lot of heroic efforts, and it's extremely traumatic for them when they also have to go through a situation where somebody dies in the facility.
Director, I don't want to rehash your conversation that you had with my colleagues around some of the restrictive housing numbers. We have those, and I appreciate the efforts that you've taken to reduce that number. And I hear you on the safety concerns and for residents who have suicidal ideation, but also when there's conflicts among residents. But for those residents who are in restrictive housing, what do you say to concerns that we continue to hear about lack of access to programming or lack of access to out of cell time, or residents who have harmed themselves, potentially as a result of being in these housing units? What's your response to that?
Well, number one, as you noted, we continue to work to make restrictive housing the absolute minimal last resort, so to speak, in terms of housing an individual. And again, there are some very dangerous and assaultive individuals that for a period of time, and again, I think it gets conflated sometimes between maybe what historically has or may be happening in some prison systems versus a jail system. There are certainly, I've heard stories, we've all heard stories historically within prison systems where people have been put in quote unquote solitary confinement for months or maybe years at a time. And again, it's more than just a use of words. We do not have solitary confinement or isolation in the DC jail. Again, we use restrictive housing as minimal as possible. We've created also a step down unit, but the elements within, and again, as I had mentioned, our average length of stay last year was 21 days. Fiscal year 25, we're down now to 18.5 days. So it just is not happening, quote unquote, prison stories of someone being in restrictive housing for whatever, years on at time. But also even within restrictive housing, they are not in quote unquote solitary confinement. On a daily basis, they have medical that comes and sees them. On a daily basis, they have access to mental health services. If somebody has an educational IEP, we have in-person educational services within restrictive housing for someone who's on IEP. So yes, people are in a restricted atmosphere, and there are certain privileges and other things that are taken from them during that period of time, but in no way are they in solitary confinement, because they are having daily access to medical personnel, daily access to mental health personnel, daily access, if they're on an IEP, to in-unit education and other types of services such as that.
We've also included group mental health therapy inside of restrictive housing. That was once not done. So they have an opportunity to have group sessions. Inmates in restrictive housing also have access to programs. Cipher Work is an educational program. Workforce development, reentry, and life skills programs are offered for restrictive housing inmates as well. We've also increased jobs in restrictive housing where those inmates are not in the cells for 2 hours. Workers that work the actual unit for sanitation, environmental reasons, shower cleaning, helping with the feed, delivering the meals. So we've increased workers as well that's out of the cells for more than 2 hours a day. Some are out of the cells for 5 to 6 hours a day. So we've been continually to work on that.
Lastly, if I could just say, I think it's important to note that we've been able to accomplish this significant reduction in restrictive housing while the population has increased. So the population has greatly increased over the last 18 months or so, but our use of restrictive housing continues to go down. And I think that's indicative of the efforts we're making.
Thank you. In terms of kind of CO contact with people who are in restrictive housing, are folks kind of making general rounds to people, and do they report that or keep track of those rounds, or is it really the kind of meal delivery and mental health services that you talked about?
No, we have required security rounds if that's what you're, going to every cell is required every 30 minutes.
Every 30 minutes, okay. And that's for folks who are in general population and restrictive housing?
Yes.
Okay. So kind of going back to one of the distinctions, at least in my view, between restrictive housing and solitary confinement, is there is daily interaction between someone who is in restrictive housing and multiple people on staff. Is that right?
Correct.
Both with every 30-minute increments for COs for security checks, but then also a daily mental health check-in?
Yes. I mean, medical/mental health.
And that happens once a day per resident?
I believe once a day.
Is that mental health?
For
Yeah.
Mental
Mental health rounds. There's medical rounds, there's mental health rounds. I told you there's a mental health group therapy that's in restrictive housing. There's several different departments that,
And that's all every single day?
with the exception of weekends.
What happens
Monday
on
through Friday.
weekends?
Rounds that are made by the officers. There's officer contact every 30 minutes.
There's also religious services provided to the restricted housing units as well, in person.
It's my understanding that 15% of residents at DOC facilities are housed in a specific programming unit. Is that true? And are there other efforts underway to consider expanding more programming in partnership to those residents who are not in one of those specific units?
So I'm not sure about the 15, you said 15%. I can look into that number, but the housing units at the CTF are specific for those residents who have a medium to low custody. They are, for the max custody residents, they are housed in the CDF. And so those numbers sometimes can be low because we don't have residents that meet the eligibility requirements to be in the CTF facility. But we are constantly recruiting every day. So for reentry, every day there's reentry people getting sentenced and going to the reentry housing unit. Every day we're recruiting for the young men emerging because we have 18 and 25-year-olds throughout both facilities. For the women's units, we have a small number of women inside in custody, but we're constantly recruiting for specialized housing programs such as reentry. So as soon as we know that someone has been sentenced, we move those women to the reentry housing units for specialized programs and services.
But all of those efforts would be in the category of specialized units that fall in that 15%, right? So I'm trying to understand, for the other 85% or so of residents who aren't in one of those units, what does programming look like for them?
Sure. So programming is offered for all residents, both in person and on the tablet. Not all of the programming is on the specialized housing units. We have an education suite that residents are able to come to daily to receive education and programs, specialized programs. We have specialized programs that we offer in other spaces, such as the chapel. Sometimes we have programs and services inside our leisure skills area. as well as in our gymnasium as well. So, and then we also have and the library. We do have classes that Georgetown provides inside of our library area in the education suite. And then we also have over 600 offerings on our educational tablets, as well as the cipher works that's offered on the GTL tablets. So for residents who cannot access in-person programming, they do have access to multiple levels of programs on the tablets, where we also have industry certifications, workforce development, cognitive behavioral therapy, recovery support, all of reentry. We have reentry workshops. We have recreational as well as educational needs on both tablets that the residents have. The GTL tablets are one-on-one. So every resident in both facilities have access to those programs, and the CipherWorks also have industry certification programs as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to discuss access to education for residents. We've talked about this over the last couple of years. That DOC is currently the responsible entity for contracting with Maya Angelou to provide special education services for residents. That responsibility is likely shifting to DCPS, but regardless of who is responsible for managing that contract, I want to make sure that there's no kind of lapse in education services to residents, and that if it is a funding gap, that you all have the funding that you need to carry that forward. Last year, you mentioned that the budget for this program was to support 45 students, but that number had grown to 63 students. Do we have what the current count of students receiving special education is, and what you think the appropriate budget would be to handle that population?
While she's checking on the numbers of current students, the contract we have with Forever, which is the Maya contract, is for.
We have 37 current students enrolled in Maya.
It's for, the contract is 4.5 million, which we have in the budget.
And how many students does that accommodate for?
45.
Okay, so we could accommodate for 8 more students.
No, so we have our partnership with Maya. The numbers have certainly exceeded the 45 range, especially in the last couple of years, last year. And so Maya has accommodated, and there is no one who is denied, who is qualified for educational services, who has been denied educational services. And we've made arrangements with Maya to ensure that any student who is eligible for services will receive those services.
Okay. Do you all plan to hire any other education specific staff at DOC?
Right now?
Yes. So we have an education administrator that's in the process. We just onboarded an education compliance specialist. We have a partnership with PD Green to provide GED and GED prep. And we have FTEs for teachers for our GED programs as well.
Okay, so turning to a topic that you know is very important to me, that we've worked on together for several years, the food and nutrition at the jail. I do want to note, I appreciate your responsivity and your teams, and I think that was noted from a number of our public witnesses, in trying to work with folks to increase access. And I know you've taken steps to increase the optionality available at commissary to account for more nutrition, but we're still having issues and concerns raised to us about temperature of meals, times people are waiting for meal, inedibility of meals, lack of nutrition in meals. And so my hope is that we can fully fund the part of Secure DC that deals with increasing food access. And I know that some of this is going to be a funding issue, but what else can DOC do working outside? I understand that the basic calorie requirements are met. I understand that the Aramark contract is kind of structured the way it is, but we know a lot more about food's impacts on our bodies now than we did 10 years ago. And especially with a population that we have custody over, that we're managing their intake of breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all of their inputs and consumption, both for their physical health outcomes, but also for their behavioral health outcomes. What more can DOC be doing to ensure that we have high quality nutritional food being served to the residents there?
Well, again, we continue to make improvements in terms of what within the capacity that we have. And again, I may be repeating, but I do think it's very important to say again that our meals are, in fact, they meet all USDA dietary allowances. And that's an important factor. Despite what anyone may say, we meet all USDA dietary allowances, and all menus and meals are approved by a certified dietitian. That's not to say that it's at the level that we might want it to go to. Just like the partnership or the collaboration we're having with DC Green and others, where their consultants who came in found that, yes, we did meet dietary allowances. Now, as Deputy Director Wilson, said earlier, it may be on not at the level or the higher level that we might want, but we are in fact meeting those standards. Having said that, we've done a number of things that we can within the scope of the contract. For example, we've done some things to improve, and this is based on surveys where we surveyed the residents. A couple examples, we did some things to improve the menus around halal meals and kosher meals where we could. We do on fresh fruits. There are fresh fruits served 3 times a week, fresh vegetable 1 time every day. And then in addition to the 3 times a week fresh fruits, there are fruit juices in addition to those that are served. So we're continuing to do things. We also got, for example, we increased the serving size of hot cereals in the morning for the morning breakfast. So we've been able to continue to try to do some things within the parameters that we can to improve. We've also changed around the in terms of the meal rotation, so to speak, so that a particular meal may not come up, quite so often or whatever. So we've done some things like that to make that rotation more palatable in terms of, and then as you mentioned in the commissary, there's a number of things and that we've added a lot of heart healthy items and things that are high in protein. I'll just give some examples. Like we have health shakes, protein health shakes. We have oatmeal that we've added, several kinds of oatmeal. We've added beans, black beans that are heart healthy, nuts, different things such as that, sardines, salmon, tuna, all of those things that are available. And we particularly wanted those around being either high, or a combination of heart healthy and high protein, so that, it's not just chips and that type of thing.
And I would like to add that we have been adding more and looking at adding more plant-based items to the menu, to our food menu. We, in fact, do speak with our residents. We've had focus groups with our residents. We have introduced and had them taste plant-based items, and in fact, they vetoed them. So we have increased the amount of beans and other items that we're getting, and we are getting some complaints about too many beans. And so we hear you, and we hear the community in the need for these items, but we also do have to hear the individuals who are in our care and custody and recognize that what we think that they should eat is not necessarily what they want to always eat. We do surveys, we ask on special occasions, Mother's Day, women's I want to say Women's History Month, but women's March is Women's Month, and we'll say, what do you want? And they want pizza and pasta. And so that may not be what we think is not our sweet green salad, or all those things that we would think that they would gravitate towards. So we hear you, and we definitely are trying to make those improvements, and we do focus groups, and we're asking what do they want, and trying all these different menu items before we introduce it. And sometimes we're being shot down as to the options that we're recommending to be in line with the green and healthy and all of those things. And so, but we are speaking to our residents and asking them specifically what they want.
I think if I could, it's
Sure.
important, maybe just as a bit of context too, while absolutely agree that, anything we can do to try to improve the nutrition level and healthy eating is always a good thing. But it's also important to remember in terms of, once again, we're not a prison. So we don't have where you can really affect a healthy diet of someone, let's say, over a number of years. Our median length of stay is 214 days. So, we're, us being a jail system, they're constantly coming and arriving. So while we absolutely continue to try to look at things that we can do to make the meal more palatable or more acceptable, I think it's important to also point out that with a median length of stay of 214 days, we're not going to truly be able to make real changes, I don't think, realistically in someone's health over that period of time.
Yeah, and I hear that, and I hear you too, Ms. Wilson, around preferences. And I think that that's a fair point. I'm not suggesting everyone eat a sweet green salad, with all due respect to sweet green. But I am sensitive to both. I think of these things as kind of two categories. One is the need to have nutrition because of how much it affects everything else we do. And that's not necessarily going to be what any of us want to have at every meal, but that needs to be provided because it has such a deep impact on our health. But second, perhaps more importantly, is the concerns that we're hearing from residents about edibility. And so, we heard some of our public witnesses today talk about, if people don't feel like they're even want to eat at all the meal being served to them, then they're more likely to try to go to commissary for those that can afford commissary, and then the problems persist. So there's two different issues. One is around the kind of nutrition level and the sustainability in fruits and vegetables. That's one piece. But the second is making sure that people are actually eating the food that's being presented to them. One of the recommendations from CIC was to log the temperature of food arriving at the housing unit before it's being served, to ensure that it was at the appropriate temperature, because we were hearing a lot of food being cold when it was being served. Has that been a recommendation that's been adopted in any way?
So the current way the system works is that Aramark, our food service provider, notes all the temperatures before the food leaves the kitchen. Once the food leaves the kitchen, it is in a heated cart. Thank you. At 7:30. It is in a heated cart and then taken to the housing units. At that point, the carts are preheated and maintain the heat until they get to the housing units. We, at that point, the officer will just check the food to ensure that what's supposed to be there is there, and then presents it to the resident at that point. We don't typically take additional temperature checks or have officers stop to do temperature checks of the food as it, because they're not the Aramark food service provider. We don't have them doing special log sheets or anything of that nature. And really, we don't want them to do any additional handling of the food. We want it to be delivered in its as most edible of a format and presentation to the residents as
And
possible.
that's why several years ago, we did purchase the warming heated carts. So from the time they leave the kitchen, at which time the food is temperature checked, that because in the old days, so to speak, they just went on a cart that had no heat.
Right.
So now they're heated carts so that that temperature can be maintained.
Okay. Well, I look forward to continuing to work together on this, and I hear you on the preference piece, and so we'll keep trying to explore that together. Part of Fresh Starts, my bill around food and hospitality training was then included in Secure DC to provide expanded hospitality and culinary training for folks. How much would that cost to fully implement?
I mean, we currently do have a culinary training program. That's our Into Work program, and that gives individuals a national certification for Serve Safe that then is recognized throughout the food industry, restaurants, et cetera. And then we're continuing with that program. They then continue to get hands-on experience. Like once they go through the Serve Safe program, they continue to work, for example, in the officer dining room, so that they continue to get experience in food preparation and service in those sort of areas.
I think we would have to take a look at the specific language. As we indicated in our responses, we answered it related specifically to the increased food, but we will have to just break out what it will cost to expand the culinary arts program as outlined in the legislation and look at, because if that requires additional FTEs or staffing, we just need to look at what those additional the actual breakdown numbers are.
Okay.
And we can provide it if you like.
Thank you so much. I would really appreciate that, because it is something that I would love to fund this year. And of course, want to make sure you all have the funding you need to implement it. But I think the expanded opportunities for jobs that are within the broader hospitality industry is something that I continue to hear about from residents who have returned home. And so that cost breakdown would be very helpful.
We also had 83 residents that completed their Serve Safe and was licensed over the last year as well. And if I may, I just wanted to give you the numbers for the tablet educational programs. We had 6,167 residents that participated in tablet programming last year. We had 277,760 hours that residents spent on tablet education programs for 2024.
Tell me the hours again.
277,760 hours used by residents on the tablets for educational programs for 2024.
Wow. That's great.
So they're
Thank
using
you.
the tablets
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the capital investments. What is the status of the new annex? When can we expect construction to begin? And when can we expect construction or the movement of residents from CCB into 501 housing?
The actual construction as it's planned now would begin in late fiscal year 2027.
Groundbreaking of it.
Which would be around the calendar year, November, December timeframe of calendar year 2026.
Groundbreaking is second quarter 2027. And then,
So late in the first quarter of fiscal year 2027
Groundbreaking.
for groundbreaking.
Okay, so that's the end of 2026?
That would be like November, December of calendar year 2026.
Right, okay. That would be for the groundbreaking. And do you currently have sufficient funding
Yeah,
in
that
the
would be
budget?
actual like construction activities beginning.
Right. Do you have sufficient funding in the budget right now to move forward on that project as planned in
Yes.
the capital improvement plan?
Yes, we do. We have $463 million that the mayor has in the capital 6-year plan.
Do you anticipate any delays on that groundbreaking?
I mean, not at this point. Again, we're early in the design phase, but the way it's looking now would be by that phase would be done by like into this summer. And then DGS would be putting out, because it's under a DGS contract, but DGS would be putting out a RFP for architectural and engineering services. And then that's when the real, engineering architectural work would begin leading toward getting, actual construction activities.
What programmatic uses will be available with the new annex that's not currently being offered?
I'm not so sure, and Deputy Director Williams can speak some of that, but it's not so much program activities, it's that we actually will have dedicated program space. For example, right now, one example, we have a housing unit at CDF that we're not using for housing because we have to have some program space. I mean, we literally have no program space. So it's not really that the programs necessarily, although we continue to add and improve our programs all the time, but it's more that there's going to be designed into the facility actual space meant for and designed for programming, which is what we really don't have now.
We saw in the latest design that there's only one kitchen. Do you think that that will be sufficient to serve all the residents?
As part of the project, there's included in the project is a upgrade of the current CTF kitchen. So yes, the CTF kitchen with the necessary upgrades that are included in the project would then serve the CTF and the what we're calling at this point, the CTF annex. So there would be one central kitchen. There is not a separate kitchen designed into the annex building.
But will that be sufficient?
Yes, with the upgrades that are necessary.
Okay. How about for the central cell block? What is the timeline there?
The timeline on the central cell block is essentially a 14-month timeline to get the renovations completed. Currently, there is abatement work being done there under the contract, DGS's contract that they have for abatement services. And then we have a 14-month period. So we're looking at around, let's say, May, June timeframe, probably May timeframe of 2026 to actually be able to move into it. So it's about 14 months from now.
Okay, so when you say abatement has begun, what does that mean exactly?
And you're talking about New York Avenue, correct?
No, I'm talking about the central cell block.
moving to New
But
York
you're talking
Avenue.
about, I'm sorry.
Well, I was gonna get there. Next question.
Oh,
I'm-
we're talking about the central suburb.
Sorry, I was-
Moving to New York Avenue.
I was,
Abatement
I was
to New
speaking,
York Avenue.
sorry, I was
Yes.
speaking to,
I was gonna say that might be the fastest
No,
renovation
no,
I've ever heard,
oh,
but
no. Sorry, I was talking about a 14-month timeframe to.
for 501 New York.
To renovate 501 New York Avenue, and then for us to move in from the Daily Building over to New York Avenue will be around, and I'm saying the time frame of about May of 2026.
To move.
So
the
like a year
residents
from this May.
Temporarily into
Arrestees.
501.
Correct.
Arrestees.
And that will be the temporary swing space.
Yeah. Okay. And so when you say abatement has begun, you're talking about 501 New York
I'm
Avenue.
sorry, 501. Yeah.
And what does that mean as it relates to construction? What is abatement?
Abatement means that's when they tear down the, tearing out stuff up.
The
and
interior, where
interior
they're going to
and
be doing renovations.
The areas that are being renovated, the interior.
Okay. So renovations have begun then.
Yeah, they're in the
Yes,
bidding process and they
yes.
started some of it, yeah.
Okay.
Process has started.
Got it. Okay. So we're in February of 2025. May 2025, 501 New York Avenue.
No, May of.
I'm sorry, May 2026. Sorry. May 2026, 501 New York Avenue will become ready to accept arrestees.
Where we would swing over to New York Avenue
Right.
as the
Temporarily.
temporary swing space.
Yeah.
While then we'll start the renovation of CCB at the Daily Building.
And that will start in May of 2026?
No, so the budget does not, the funds are not set.
There's how much funds?
There's $22 million allocated for that project. And it's not set to begin until FY 26. And so in FY 26, at that point, DGS will begin the process of securing an architectural and engineering consulting firm to begin the design process. So first you have to begin the process of designing what the upgrades will look like and be before we can even begin any work in New York Avenue.
So the capital money for the Daily CCB renovation is in FY 26.
But only 22 million. And how,
It's 26 to 29 is the $22 million.
and is that sufficient for the full Daily Building renovation?
I don't know that. I don't think we know yet because I think that and it's not for the entire Daily Building, it's for the CCB.
This is just for CCB, right?
Right.
This is not the
So,
Daily Building.
I think that more information will follow once we have the architectural and design consultants on board. And once they do that, then additional information will be available. Yeah,
Okay.
but that's DGS.
But I do just want to, because, from a public safety perspective, we have to renovate CCB. I am all in for this. I know that this is necessary. And it's necessary to do so safely that we have another place to put people. That place is 501 New York Avenue. I have promised the community who lives around 501 New York Avenue that this is a temporary relocation during quick construction of CCB. And so I just get a little worried when it sounds a little up in the air of, well, we have to do the design and we have to see.
No, it's not at all up in the air. There is money in the capital budget specifically for the renovation of the Daily Building CCB, period.
And you think that
Not
that
up in the
22 million is sufficient for the full renovation project?
From what we know at this point.
Okay.
Yes.
So if the design firm comes on at the start of 2026, which is October 1st of 2025, right? Then how long do you think that they'll need to come up with those estimates?
That's something we would have to consult with DGS on.
Okay.
We can't give that answer.
Okay. So to other folks from the executive listening, why don't we shoot for the design firm to try to have as much information at the first half of the fiscal year as possible so that we can go into spring of 2026 all being on the same page of what the timeline is going to be for the temporary relocation.
I'm not sure that that's realistic, but we'll do because I just want, if the funds are not available, because that's an OCP also issue, because if the funds are not available, we can't contract. DGS is unable to enter into a contract until they have funds available. So funds don't come available until October 1 of this year. So they're not going to be able to enter into a contract. And that's just realistically, they're not going to be able to enter into a contract until after the start of the fiscal year. So I just want us to all be realistic in terms of expectations. So even if they did everything else right, they couldn't do anything until the funds are there for them to be able to start.
I would say, I'm very hesitant to speak on behalf of DGS, so.
And I'm not asking you
if-
to. I was
But
talking
there
to the
may,
other
but
folks
there may
who
be,
may
there
watching
may
from
in
the
fact
executive.
be things that they can do in advance to plan toward that
Right.
happening faster, and we can't speak to that.
Yes, and I'm not asking you to. That's what I'm saying for other folks in the executive listening. There are always things that we can do in advance to get ourselves ready so that October 1 comes and we're ready to move, knowing this is a priority, as opposed to waiting until October and then all of a sudden it's February of 2026 and we haven't made progress. So that's my ask.
And we're all very aware of that.
Yes, yes, okay.
Could I ask for a point of personal privilege for about a couple minutes if I?
Of
something-
course, I was actually about to wrap up.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
But I could also wait, but okay, that concludes my, my questions for you tonight, Director. So we can certainly continue the conversation, as I know we will throughout the year. But if you have any closing thoughts you want to share, I want to give you the opportunity to do so.
Just that, I appreciate your leadership, for the Public Safety and Justice Committee and the support that you've shown in many areas and the understanding, I would say, in terms of some of the challenges that we have at DOC. And I feel we have a very good working relationship and collaboration with your staff, and we enjoy working with them. So thank you.
Absolutely. Well, likewise, and thank you and your team again for all that you do. I know it is not easy work, and I appreciate all of your answers to our questions today. I think it's a good sign that there was a lot of engagement from so many of my colleagues. I think the more voices we have as part of this, the better outcomes we can have for the residents that are housed at DOC and for future public safety for the city. So thank you very much. And with that, the time is now 7:48 p.m. and we are adjourned.